Gwen switches back to the insulating spider silk and tries to contain the Electro, but she soon discovered that the spider silk could not last long in the hands of the upgraded Electro. The so-called insulation also has an upper limit. All of a sudden, she lost her most advantageous weapon, the spider silk. At the same time, she also lost her most effective assistant, Mr. Stark. At this time, Tony could only lie in the paralyzed suit, trying hard to restart. He's fed up now. The Electric Man's electricity is scientific, and he has a special attack on machinery, so he is naturally defeated by him. Gwen faced the pursuit of this thunder giant alone, and could only flee frantically, surrounded by dangers. If it weren't for the vibranium suit, she might have collapsed right now. Moreover, it seemed that misfortune did not come in good measure. At this moment, a figure flew in the sky. It's the Green Goblin flying machine. How is that possible? Isn't the Green Goblin dead? Gwen murmured. It wasn't until she got closer that she saw clearly that the person on the aircraft was not Norman Osborn, but Harry, who was wearing a biological battle armor and had symptoms similar to Norman's. Harry, you are finally here, the Thunder Giant said. Max, why did you become like this? Harry looked at the Thunder Giant in front of him in surprise. I'm just getting stronger, Electro said. Harry, how did you become like this? Gwen also asked. Do you recognize me? Harry just asked, then laughed at himself. Isn't it Peter Parker who made me like this? Very good. Harry, let's kill Spider-Woman first, and then go kill Peter Parker. Electro laughed. Harry was stunned for a moment, wondering if Electro wasn't Spider-Woman's licking dog? Why are the blades facing each other again now? However, he didn't say much, but his eyes flashed and he said, I want to kill Black Superman even more. The Electro was at the peak of his power at this time, and he was also a little swollen. Yes, these guys. I will kill them one by one. Gwen listened to their words and fell silent. At this moment, she seemed to be completely in trouble, with no chance of a comeback. Is it really the end of it? The Electro-Optical Man also turned around, preparing to kill her. However, this time, before the Electro had time to attack, he suddenly let out a scream. Gwen looked up and saw that the aircraft under Harry's feet suddenly fired a micromissile. No, not a missile, it seemed to be some kind of syringe, shot into the Thunder Giant. The Thunder Giant swung his arms almost simultaneously, knocking Harry away. Gwen quickly stepped forward to check. With just one blow, Harry's whole body was already scorched and he lost his ability to fight, but fortunately, under the protection of the biological armor, his life was not in danger. Instead, it was the Thunder Giant, who looked to be in a very bad situation. His whole body was twitching abnormally, and the electric arcs were flickering on and off. He seemed to be in great pain. Harry, you betrayed me too. What did you do to me? Gwen also looked at Harry with some curiosity. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. From the beginning, she knew that Harry was one of hers, because it was Harry who called her in the first place and asked her to pay attention to Peter. Harry coughed twice and said, Can I say that I don't know very well? A tube of suppressive serum can actually have an effect on a Thunder Giant. It's really unscientific. His appearance is unscientific enough. Tony complained. His armor had just barely restarted at this time. We are more curious about where this inhibitory serum came from, and how did you appear here? Gwen asked. It's not anything magical, I just met Dr. Connors. Harry said. Connors, X2. Gwen and Tony said in surprise together. Gwen looked at Tony. She was just surprised. After all, there had been no news about Dr. Connors since the last time Black Superman said he would personally deal with the lizard people. She had only heard about it again until now. But what surprises Mr. Stark? Connors has always been in my building? How could I not know that he suddenly ran back to Osborn Tower? Tony also secretly complained in his heart, feeling that he had paid wrongly. Time goes back to the beginning, Osborn Tower. Harry looked at the Green Goblin biological armor and smiled bitterly in his heart. Am I really unable to escape the fate of the Green Goblin? But at this moment, if he didn't wear this armor like his father, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to survive. At this moment, there was a strange movement at the laboratory door behind him, which alerted Harry instantly. Normally no one would come here at this time. Moreover, Felicia was unconscious at this time. He was poisoned by spider venom and had almost no power to resist. No matter who came, he could easily do whatever they wanted to them. Then, Harry saw a green humanoid monster popping its head out with a sneaky look, and his heart sank to the bottom. Until the humanoid monster walked up to him and said, Great, Harry, you're okay. Harry was stunned. You are. I'm Connors. Dr. Connors. Harry looked at him in surprise. How did you become like this? At this time, Connors was no longer in the form of the giant lizard man, but he had not returned to his human appearance. He seemed to have become something more in between. Stronger and stronger than humans, but not as strong as a giant lizard. At the same time, it also lacks the cruelty and indifference. Between the lines, he is still the gentle, humorous Dr. Connors he once was. Except he has turned green? Thanks to Black Superman, Connors was hesitant. Although Harry looked a little curious, he really didn't want to tell everyone about the fact that he was beaten into a dog. There are some secrets that he alone would like to know. It was after that time that Connors found that the wild instinct in his body had restrained a lot. Especially when he met the Black Superman, he was as obedient as a dog. Under this premise, he discovered that even if he became a lizard man again, the wild nature would not dominate, but would choose to merge with him when Black Superman was around. With this, Connors took on a new form. Although this form lacks the powerful fighting instinct of the giant lizard form, and its strength and regeneration ability have also been greatly reduced, it is the most stable state led by Connors. It's somewhat similar to Hulk Banner's state in Avengers 4. Harry didn't expect that there was also the influence of the Black Superman. He fell into silence and asked, "Then, Dr. Connors, why are you here?" "Of course it's to save you, Harry." Connors took out a tube of serum from behind and said, "I finally found out. This is an inhibitory serum. It is aimed at victims of cross-species gene transfer projects. As long as the time is not long or the degree of mutation is not deep, all victims can be fully rescued." Connor paused and said, "I know about the genetic disease of the Osborn family, and Peter also told me about you. Believe us, we have reached the clinical stage, and the final version of the serum will be available soon." "It's made?" Harry froze on the spot, a little speechless. As early as when Peter went to Tony's house to get the spider suit, he stopped by to meet Connors. Connors is doing well so far. Although he is now half a lizard monster and can only sit in the laboratory all day without being able to see anyone, he got what he wanted. He could finally carry out his research here, although he had no other assistants and was alone, spending his days in various rushes. But he was extremely satisfied. After all, these experiments cost money, and he couldn't afford it himself. Only the newly minted billionaire Tony Stark, a wealthy man with too much money to spend, could support him like this. In fact, Connors also talked to Tony, and to be honest, the two didn't get along very well. You have to admit that most of the time, Tony's ego is quite annoying. At the same time, Connors's current weird appearance does not attract Tony's favor. But the two men agreed on one thing. That's helping others. Tony also fully agreed with Connor's research and long-cherished wish, so without saying much, mainly because he had nothing to say, he waved his hand and directly gave Connors the green light to fund his experiments. Even Pepper once came to question Tony. What did he do after suddenly spending such a large amount of money? As for Connors, there was a foolish financial backer, and he had already happily devoted himself to various experiments. Until today, Peter came to visit. "How is the progress of the research?" "The funds are sufficient and it is going very well." Connors was very happy. "I will be able to truly complete my dream soon. I originally thought that it would be impossible for me in this life. I didn't expect that there would be such a day. Sometimes I feel that all this is like a dream, and I am afraid that one day I will suddenly wake up. Even if you become what you are now, even if I become what I am now, it's all worth it." Connors looked at Peter and said seriously, "Thank you, Peter." Black Superman. Peter shook his head. "It's your persistence and choice that allowed you to achieve everything you have today. Come on, Connors, you will get more. I need your help now." "No problem, I will do it no matter what." "Nothing, I just need you to make the inhibitory serum first, and then help I'm saving someone." Connors looked at Harry with some confusion. Did Peter really expect this scene so long ago? That's why he was prepared to suppress the serum early. Connors suddenly realized, was Peter treating him the same way at the beginning? Watching him struggling step by step, falling into the abyss, and having already arranged everything behind his back. Connors didn't know whether to say Peter, or maybe Black Superman would be more appropriate. He didn't know whether Black Superman was cruel, or was it the tenderness that was unique to Black Superman? The only ones who can save the world are themselves. But the gods could only watch indifferently and expectantly from behind. Connors is even more conflicted and complicated about everything about Black Superman. When all this happened, watching them struggle to survive and make choices, what kind of mood did Black Superman feel in his heart? Connors is unknown. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. He just had to do what he had to do and inject Harry with the suppressing serum. However, Harry, who came back to his senses, stopped him. "Look at Alicia first. She was also injected with the gene serum and fainted from the beginning." Connors frowned and said, "I don't know, the laboratory's inventory is not much, I only brought one serum." "And Peter?" Harry said. "One of Electro's goals this time is to kill Peter. He is Spider-Woman's, a licker." Connors blinked. "Kill Peter?" I don't know why, but he suddenly stopped worrying, and even wanted to laugh a little bit. Maybe, he should be more worried about the Electro? Time is tight. After I inject you with the inhibitory serum, I will take Alicia back. The serum will only be available when you return to the laboratory. Connors said. Doctor. Don't worry, I drove here. Harry resisted the desire to complain and said. No, I mean, I can just do the serum myself. You can take Ellie quickly. SIA, go back and get treatment. Upon hearing this, Connors just looked at Harry quietly for 2 seconds, and then handed him the suppressive serum. Everyone has their own choice. He picked up Ephesia and said, I'll take her away first. Dr. Connors, wait. Is there anything else? Connors turned around. Ask. Harry said sincerely, on behalf of my father, I apologize to you. It's okay, Harry. I'm very happy. Although I couldn't save him, I was able to save you in time. Looking at Connor as I took Felicia away, Harry looked at the serum in his hand, but ultimately did not choose to inject it. He put on biological armor. The entire building suddenly lost power at this moment and fell into darkness. Fortunately, the backup.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Power supply was quickly activated and could keep the machinery running for a short period of time. Harry knew that Max had taken control of the power grid. He didn't know how Spider-Woman and Iron Man would deal with it, but their interactions over this period of time made Harry extremely aware of the dangers of Electro. Maybe, the inhibitory serum in his hand can play a key role? Time goes back to the present. Harry spent some time making micro-missiles from the inhibitory serum into the aircraft and penetrated into the Thunder Giant's body. As a result, the Thunder Giant's body began to collapse, and was finally suppressed back to the second stage. It was extremely unstable and its combat power was greatly reduced. In this state, Gwen can even defeat him alone? The Electro also realized this and turned around to run away. Several of Gwen's men were injured, some were scrapped, and they had no ability to pursue them at all. The Electric Man escaped and fell into an alley. While he was rejoicing in his heart, he also kept uttering angry curses. Spider-Woman, Iron Man, Harry, and Peter Parker. I will definitely make you pay the price. However, when he raised his "when I started," I was suddenly stunned. A figure stood at the entrance of the alley against the light. The dim light prevented him from seeing the figure's appearance clearly. He didn't see the figure clearly until the figure came closer, and then he said with ecstasy, "Peter Parker." Max's bad state had stopped him from thinking about why Peter Parker was here. He was now thinking that he was about to complete a revenge that would make Spider-Woman feel pain. The Electric Man gathered the remaining electric energy in his hands, and the electric current made a sharp and noisy scream due to the extreme compression. "Go to hell, Peter Parker." He roared and stabbed Peter. Electro went away peacefully. There was a powerful and concentrated electric current in his hand, which was thrust towards Peter. He could even foresee the scene of Peter Parker's body breaking apart. When he thought of this, the expression on his face froze with uncontrollable ferocity. Damn it! Peter Parker actually caught his charged blow with one hand, grabbed his wrist with his hand, and received the violent electricity head-on without any fancy. Normal people should have screamed, bled, and been electrocuted into cokes, right? The electro-optical man realized something was wrong and immediately wanted to retreat, or even escape directly with electricity. But he soon discovered that Peter Parker's hand was like the hardest steel, unable to move even an inch, imprisoning him in place. No matter how the arc on his body was attacked, it had no effect. Even the cheap clothes on his body were not damaged at all. Click. The electro-optical man heard the sound of bones breaking in his wrist. But before he could scream, he was hit hard to the ground by Peter Parker in the blink of an eye, and then a foot stepped on his chest, making him breathless. "Who are you?" The Electro was horrified, but he only had time to say these words before he saw Peter Parker's eyes glowing red. The entire alley was briefly shrouded in red light. When the red light faded and passers-by noticed something unusual outside and ran in to check the situation, they only saw a pool of black humanoid marks on the ground. After Electro escaped, the morale of Gwen and the others was at an all-time low. Let the Electric Man run away again and come back again. Who knows how powerful he will be? At this moment, Harry's communication suddenly rang, interrupting everyone's low pressure. "It's Peter," Harry said and answered the phone. Gwen breathed a sigh of relief and at the same time her heart immediately became troubled. Although Peter was finally found, the extremely dangerous Electro also ran out. In a way, Peter is more dangerous. No, it's not just Peter. If the Lightning Man knew her identity, then her parents, Uncle Ben, and Aunt May would all be in danger. Gwen's heart felt heavier than ever before, and she listened to Peter's voice on the other end of the phone. "Harry, did you just find me? Sorry, my phone is out of battery. .xn. A simple and crude reason, but everyone seemed to agree. Can't find any loopholes? Peter, where are you? You have to be careful about the Electro. He's going to kill you," Harry said quickly. In the eyes of everyone, the most dangerous person at this time is Peter, an ordinary person. "Electric Man? I just met him," Peter said on the phone. When everyone heard this, they all broke into a cold sweat. What the hell? The Electro who just escaped actually bumped into Peter. What kind of luck is this? Of course, the fact that Peter still has the ability to call them now proves that the Electro didn't kill him. But Gwen couldn't help but asked first, "Peter, are you okay? Did the Electro do any harm to you?" Even because he was concerned, he was confused and had no time to pretend. "Gwen, are you there too?" "Of course, I'm fine." Black Superman arrived in time, and his heat vision shot Electro into ashes. Black Superman? Several people had their waists sprained by the sudden reversal. The Black Superman, who had been waiting for a long time but had not arrived yet, took away the head in such a way. They didn't know whether to complain or be grateful, but in general, they were mostly grateful. Fortunately, there is also Black Superman. However, after hanging up the phone, Harry, who had just learned something terrible from Peter's words, was looking at Gwen in surprise. "Gwen, are you Spider-Woman? Does Peter know?" He said unexpectedly. The Spider-Woman he had been looking for was right next to him. "I see. No wonder Peter is unwilling to hand over Spider-Woman's blood." Now the question arises, does Peter know? The two of them seemed to be having a bit of fun. Harry's eyes changed when he looked at Gwen. "Gwen, Well, there is a reason for this. I think I can explain it, she had to say. But Harry's channel suddenly received another communication. It was Dr. Connors. Harry answered the phone and heard Connors say anxiously, "No, Felicia is missing." Banner walked out of Stark Tower, feeling a little like a world away. Not far away, his girlfriend Betty was waiting, looking at him. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. The two hugged each other, and Betty asked, "How did it turn out?" "No problem. From now on, I will work for Stark. I knew you would succeed." Banner smiled bitterly. After a moment, "This is all the credit of Black Superman." The two got in the car, and Betty couldn't help but curiously asked, "I'm really curious, what happened after Black Superman took you away from your father? You have such a big change." Banner seemed to think of some bad memories, and his whole body trembled. That day, after Hulk was shot down from the air by Black Superman, he couldn't hold it anymore and transformed back into Banner. Ross came back to investigate the results. Take the general away. Ross didn't expect that he would actually pick up such a big leak. Not only was he disgusted, but in the end even Banner was returned to his hands, and he was extremely excited. But not long after he was happy, Black Superman came to the door and wanted to take Banner away. Of course Ross disagrees. He represents the toughest military in the United States. But Black Superman just said lightly, "Are you going to start a war with me?" This moment ignited General Ross's anger, making him want to slam the table and angrily scold Black Superman. "Why do you want to fight with the most powerful country in the world? Start a war?" But reason allowed him to suppress his anger. They still don't know the upper limit of Black Superman's defense, and they don't know what level of weapons can cause damage to Black Superman. But at least from Hulk's perspective that night, the conventional ones wouldn't have much impact. If there is a conflict with Black Superman, war-level weapons will inevitably be used, and the scale is indeed a war. Especially judging from the data they have collected on Black Superman over the past few days, if Black Superman wants to launch a surprise attack on someone somewhere, they have no ability to intercept it. Black Superman is so mysterious that they still know too little about Black Superman. It can't continue like this. Fortunately, he still has one abomination left. However, what General Ross doesn't know is that soon, an agency called S.H.I.E.L.D. will take away the remaining hatred amid various intervention negotiations. In this way, Peter successfully brought back Bruce Banner. Then, he was brutally tortured, at least Banner thought so. Banner was taken to a deserted mountain and forced to transform into Hulk to fight with Black Superman. Too weak? Hulk. Is that all you can do? The old lady next door is much more powerful than you. Hulk was provoked to anger, but he couldn't stand the absolute power. No power to fight back. According to Black Superman, his current limit is still in the sub-universe. If there is no intervention, it will be spoiled if this continues. Damn it, what did he think of Hulk? Pet? Banner returned to his human form, only feeling sore and weak all over his body, as if he had been squeezed dry. It even feels like the Hulk in his body is a little autistic. He asked the Black Superman on the side, "What exactly do you want to do?" "Of course it is to help you become stronger," Black Superman said. Banner was completely ruined. He lay on the ground in a big shape and scolded Black Superman. "I don't need it. I don't want to become stronger. I just want to be an ordinary person and be with Betty. Why are you all doing this? I don't understand." Then, Black Superman's gaze hurt him deeply. That look contained a lot of complexity, including contempt, disappointment, and contempt. "Do you just want to be like this for the rest of your life, an unstable bomb?" This made Banner angry. "Is this what I want? The monster in my body may come out at any time, and if I am not careful, I will hurt innocent people, including Betty. So, you choose to escape, go far away, hide far away." Banner speechless. Peter continued, "Hulk is another you, Banner. He is like a child. His anger comes from you and his fear of the world. By choosing to give up, you not only failed Betty, but also failed you. Hulk is irresponsible. But what can I do?" Banner said painfully. "Face all this, truly accept Hulk, and your life that is shattered by it. But Hulk, if he disobeys one day, just ask me to give him a beating." Banner sat in the car, recalling what Black Superman said to him at that time. He looked at Betty, who was leaning next to him and looking at him with concern, and made up his mind. He replied, "Black Superman just woke me up. At the same time, on Stark Tower. What on earth do you mean? Do you think of me as a garbage dump? You actually threw another green-skinned monster at me." Tony asked Black Superman, and at the same time, he did not forget to say to Connors beside him, "Sorry, Doctor, I don't mean to discriminate against you." Connors just smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, I don't care." He is about to achieve his long-cherished wish in life. He has recently cultivated his moral character and has become more Buddhist-like. Seeing this, Tony turned his head again and faced Black Superman. "Bruce Banner has 7 doctorate degrees, and you actually call him trash, Tony. Are you looking down on him or yourself?" Peter, who is the Black Superman, said with merciless venom. A billionaire with only 2 doctorate degrees suddenly became angry and said, "As long as I want, I can get 10 more in a minute." "Really? I don't believe it." Tony. He admitted that he was already self-hating enough. But sometimes Black Superman is really more hateful than him. If he hadn't been unable to defeat him, he would have really wanted to put on his steel suit and fight the Black Superman. Tony angrily drank a glass of chlorophyll juice. The battle with Electro caused the palladium content in his blood to surge sharply, especially the blow after Electro transformed into a thunder giant, which completely defeated him. His body has become much weaker during this period, he coughs from time to time, and his face looks pale. An ordinary person would know something is wrong at a glance. The most terrible thing is that I don't know how Tony did it, but he actually let Pepper know about it. Well, it would be difficult for him to hide it like this. This resulted in that he and Pepper had a recent quarrel, and Pepper even wanted to resign. Coupled with the recent increase in pressure from the military, Tony was suddenly troubled both internally and externally, and his emotions were tense all the time, making him more sensitive and irritable. I've tried all the known elements, and none of them can replace palladium, Tony said, pressing his forehead. Connors on the side said, maybe, you can try cross-species gene transfer? I have to say that the human body is too weak. If you see a.n.t. solve the energy problem, you can solve the fragile body. I have to say this idea very Connors. Tony glanced at Connors apologetically, sorry, I don't want to. I understand that at this stage there is no gene serum that is completely free of side effects, and those castrated versions that are about to be launched are not enough to solve your problem. Connors said, but Osborn's biological armor is also a good idea, isn't it? His life support device should be able to solve your problem. Green Goblin armor. Tony's eyes flashed. Too hesitant. The biological armor's life support system can indeed solve his current problems, but the side effects are also obvious. It will profoundly affect the human body and neural network, and even change the character and personality. This is inevitable. Of course, it is not without its merits, but ultimately it cannot cure the root cause. At the same time, he will be completely unable to separate from the steel armor from now on. Peter spoke up at this time, and both Tony and Connors focused their attention on him. You can choose not to be Iron Man, and everything will be fine. Peter said, this is the simplest option. No way, I am Iron Man, we are one. Tony just replied, do you really want to choose a life support device? Tony suddenly thought of Pepper, which made him shaken again. Then you should think about what you want to do in the last period of your life. Peter said. This made Tony's expression freeze deeply. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Connors on the side took a leisurely sip of coffee. As one of the victims of Black Superman, he said he was not anxious at all and even looked forward to it. Although he is an honest person, as the saying goes, having fun alone is not as good as having fun with everyone. Some things need to be shared. Moreover, he has no ability to stop Black Superman. Oh, poor Tony Stark, how will he be played in the end? At this time, Peter is not as evil as Connors said. Counting the time, Braised Dantu should be almost unable to sit still, right? But this time, if he disrupts the situation, the military, Tony, and SHIELD may become a mess. But Connors was not without worries. Black Superman, can I ask you to help me find Felicia? She was also infected with the gene serum, and she lost it because I wasn't paying attention. Then in the evening, Connors had even brought Felicia back to the laboratory in Stark Tower. But he only turned around for a short moment to get the suppressive serum, and Felicia disappeared. The surveillance video showed that after Felicia woke up, she escaped on her own and was very agile. Since then, no one has heard from her, which is very worrying. In response, Peter just said, Spider-Woman has been pursuing this matter recently. Oh, that's okay. Connors was immediately relieved when he heard it was Gwen. Everyone knows, well, only he knows about it for the time being, Gwen and Black Superman's family. Peter Parker's house, bedroom. Peter was controlling the computer at the table, helping Gwen search for information about Felicia. Gwen. Spider-Woman state. She was sitting at Peter's window, dangling her calves, and the sunlight outside the window rubbed her beautiful curves into the room. Peter, she called. Peter didn't look back. What's wrong? Why did you set up my spider silk launcher, a turtle shell binding combination? Gwen couldn't help complaining. Ever since that night, she had been wanting to say it. It was so outrageous. She didn't expect that Peter would pay attention to something like this, which made her look very dangerous. She felt that in order for the two of them to live harmoniously in the future, she had to stop Peter's bad habits. Unexpectedly, Peter directly called up a piece of news, with the title reading, Honorary Police Officer Spider-Woman makes criminals frightened? 3 exclamation points express the explosiveness of the news. Below are posted several photos of police handling the battlefield and criminals tied up with spider silk and tortoise shells. There is also a visit to the criminals. Oh no, my god, I swear, I will never mess with Spider-Woman again. I didn't expect her to be so cruel. I would rather die than meet again. Damn it, Spider-Woman. How the hell am I going to face my brothers? Look, you are having fun using it. Peter said. Gwen's eyes wandered. Ah, you can't blame me, right? After all, I only have this kind of suitable spider silk. That's right. Looking on the bright side, Spider-Woman's deterrence has been greatly increased, and criminals are rushing to be good. Pretty good. No, this is not good at all, Gwen said angrily. Peter rolled his eyes and said, I think I found some clues about Felicia. What? Gwen jumped out of the window in excitement and ran to Peter's side. How is Felicia? Is it already? A friend's book is about to be released in Sanjiang. Friends who are interested can check it out. I found something about Felicia's past. The past. To be precise, it's her past. Peter called up the information. Birth in the slums, her father was imprisoned for theft, and she has several younger brothers and sisters at home. She is very inspiring, and went to a good university with a scholarship, but it seems that the information about Osborne's family was forged. Gwen was also a little moved by the Philippines. Leisha was surprised by her complicated past, but that's not what's important now. What does this have to do with us finding her? Looking for her brothers and sisters. Gwen said. That's roughly it, but there is something more interesting. Peter called up some pictures and text and said, recently, a well-known thief appeared in New York, who specializes in targeting rich people and gems. The thief is highly skilled, and only a few surveillance cameras have vaguely captured her figure. She is a woman with a good figure, but her head is covered and her face cannot be seen clearly. A good figure. Well, you have a good figure too. Hey, I'm not say this. Gwen was a little happy and a little embarrassed. I mean, why do you think she is Felicia just because she has a good figure? She doesn't look like this kind of person. Everything is possible, isn't it? Gwen was silent for a while and said, I will go to Hell's Kitchen to have a look. At this time, she suddenly came back to her senses. Because of reading the information, she had unknowingly become very close to Peter. Close, almost right next to each other. After reading the information, the two turned their heads and met each other's eyes. Damn it! She was usually used to being intimate, so she just... Gwen jumped away without realizing it. I don't know why, but it's nothing when the two of them are closer on weekdays. But at this moment, when she changed her clothes and accidentally got closer, her heart actually beat so fast. Oh, that's not good, Gwen, she said in her mind. She felt like she would become weird after being like this for a long time. What's wrong? Peter asked. No, it's nothing. Gwen shook her head. This can't go on like this. Spider-Woman, maybe it's time to find a time to show off her cards with Peter and settle things. She hesitated and said, Peter, when this matter is finished, I have something very important to tell you. Peter raised his eyebrows. What is it? Hey? They said they would finish it this time. I haven't made up my mind yet. Of course, it doesn't matter. I will wait for the day when you are willing to say it. Peter replied. Gwen blinked, feeling that this sentence seemed familiar. Osborne Tower. After chatting with Gwen, Peter found a time to come over. So, you don't know Felicia's family background? Peter asked Harry. Harry nodded and said, she is my father's secretary. You know, after I took over, I didn't have the time or the conditions to deal with this. Of course, now that I know, I won't care. Faye. Lithia has done a good job, and no one should be discriminated against because of their father and family. These were his heartfelt words after his personal experience. He said, Peter, about Dr. Connors, thank you. It doesn't matter, didn't you call me too? Harry smiled happily. Because he was riding the aircraft to find the Electron Man, he injected the inhibitory serum much too late, which resulted in some sequelae. His skin became much paler, and his hair color turned gloomy green. Of course, he also gained a part of his powerful physique. All in all, there is something to give. Because of the Electric Man, Osborne's senior management came for a major change, and the Osborne family's influence in the company was restored to a certain extent. At this time, under the leadership of Harry, Osborne was conducting cooperation negotiations with Stark to jointly develop a genetic serum that was about to be launched. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Of course, it was just a castrated version, but it still gave Osborne a shot in the arm, who had been hit hard by many projects such as genetic engineering, armor, and power grids. If this project succeeds, Osborne might be able to come back to life, and Osborne's influence will be completely solidified. After leaving Felicia's matter to Spider-Woman, he has been busy with this issue recently. Fortunately, Tony's side didn't have much objection. The two sides were more arguing about some details, and success was foreseeable. In addition to these, Harry also pays attention to other things in his spare time, such as Black Superman. Peter, have you noticed that since that night, after killing those two big guys and Electro, Black Superman has appeared less and less? Yes, you haven't given up yet. Peter looked at him. Of course not. Harry just turned on the message projection and said, I have looked away a lot. He is doing the right thing. But, everyone is not very good to him. In the projection, Black Superman, he is our savior. We need him. Many interviewed people shouted and praised Black Superman. Harry said, Black Superman seems to have more and more fans, after he crushed two giant monsters. Isn't this good? No, not really. Harry, he squinted his eyes. That night, no footage of the battle with Electro at the Osborne power grid was broadcast. Therefore, the most popular thing during this period was the Black Superman who defeated two monsters in Harlem. Some videos and photos from that time were widely circulated on the internet, attracting a large number of people. These people include fans, victims of the incident, and some staunch old fans. After a short period of slander and public opinion, people finally began to support him again. But what followed was greater controversy. The people didn't know why, but since that night, Black Superman rarely appeared in public. As time passed, some different voices began to appear. He destroyed our house. He could have saved my family. Do we really need Black Superman? Harry switched channels one by one, until they stopped in a more official interview. You mean, Black Superman shouldn't take action? The host asked. The guest replied, no, that's not what I meant. What I mean is that he should not act unilaterally, and everyone should be under the law. This seems to be a bit difficult for Black Superman. Therefore, I must remind everyone that he is very dangerous, more dangerous than ever before. The guest looked at the camera as if looking at the audience. He is completely different from the superheroes in the comics. The clothes on his body represent Superman, the power of Batman, and the helmet on his head represents Batman's darkness above the law. Think about it. Superman plus Batman? He will judge anyone in the world according to his own preferences, good and evil. The interview ended, and at the end, a piece of news popped up. A victim of Black Superman in Harlem recently sued Black Superman, making him responsible for the community he destroyed. Harry closed these messages with a trace of sarcasm on his lips. I know them too well, they are all afraid. What do you think Black Superman will think when he sees this? No idea. Peter said calmly and without any fluctuations. As an ancestor, what can he think? He's been showing up less frequently lately, simply, he's gotten stronger. After the Superman talent package was upgraded to LV3, his abilities were also upgraded to Yatianfu. This is on the same level as Thanos, not the weakened one in the movie, but the real overlord of the universe in the comics. However, Peter is stronger. He has no blind spots in the hexagon, except for the magic resistance. Even if he works hard and supplements his magic resistance, it is not impossible to compete with the now legendary God King. His eyes had moved away from the ground and looked deeper into the sky. At the same time, the points required for the next level of the talent package have also reached 1 million, so don't think about it in the short term. Peter felt that it was time for him to stop, do something, and brush up on other skills. There is too much to spread out, and it is even harder to control. My mind is buzzing as I write. Please take a leave and update the order. New York, Hell's Kitchen. Dirty, chaotic, crowded, dangerous, and filled with the smell of garbage all the time. This is a paradise for gangsters and criminals, and the last refuge for those who are down and out. Felicia covered her hood and ran away hastily from one low building to another in the streets. Her body is agile and dexterous, and she can easily overcome obstacles and complex terrains. But behind her, dozens of black and white gangsters were relentlessly chasing her, and the numerical advantage restrained her to a certain extent. In particular, there is a big man wearing rhinoceros armor at the end, giving people a strong sense of oppression. It is one of the Underground King's recent recruits, the rhinoceros. You can't run away, Black Cat. He yelled and launched into charge mode, crashing into her like a train. After collapsing several walls, he finally stopped Felicia. Felicia, the Black Cat known to Rhinoceros, looked sad. That night, she only remembered that she fainted after being forced to inject the serum by the Electro. When she woke up again, she suddenly found that she was lying on a test bed. Not far away, there is a green monster that can only be seen clearly. This frightened her, and she instinctively got up and ran away. But the situation outside is also very bad. The sudden citywide blackout caused chaos and conflict, even though power outages seem to have been restored in some areas. This made her run very far in one breath. When she came back to her senses, she realized something was wrong. She seemed to have become too dexterous and her physique was different from ordinary people. At the same time, her body suddenly began to heat up and her scalp was numb, as if something was about to come out. The pain ensued, making her consciousness a little blurry. Felicia could only find a place to hide and concentrate on fighting the sudden pain. She knows that this may be caused by the genetic serum, and she may become a monster like those victims. This scared her. She only remembered that during this process, two tall men seemed to have noticed her and walked towards her, as if they wanted to do something to her. In desperation, she made some resistance. When she regained consciousness, she saw only two lifeless corpses in front of her and herself with blood on her hands. No, it's not me. Felicia panicked, realizing that she had killed someone, even if it was not of her own free will. The images of the Green Goblin, Electro, and Lizard Man were still vivid in her mind, which made her flee the scene in fear. The bodies of the two homeless people were later disposed of as accidental deaths during the riot conflict. She didn't dare to go to the street, so she ran as far as possible to the alley, to a place with few people, until she came across a window. Felicia froze as her reflection passed through the window. She saw the reflection in the glass, which had long cold white hair, and two white cat ears on the long hair. Felicia trembled subconsciously, and the cat ears in the reflection also moved. At the same time, she finally felt that there was a fluffy cat tail extending from the end of her spine. No, Felicia couldn't believe it. I became a monster. Kill it? People still undergo such changes. Felicia dare not contact other people at all. The call from Harry on her phone was also ignored by her. In confusion, she returned to her former home, Hell's Kitchen. The plot behind it is very cliché. She was born here, with a father who was a skilled thief, and several younger brothers and sisters. Although she worked hard to break through the restrictions of her original family, she still had many problems. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. For example, she still has to support her younger brothers and sisters, and her family is still burdened with a considerable amount of debt. As good as death, the creditor is still a force under Kingpin's banner. Soon, she was targeted by Jinbin's people. When she was young, she was even taught by her father to steal. She falsified this part of the information when applying for a job at Osborne. Otherwise Osborne would never accept an employee with such a poor family background as the chairman's secretary. This part of the concealment was also the reason why she did not dare to contact Harry again. Now that she has lost her job, in order to repay her debt, she can only change her name to Black Cat and return to her old profession of thief, which her father once gave her. During the process, she discovered that she didn't know why, but she had no resistance to those shiny gems, and she soon fell into them. Until today, Felicia finally paid off all her debts, but what she didn't expect was that Kingpin had no intention of letting her go. In one operation after another, Kingpin had long discovered Felicia's specialness. How could he give up when he was recruiting superhumans? So after it was over, he semi-forced to recruit Felicia. Felicia disagreed, and the two sides clashed, which led to the current scene. It will be good for us all if you join us, Black Cat said the rhinoceros. No, never. I don't want to become a desperado like you. Her words angered the Rhino Man, who shouted, don't forget, you are just a thief. And, Rhino Man the person threatened, you don't want anything to happen to your father in prison and your lovely brothers and sisters, right? This sentence instantly hit Felicia's weakness, making her powerless. No, don't be like this. You have no choice. Felicia was silent. How she hoped that all this was just a nightmare, that she would be injected with serum, mutate her body, and become a thief again. After so many years of hard work, she was so fragile that she couldn't resist a blow. In less than a month, was beaten to pieces. At this critical moment, a beautiful white figure fell from the sky. After searching for many days, Gwen finally found Felicia's traces. He spread his glider and fell from the sky. Hey, big guy, stop your weird threats. Spider-Woman. The rhinoceros saw Gwen and asked don't be afraid and say, this is Mr. Kingpin's business, you'd better stay out of it. He himself has an amazing physique. After getting the rhinoceros armor given to him by Kingpin, he became even more powerful, and bullets can't hurt him. He no longer poses a threat. The bricks and stones are as fragile as paper in front of him. He has not yet encountered any opponent. If you can't beat the Black Superman, you can't beat the slender Spider-Woman? Kingpin. However, when Gwen heard Kingpin, not only did she not panic, she was actually a little excited. It has been so long since the hero debuted, so naturally she has heard of this New York underground king. However, in the past, Jinpin's power was suppressed by the Black Superman, so it was difficult for her to have direct contact with them, and they were often just kittens and puppies. I didn't expect that I would meet Felicia this time when I was looking for her. It seems I hit a big fish this time, she said. You will regret your offense. Seeing that Gwen was not afraid, the rhinoceros roared, rushed forward, and punched Gwen. Marvel plus DC has at least a dozen comics, and there are still some movies to make up for, and I feel like I'm going bald. Sorry, I've modified this Black Cat. I think, you might like it? _3_. Rhino Man expected that with this punch, Spider-Woman would retreat, dodge, or even be hit directly. But what he didn't expect was that Spider-Woman would catch it with one hand. Well, big guy, you are really strong, Gwen said, fisting the rhinoceros with her hands. The rhinoceros man was stunned. He wanted to say, who is more powerful? He is obviously so big, and Spider-Woman is so small, why can Spider-Woman catch his fist so easily? Because it was so shocking, the Rhino Man almost doubted his own power at this moment. Then Gwen seized the opportunity, pushed him away, turned around and kicked him back several steps. In fact, with the awakening, training, and application of abilities, Gwen's basic attributes have been steadily improving. However, she first met the Lizard Man Connors and then the Electric Man Max. The strength of these two creatures was completely different from each other, which made her power seem to be very weak. So much so that someone behind her had to get her Krypton Gold equipment out in advance. But after going through these battles, and returning to an opponent on the same level as the Vulture, the Rhino Man is completely unsatisfactory. Not only the suppression in terms of strength, but also, in terms of fighting skills, even if the rhinoceros and the surrounding gangsters all attacked together, Gwen still dealt with it easily, and a large piece fell quickly. Not to mention the vibranium armor. Seeing that his side was about to be cleared, the rhinoceros could only quickly activate the charge mode, and the rhino's sharp horns rushed over like a train. Faced with this blow that pushed Felicia into a desperate situation, Gwen just turned over and rode up with ease, then activated the overload mode, pressed her hands into the armor gap on the rhinoceros neck, and activated the electric shock. Ah! The rhinoceros man screamed quickly. With the deliberate cooperation of Gwen and the artificial intelligence in the suit, this electric shock quickly burned out the circuit of the rhino suit, causing it to become paralyzed. Good job, Gwen said, and the artificial intelligence in the suit quickly responded. I'm glad I could help you. During this time, she has been familiar with the new suit, and the various functions dazzled her. Eye-opener. To be honest, she couldn't help but doubt Mr. Stark's words as to whether this suit was made smoothly. After the last gangster was tied up with spider silk, Gwen walked towards Felicia. Felicia, is it you? I have been looking for someone this time. Felicia was wearing a large cloak hid his face deeply under the hood. She didn't know that Spider-Woman was Gwen, and she saw Spider-Woman in person for the first time, the woman that Electro had always dreamed of. Well, although Electro seems to be dead now. Looking for me? She asked. That's right, Harry, and Dr. Connors, you disappeared suddenly that night, and everyone was worried about you. These words gave Felicia a little hope, and she raised her head slightly. Really? Of course, so you, Gwen froze mid-sentence. because Felicia finally revealed her current appearance, with long snow-white hair and pointed cat ears. She said, "Even if I become like this, Peter." Early in the morning, Gwen said, "Sneak into Peter's room and wake up Peter, who is pretending to be asleep." Peter blinked, looked at Gwen, who was wearing a cat-eared headgear in front of him, and joked, "Today is Kitty Day, haha." Gwen got next to Peter and asked softly in his ear, "So do you like it?" "Well, it's not good to be so excited so early in the morning, Gwen." Gwen covered her mouth and laughed, and then was hugged. She twisted in her arms and said, "Hey, Aunt May and the others are outside. Just 5 minutes." "Okay." She had to admit that it was very comfortable to be held by Peter like this. Gwen, he changed to a more comfortable posture and said lazily, "What are your plans for today, Peter?" "Go to school," Peter said, smelling the reassuring fragrance of Gwen. Besides, I have to go to Stark Tower after school, and Dr. Connors told me that Felicia found, but some strange changes happened to her body. He doesn't understand." Well, to be honest, Gwen didn't quite understand either, but that didn't stop her from dressing up like this and coming to find Peter. Even for her, Felicia's current appearance was quite impressive. She was quite surprised last night. She felt she needed to give Peter a vaccination. It's definitely not that she is itching to try it, hence the accident this morning. "Hey, be honest, Peter." 10 minutes later, the two walked out of the bedroom. Uncle Ben and Aunt May didn't seem to care at all, and just greeted them with kind expressions. But Gwen had a guilty conscience and hid behind Peter like a sneaky cat, her face as red as a fever. When they came downstairs, George's face was even darker. But Peter and Gwen are both used to it. This has been George's usual state since they got together. Gwen stepped forward and coaxed him for a while before he got better. After school ended in the afternoon, Peter went to Stark Tower as promised, while Gwen went to find George. "Dad, how's it going?" she asked. "The group of people you captured last night, especially the rhinoceros, are big fish. We have stepped up the review to find out some information and evidence of Jinbing as soon as possible." George was a little excited. The underground king Jinbing himself, as the chief of police, he is one of his biggest enemies, and he has been targeting him for a long time. However, due to the fact that Jinbing's power was too great, he could not penetrate into it, and he could not catch any effective clues on weekdays. Most of them were kittens and small fish. As a result, even Jinbing's identity was somewhat unclear to him now. But last night Gwen gave him a big gift, which might open an opening for him. Speaking of this, George suddenly hesitated to speak. Gwen noticed it and asked, "Is there any problem, Dad?" "No, Gwen, it's just..." George held it in for a while, then said thoughtfully, "I understand, maybe for you, a superhero, say, it may be very convenient, but I hope you also pay attention to your image in daily life, okay?" Gwen was a little confused and looked at George in confusion. Ahem. George cleared his throat and took out the latest newspaper. Spider-Woman breaks down gang crimes, criminals are brutally attacked again. The picture shows the scene where the gangsters were bound by her with turtle shells last night. Gwen's expression was very exciting. Unexpectedly, even her father started to complain. In desperation, she could only quickly blame Peter. It's all Peter's fault. He designed this? Yes. Peter is also her father anyway. Yes, she shook it without any pressure. Unexpectedly, George's thoughts jumped very quickly, and he suddenly asked, "Have you not confessed to Peter yet?" This made Gwen stunned for a moment. "I am still hesitating." Just like this, he almost came close during the Electron Man incident. "I'm hurt, and I'm afraid that if I go further, I won't be able to protect him. I think it would be a good choice to use the identity of Spider-Woman to completely sever the relationship with Peter." End of this chapter. Chapter 58 Connors is emo. Chapter 58 Connors is emo. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Chapter 58 Connors emotes. Chapter 47. Hell's Kitchen. So, not only did we not get the black cat, but we also lost an arm and lost the rhinoceros. Kingpin listened to Middock's report, his face calm and there was no change. But everyone could feel the anger radiating from him. Spider-Woman did it. She has a good relationship with the police, Middock said, leaning on his guide stick. "Shall we arrange to rescue him? Save him, we can't lose the Rhino Man yet." Kingpin narrowing his eyes, he crushed the armrest in his hand. "Also, let Spider-Woman know the consequences of going against us." "Of course, boss. We can't deal with Black Superman, can't we deal with Spider-Woman?" Doc twitched his lips and said, "Just in time, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce you to a new helper." "Oh." Kingpin looked at him curiously. During this period of time, Middock has been responsible for searching and creating superhuman criminals, and he has done a pretty good job. Rhinoceros, Horror, Sandman, Purple Man, his men have gathered many superhumans unknowingly, which is why he dares to be tough. Middock soon welcomed in a tough man wearing a mink fur jacket. He has thick hair and a necklace made of animal teeth hanging on his chest. His name is Craven, and he is a hunter, Middock introduced. "Hunter. That's right." Craven stood up and asked, "Are you Kingpin?" "Yes." King did not blame Craven for the offense, but asked, "Then tell me, Hunter, Craven, what is special about you?" "My special? I am stronger and live longer than most people. I heard that you are looking for a superhuman, I think I should be." Craven has a bit of a personality, Zhang Yang, full of the wildness of the primitive jungle, he said. "But this is not the most special thing about me. As you know, I am a hunter, passed down from generation to generation, and what I am best at is hunting. But those ordinary beasts, people, it can no longer satisfy me. I am now looking for a stronger and more interesting prey. It seems that you have found it now. Yes, that's right. Craven took out a photo and said, she's strong enough, agile, and most importantly, she seems to have the same keen sense of smell as me. I feel the potential of being a top hunter in her. I believe that this will be a wonderful hunt. The photo was thrown to Jin in front of the table. Kingpin took a glance and saw that it was Spider-Woman in the photo. After school, Peter came to Stark Tower. He was invited here, so there should be a secretary or other employee to lead him and help him show the way. Today, his secretary has long, fiery red hair. Although she is a little short, her figure is very beautiful. It's none other than Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Sir, do you have any questions? Natasha noticed Peter's gaze and asked. Nothing, you are Tony's assistant now. Yes, after Miss Pepper was recently promoted to CEO, this position will be temporarily held by me. Since Natasha has begun to lurk in, she has naturally become interested in Tony, and Tony. Relationships have done profound work lately, and Peter is certainly no exception. A high school student, a genius, a fan of Spider-Girl, someone whom Stark takes very seriously. These pieces of information flashed through her mind quickly. Because of Peter's chaos, there are now not only Starks in this building, but also Lizard Man Connors and Hulk Banner. It is simply the prototype of a superhero base. The most important thing is that these three people all have varying degrees of connection with Black Superman, so their vigilance and attention have been raised several levels. And even if S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to completely monitor a billionaire, it is not that simple. At least electronic equipment cannot do it just by monitoring. At this time, the importance of spies becomes apparent. Therefore, Natasha's mission this time is much heavier than the original one. Not only must Tony be monitored, protected, and evaluated, but the remaining Connors and Banner must also not be missed. Even as a legendary agent, she found it quite difficult. Peter just smiled inexplicably and said, let's go, Dr. Connors is still waiting for me. Under Natasha's guidance, he soon met Connors and Felicia. Of course, Natasha didn't follow in, even though she wanted to find out very much, but Tony didn't seem to give her this permission yet, so she could only stop halfway. I'm here, Dr. Connors. Peter said. Oh, Peter, you're finally here. Connors didn't look too good. Well, there was nothing wrong with his body. He was strong and healthy, but his mood seemed a bit emo. On the side, cat-eared Felicia sat obediently on a chair, trying her best to keep a calm and dignified smile. But the tail wagging behind her revealed her uneasiness. Peter, I don't understand why Felicia became like this. Connors said. Theoretically, even if she mutates, she should grow hair all over her body, change her claws, and become something like a cat orc. Do you want to say furry? Yes, that's right. Connors pointed at Felicia, instead of being like this now, becoming a cat-eared girl. Felicia became even more nervous when she saw Connors pointing at her. Her ears were pulled back, and her tail behind her butt was wagging faster. In fact, even Peter can't understand it. Indeed, as Connors said, normally, Felicia would mutate and become a half-orc. Well, Fury would be ecstatic. Or simply the original black cat, with only white hair and excellent agility, strength, and balance. Today's cat-eared girl is simply a magical transformation? Peter even wondered if one of the big bosses had gotten into trouble. Cheer up, Connors. Peter comforted. Actually, I can't figure it out, but it is this uncertainty that makes this project full of charm and allows us to have further goals and truth. Exploring, isn't it? Hearing this, Connors suddenly became a little embarrassed. Peter, you misunderstood. What? I'm just a little envious, although I have accepted that I am now appearance, but you know, people can be complicated sometimes, get it. Peter. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the building, Tony is meeting one of his best friends, Colonel James Lord. Tony was a little drunk and said, so, are you on their side? Help them seize my armor, Rhodes. Of course not, although I can't help myself, I am on your side. Rhodes frowned and looked at Tony. Tony, what's happened to you recently? This isn't like you, you're too indulgent. What? I've always been like this. Tony stood up and patted Rhodes on the shoulder. It's just a little drink. I'm still sober. I still have a lot of things to do and I won't waste my time on drinking. I know you very well. Are you hiding something from me? No, I'm fine. Tony paused before continuing. I have a good idea. Let's have a party tonight and party until dawn. You know that the military is preparing to deal with you at the next congressional hearing? You still have in the mood for a party. Rhodes almost shouted, but Tony still didn't care. They can't defeat me, I'm Iron Man. Oh no, Rhodes sighed helplessly and could only said. Actually, I came here with a condition for them. Tell me about it. They know that you have a special connection with Black Superman. If you are willing to provide Black Superman. No, Tony interrupted Rhodes directly. There's no need to talk about this. Starting to regain some feeling. Remember to come to my party tonight. Tony shouted while looking at the background where Rhodes was leaving. But Rhodes just waved his hand and left without looking back. Tony spread his hands, and then Natasha came over. Mr. Stark, Peter Parker is here. He is now in Dr. Connors's laboratory. The boy is here? It seems that Osborn's little secretary found him, but something went wrong. Okay, that's the next stop, Tony said. Natasha's eyes flashed. Okay, Mr. Stark. At this time, in the laboratory, Felicia, in order to comfort Connors and lighten the atmosphere, took the initiative to say, Dr. Connors, I think it's good for you to be like this. You have a stronger body and your body lines are perfect. Really? Felicia glanced at Peter, and after receiving a look of approval, she replied, yes, of course. Connors finally regained some of his mood. At this time, Tony also walked in from the door, and Natasha followed him in through some means. Hey, guys, it looks like we're all here. Tony put his arm around Natasha's waist and said, let me introduce you, this is my new assistant. Connors, who hadn't seen anyone for a long time, saw what he saw in front of him. The redhead became a little stiff, like an introvert. He didn't expect that Tony would suddenly bring outsiders in. Connors, genetic engineering cannot be without someone to talk about it. You will have to face it sooner or later. You have to let the world accept you. Tony said, isn't there still you? I think it's most appropriate for you to stand in front of the stage. Me. I may not be able to wait until that time. Tony did not say this sentence. No, as everyone knows, I am Steel Xia. There's no way I'm going to engage in biological genetic engineering without doing my job. This belongs to you, it's decided, and now I'm the boss. Tony made the decision directly, and then looked at Natasha beside him. Natasha was pretending to be shocked at this time. Mr. Stark, this is the lizard man. Yes, he is Connors. It's just a small problem. He's not bad. Tony saw this. Natasha's figure and appearance gave her a rare gentlemanly comfort, and she introduced Peter by the way. A very talented kid, I'm very optimistic about him. Peter just smiled politely and didn't say much. After saying hello, Tony finally walked into the laboratory. I heard that the secretary has been found? I'm curious, what problem can make you two so difficult? He paused in the middle of his words, the whole person froze in place. Felicia, who was sitting obediently on the chair, quickly stood up and said hello, Mr. Stark. She bowed and her ears twitched on her head. Tony. He turned around suddenly, grabbed Peter and walked back, saying, boy, if I remember correctly, she was originally Osborne's secretary to the board of directors, right? Yes, Mr. Stark. Then do you think she is interested in coming to work at Stark? I happen to be short of a secretary. Peter glanced at the widowed sister behind him. The sound of their conspiracy was not quiet, and it was impossible for Natasha not to hear it. She was looking over in disbelief. Mr. Stark, Miss Natasha. She is from the legal department. Pepper has been quarreling with me recently and wants to take her back. I don't think it's really easy to snatch her away. You is that right? Natasha. What do you mean? Was she being fucked? And without mercy or hesitation. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. She looked confused. She never thought that such a day would come to her. Just kidding, she is the famous Black Widow. She has always been the only one to take away other people's status. However, Natasha glanced at Felicia behind her and became a little silent. At this moment, she seemed to have a mental connection with Connors, both of whom were full of incomprehension about this wonderful genetic mutation. Why can it be so outrageous? At the same time, I felt a little bit more disgusted with Tony, who had never had a good impression of him. Tony, on the other hand, found it inconvenient for Peter to do this, and he had other things to do, so he couldn't put it off for the time being, and finally gave up the idea of recruiting Felicia. In desperation, he could only turn around, but Natasha directly distanced him with a polite yet embarrassing smile. It's not that Natasha is being cool. 99% of women wouldn't be able to give Tony a good look after going through this, and it would look weird if she licked him too much. Seeing this, Tony could only let Natasha go out first with a headache, and then several people discussed the issue about Felicia. The conclusion is that Felicia's cat-eared form has been stabilized and written into her genes. In other words, the children she gives birth to in the future will most likely inherit her characteristics. Meanwhile, other changes are mostly neutral to beneficial. For example, she now has an extra pair of ears, and her hearing has been greatly enhanced. But while his physique and agility were improved, he also acquired some cat characteristics. Peter shook the cat teaser in his hand, and Felicia couldn't help but rush out. That's about it. If it's developed well, it still has some potential. In the end, a few people just asked Felicia to come here for regular inspections and then let her go. She also said that during this time she wanted to take a break, accept and adapt to the changes in her body. However, after the matter came to an end for the time being, Tony did not let Peter go immediately. He took Peter to his spare laboratory and ordered, Jarvis, give him permission. Okay, sir. He actually directly gave Peter the right to use the laboratory. Mr. Stark, what are you? Nothing, kid. From now on, this laboratory is yours. This is a bit sudden. This is my usual style, Tony said, waving his hand in the air. The holographic projection said, Spider-Woman, she said you modified her spider silk? Good job. Is that why you gave me this chance? That's right. But it's still a little unreasonable. Don't worry about these things, come with me. Tony greeted Peter, opened a file, and said, I'm going to hold a Stark Expo. Time is a bit tight. I hope it can be held as soon as possible. Otherwise, the body may not be able to hold it. I will open up some permissions and hand over some of the work to you, and you will be responsible for completing them. With all due respect, Mr. Stark, maybe you can do it yourself and the progress will be much faster. No, there are other things. I can't waste too much time on this. Tony left, after minding his own business and giving Peter a lot of tasks. Of course, he also opened up a lot of permissions to Peter. Through this permission, Peter could learn a lot of Stark's cutting-edge technology and knowledge. This is something that ordinary people cannot touch in their lifetime. Peter sat alone at his desk, surrounded by 180 degrees projections of various operating interfaces. He thought for a while, stood up directly, and moved the entire Howard Expo map model in. Since you delivered it to your door yourself, I won't be polite. Gwen swayed on a spider's thread, crossed several blocks, and came to Hell's Kitchen again. Ever since she captured the rhinoceros that day, she would always come and patrol from time to time. Let's be honest, it's not the best place to fight crime. Although there are many gangs here, they have completely integrated into the place and become a part, even the main body, of Hell's Kitchen. Fighting against them here is not only a thankless problem, but to a certain extent, it is against everyone in this area. Its unique order is formed here. But Gwen had to come. In the past, she only knew that Kingpin was the underground king of New York and controlled many criminal groups, but that was all. However, after Rhino Man was imprisoned, she heard her father talk about a lot of the crimes Kingpin had committed and how much harm Kingpin's existence had caused. This gave her an idea to bring Kingpin to justice. Even though it will be difficult, she must try to do it to prevent more people from being harmed by Kingpin. During this time, she has been busy with this aspect. However, tonight, she met a somewhat unexpected figure. Felicia. Although the person in front of me was wearing a black leather coat and a black eye patch, and her temperament was very different from the Felicia in the past, the long cold white hair and cat-eared Gwen could not possibly admit your mistake. Oh, and there's a fluffy tail. Spider-Woman, thank you for saving me that day, Felicia said as the two stopped on the roof of a building. You're welcome, Gwen responded, and then asked curiously, why are you here? And she gestured to Felicia's clothes. And she's dressed like this. Peter said, you want to rest for a while. I don't know, Felicia said a little confused. I understand that the way I look now may give me a very unique advantage. The way those men look at me, everything is different, but this is not what I want. My life and relationships have been very seriously affected, and I have to cover myself tightly when I go out. She lightly touched the roof of the building with her hand. I found that I seem to like the night more. I like the freedom, and I like the feeling of traveling through the city at night. Maybe this is what they call the habits of cats? I don't know, Spider-Woman, this is not a good place. Gwen also told her about tracking down Kingpin. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Felicia asked directly, can I join you? Gwen was stunned for a moment. Well, this is very dangerous, Felicia. But now I have also become a superhuman, right? Look, I'm pretty dexterous, and I spent my childhood here, so I think I can help you. Why, Felicia? Maybe because of the money I once owed Kingpin? I paid back a lot of interest. After making a joke, Felicia said, I'm a little unclear about what I should do now and in the future. I think maybe I can learn something from you. You mean, do you want to be a superhero too? Gwen asked. Maybe this is also a good choice. Felicia looked at Gwen expectantly and asked, are you willing to be my teacher, Spider-Woman? No. Gwen didn't even think about it. I thought, and refused again and again. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. This made Felicia a little disappointed. Sorry. No, I didn't mean that. Gwen explained. I just think I'm not qualified to be someone else's teacher. I still have a lot of things I don't know about. Find out. Come on, she's just a high school student. How do you qualify to be Miss Felicia's teacher? Gwen definitely felt inadequate. She still regards herself as a fledgling novice, a hero motivated by interest, and puts herself in the position of a student. As everyone knows, in the eyes of many people, she is already an outstanding senior. Perhaps, you can learn from Mr. Stark. Gwen suggested. Stark? Felicia looked at Gwen with some resentment. Are you sure? He looked at me as if he wanted to eat me. Gwen also reacted, well, Stark Mr. Tucker is indeed inappropriate. What about Black Superman? In Gwen's eyes, Black Superman is undoubtedly the most powerful. This strength not only comes from his strength, but also from his clear, mature and firm ideas. At least, Gwen never felt that Black Superman was confused. He seemed to be moving firmly in one direction, even if it was dark. Black Superman also taught her some things. Even though these things were a bit extreme and contrary to her ideas, Gwen still learned a lot. But I don't know Black Superman at all, let alone where he is. Felicia said. It doesn't matter. I know him fairly well. If I have a chance to see him again, I will ask for you. Will he agree? Felicia said worriedly. You have to have confidence in yourself, Felicia. Black Superman is a man too. Gwen said confidently. This confidence infected Felicia. She nodded, and then said, then now. Okay, you come with me now. Gwen said. Of course, I am not your teacher. We are companions. You are so good, Spider-Woman. Felicia hugged Gwen so happily. Hey, Felicia, be gentle. Gwen tried to get Felicia to stop, but it didn't work. Felicia rubbed her affectionately. In desperation, she could only pet the big cat. At this moment, the spider sense suddenly sounded in her mind. Gwen quickly protected Felicia behind her. The next second, a dart hit her body, and was easily blocked by the vibranium suit. Who? Gwen immediately warned. But when the enemy saw that the attack was ineffective, they immediately lurked without giving them a chance. What are we going to do? Felicia also looked around. Her vision is also greatly improved at night, but enemies are better hidden. Unexpectedly, Gwen said directly, I have found him, and then launched an attack in a certain direction. Craven didn't expect that he would be exposed so soon, and he could only be forced to reveal his body. But he was also more excited at the same time. Spider-Woman. It seems that you have more hunter instinct than I thought. Very good, it seems that I made the right choice. Hunter instinct? What is that? Gwen asked. Cut him off. Sorry, I just turned on the thermal imaging sensor of the suit. Strictly speaking, Felicia in Marvel doesn't like Peter Parker, but Spider-Man. Heretic? Heretic? Spider-Woman, I am very disappointed in you. Relying on modern technology will only make your hunter instinct gradually dull. Craven roared in anger. This made both Gwen and Felicia feel a little baffled. Who are you? Why did you suddenly attack us? Gwen asked. Me? I'm Craven, a hunter. Craven calmed down and said. And you, Spider-Woman, is the target of my hunting this time. Well, he is there a problem? Felicia couldn't help but asked quietly. You have to get used to it, Felicia. You will always encounter people like this in this business. At least this time his skin color is not green. Gwen also whispered back. Oh, the two of them whispered to each other. That's enough. Craven directly interrupted the conversation between the two and said. You will regret your actions, Spider-Woman, start hunting from now on. This made Gwen become slightly more solemn. It seems that he is no longer a friend or an enemy. She reminded Felicia, focusing more on her guard. Then, she saw Craven, who had vowed to start a war just a second ago, turned around and ran away. The two of them froze on the spot, not understanding what was happening with this hunter who suddenly appeared and then ran away. Do you often encounter this? Felicia asked. I have to say, this is my first time, Gwen replied. However, what Gwen didn't know was that her nightmare had just begun. At this time, Craven escaped from the two and returned to the place where he met Medak. Is this what you call hunting? Medak mocked mercilessly. You were caught immediately and then ran away in despair. What kind of hunter are you? Craven's performance just now was nothing short of extraordinary. When, even he can't stand it anymore. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. But Craven just said calmly. I didn't have any chance of winning just now, so I stayed here to wait for death. Since there is no chance of winning, you still dare to utter wild words about hunting Spider-Woman. I admit that Spider-Woman is indeed much more powerful than I thought. It is precisely because she is powerful that she is more valuable for hunting. Then what are you going to do? I must find a way to make Spider-Woman take off her clothes. Her battlesuit. Craven took out a dart and said. I don't know what material that suit is made of, but I just tested it, and my hunter instinct told me that I absolutely can't break through it. Defense. That is a high-tech suit, which provides most of Spider-Woman's combat power. Medak also did not expect that Craven could analyze so many things just through the contact, and these are still feasible. He finally picked up his interest and said, but it's not easy, Craven. This is the most interesting part of hunting, isn't it? Craven showed a cruel smile. I have also encountered many people before. There are many prey that are stronger and more agile than me, but they all died in my hands. No matter how powerful the prey is, it will have its weaknesses, and what I have to do is to obtain more information step by step. Attack, press hard, make the prey exhausted, expose its weaknesses, and then, kill it with one blow. Now, Medak finally felt that Craven might be able to bring him a huge surprise, and he was happy said. If you need anything, just ask, Mr. Kingpin will support you, then I'm welcome. My equipment needs to be updated. At the same time, I also need some of your manpower. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Because of the acceptance they didn't meet each other again for a few days after coming down, and the matter of Hunter Craven was quickly put into the back of Gwen's mind. She now spends more energy on training Felicia. After all, this was her first time leading the heroic juniors, so of course she had to be more attentive. Therefore, in the past 2 days, she taught Felicia many little tricks that she had summarized and discovered through words and deeds. Felicia also learned quickly. She had already focused her life on her identity as the Black Cat at night. She felt that when she traveled through the night, her body and mind were greatly liberated. And those who can be Osborn's sensible secretary on their own, once they are serious, their learning ability will not be too bad. Even some combat skills can be mastered very quickly because of Felicia's excellent agility, balance, and body flexibility. Even Gwen felt. Felicia, maybe you can consider trying to develop your own fighting style. Really? Is it too fast? Of course not. I taught you these. I originally developed it based on my own abilities, and it is not completely suitable for you. And, Gwen squinted her eyes and looked down, just in time, another group has arrived for you to practice. I saw the bottom A group of gangsters passed by on the street, belonging to Kingpin, and they seemed to be transporting some goods. In the past 2 days, I don't know if it was because of Felicia's joining, but Gwen obviously found that her chances of meeting Kingpin's men had increased, which made her quite excited. However, most of them are minions and I haven't been able to find any useful information. She and Felicia quickly went down to deal with it. Originally, Gwen thought this time was just like usual, just an ordinary encounter. But unexpectedly, after she eliminated the last gangster, Felicia next to her suddenly let out a cry of pain. Gwen quickly looked around and found that Felicia had actually been hit by an arrow. Fortunately, Felicia was still smart and avoided the vital point, and the arrow only hit her thigh. Gwen has encountered many enemies using firearms, but she has never seen one using a bow. After all, firearms are more than one order of magnitude better than bows and arrows in terms of firepower and convenience. Unless you are someone who is particularly confident in yourself, it is impossible to use a bow and arrow. This also resulted in Gwen not being familiar with dealing with this kind of injury. Are you okay, Felicia? Gwen checked Felicia's wounds and then frowned. The arrow was very powerful and embedded itself deeply into the wound. And, what's worse is, Spider-Woman, I feel a little strange, the wound is a little numb. Felicia said. Damn, is it poisoned? Gwen quickly looked around. Even if the infrared scanning and thermal imaging of the suit were turned on, he could not find the enemy. It seemed that he ran away after shooting an arrow. This made her feel very bad. The enemy seemed to have premeditated it, and most importantly, her spider sense just now had no warning. But now she didn't think too much about it. Gwen said. Felicia, just hold on, I'll take you back now. She didn't dare to pull out the arrow. She knew with her head that this would be even worse. She could only break the arrow body, and then picked up Felicia. Swing up the spider silk as fast as possible. Where are we going? Felicia also hugged Gwen and asked. Gwen had already calmed down after a brief period of confusion. She remembered that not long after she became Spider-Woman, she was accidentally injured by a vulture for the first time. Fortunately, Peter was there at the time and helped bandage her wound. Of course, there are two other places to choose from, Osborn and Stark, but you need to ask for help before going. Summoning Mr. Harry and Mr. Stark is much more troublesome. Compared to these two places, Peter is not only closer, but also more convenient. Instinctively, Gwen also trusted Peter more. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to let Peter deal with it urgently first, and then contact other people depending on the situation. Gwen made a decision and said to Felicia, go to a friend of mine. How? Midak asked Craven. Successful, Craven made an archery motion. One hit, and the prey can't escape. After many cannon fodder tests in the past few days, Craven was roughly sure that Spider-Woman in the spider suit was no weakness, at least not for him. With his methods, it was impossible to cause effective harm. But that didn't bother him. If there is no weakness, create a weakness. Since you can't find it in Spider-Woman, let's look for it from the people around her. In this way, the black cat becomes Spider-Woman's weakness. Craven lurked early tonight, using his hunting skills honed to perfection over the years, to bury himself thoroughly and avoid Gwen's spider sense. Only in this way can one arrow hit Felicia. But this is not enough. Craven was not satisfied. This weakness is not enough for him to kill Spider-Woman with one blow and completely succeed in hunting. Therefore, he still needs to lurk and press hard to consume Spider-Woman's mental energy. Craven smiled cruelly. That arrow will lead me to find more weaknesses of Spider-Woman. On the other side, Gwen finally returned to Peter's bedroom window while dangling spider silk. She knocked on the window. Peter, hurry. Felicia needs you to take a look. Come in. Peter frowned and opened the window. You should really pay attention to your schedule. Staying up late will make you look ugly. Two ladies. Gwen put Felicia on the single sofa. Sorry, Peter, to bother you so late, but I'm the only one at this moment. Peter sighed, although he had already seen through the clairvoyance he saw Felicia's injury clearly, but still said, let me take a look, what happened to her? Gwen gave a rough summary of what happened tonight. So, you just brought Felicia here? Peter asked. Gwen was stunned for a moment. Is there any problem? Peter took out the medical kit. Since the last time, he had prepared a deluxe version of the military first aid kit to deal with the situation at hand. He asked Felicia to lie down without making a sound, and began to treat the wound. He said to Gwen, since the other party obviously had a premeditated plan, it is even more impossible just to shoot Felicia with a cold arrow, right? It's more likely that I want to follow the clues, and catch something. How is that possible? Gwen came back to her senses, a little in disbelief. Among the opponents she had fought, the Green Goblin, Lizard Man, and Electro were all not good at tactical arrangements. To a certain extent, they were all reckless, which resulted in her not having any awareness in this regard. And if this is true, then she brought Felicia back recklessly. Gwen looked at Peter fiercely. Then she just harmed Peter by bringing Felicia here. No, even worse. Because her family and Peter's family all live here. She personally put her family and friends in danger. Gwen stood there blankly. This huge blow made her feel suffocated, and she could not recover for a long time. Spider-Woman, Spider-Woman. It wasn't until Peter's voice rang in her ears that she reacted and said, Peter, what's wrong? As she spoke, she realized that her voice was a little fragile. Peter looked at her and said, I have taken out the arrowhead from Felicia's wound, but the toxin cannot be cleaned out under the current conditions, and the specific effect cannot be clarified. I have informed Harry that we are now I have to go to Osborn again, it's faster there. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Everything was arranged in an orderly manner in an instant. Gwen breathed a sigh of relief and blamed herself extremely. I'm sorry, Peter, I didn't expect. Don't blame yourself. Spider-Woman, this is not your fault, you have done a good job. Peter comforted with a gentle voice. The other party's arrows are very vicious, he is a veteran. If you hadn't brought Felicia here immediately, it would have been worse later. It's difficult to handle. This brought a warm sunshine into Gwen's originally gloomy heart. Thank you, you're so kind, Peter. If she weren't still wearing the spider suit, she would have wanted to hug him right now, bury him in Peter's arms, and enjoy his gentle caress. Felicia, who was obviously an injured person but was inexplicably thrown aside and ate a mouthful of weird dog food. She looked confused. Because she knew that Peter and Spider-Woman knew each other, she was not too surprised when she found out that Spider-Woman had brought her to Peter's place. Including Peter's series of magical operations in the future, she was not surprised after seeing Peter chatting and laughing with Connors and Stark about her situation. But, wasn't Peter with Gwen? Why does he look a little different from Spider-Woman now? This atmosphere is so strange. Felicia's heart suddenly became serious. She knew it was strange that she suddenly cared about this now, and maybe she was overthinking it, but she glanced at the two of them, and if it was true, it would be too dangerous. Neither Peter nor Gwen noticed Felicia's complicated thoughts. They were discussing how to get to Osborne Tower at this time. You take Felicia there first, I'll find a way to get there myself, Peter said, but Gwen completely disagreed. No, Peter, let alone the possibility that you might be targeted, it is very dangerous for you to go out alone in the middle of the night. X3. In the end, Peter could only propose it. Let's drive. Where did you get the car? Gwen asked. Peter glanced at her. You'll find out soon. Then, Gwen watched Peter easily pry open her father's car and get into the driver's seat with ease. Come up, you two, if you drag it down, you'll be fine. It's daybreak. Gwen, wouldn't this be bad? She asked tentatively. Felicia nodded frantically. This is a police car. Peter must be too brave. Besides, do you have a driver's license? She also asked. It's okay. This car belongs to me. I just need to return it in time. Peter started the car and answered Gwen's question first, then looked at Felicia. Don't worry, my driving skills are pretty good. Come on. You two, you don't want to go too late, right? You are superheroes, why don't you borrow a police car in an emergency? But this is the city police chief's car. Gwen added silently in her heart, then I got into the car while silently saying I'm sorry, Dad. Seeing this, Felicia could only follow. The police car sped out at high speed. The streets were already quiet at night, and the speed of the car never slowed down after it went up. A young police officer on the night shift saw someone racing in the city and was about to stop him. Unexpectedly, he was patted on the head by the old police officer next to him. Asshole, you first look at what the car is talking about. The young traffic policeman looked at it and said, it's one of our own, so that's even more unacceptable. Snap. The young traffic policeman received another slap and looked at the old police chief aggrievedly. The old police chief just said slowly, remember this car. If you want to be promoted in the future, just mind your own business. In this way, the three Gwens arrived at Osborne in less than half the time. Building. Dedicated to those little cuties who persist until now _3. Harry had been waiting for a long time, and after greeting Peter and others, he couldn't help but cast his eyes on Felicia. Not that I have any ideas. It's just that in the past few days, although the two of them have exchanged information, and Harry also knows about Felicia's situation, this is the first time he has seen her with his own eyes. Felicia, you've changed so much, he said. Girls with real cat ears are always a novelty. Felicia touched her furry and somewhat sensitive ears on her head and said, Mr. Osborne, I would rather not have this change. No, I mean, not only your appearance, I feel that your temperament has also changed a lot. I might not be able to recognize you if you weren't here. Harry explained, leading a few people all the way to the laboratory. Here, Peter helped Felicia clean up the wound thoroughly and said, although you are all in strong physical condition now, it is best not to do any strenuous exercise in the next few days. Then, he did another test. After looking at the toxin left on the arrowhead, I quickly came to the conclusion. This toxin is somewhat similar to an anesthetic and can cause nerve paralysis. Although it can cause corrosion and ulceration if not treated in time, it is generally not too fatal. However, I detected some other elements in it. It's a bit like perfume, which will cause the infected person to continuously emit a signal for a period of time. Gwen immediately reacted, it's tracking. That's right. Peter replied. Harry was a little confused. What's going on? Gwen then told Peter's speculation. It doesn't matter from my side. Don't tell me that Osborne's security staff are not vegetarians. Harry showed the muscles on his arms. Remember, I'm not much worse than you now. I understand. Gwen looked at Peter. I'm mainly worried about you. Peter, I've been spending most of my time with Stark recently, so I don't need to worry too much. Peter said. But what about other times? You're too nervous, Spider-Woman. The other person is not like Electro, who wants to kill me like crazy. But, Spider-Woman, I also think you are a bit too much. I'm nervous, Felicia said at the right time. She felt something was wrong between the two of them now. If you are really worried, I have nothing to do recently, so I can serve as Peter's bodyguard, she said. Even if something happens, I think I can delay it for a while. Gwen frowned, instinctively feeling some not so good. After all, she was with Peter at other times on weekdays. But Felicia also had good intentions, and she couldn't find a reason to refuse. That's fine. Because Harry had known for a long time that Gwen was Spider-Woman, he was preconceptions and could not understand Felicia's complicated mood. Instead, he felt a little happy watching the two of them entangled like this. Logically speaking, he is on Peter's side and should tell Peter about this, but Gwen doesn't have any ill intentions and is still Peter's girlfriend. It is a bit inappropriate for him to get involved in the young couple's affairs. In short, for various reasons next, he chose silence. In the end, it was Peter who spoke first. So, who is the enemy this time? Do you have any impression, Spider-Woman? I have been investigating Kingpin's affairs recently. If it is possible to offend anyone, it is only possible. It's him, Gwen said. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Very good, do you have a more specific identity? A more specific identity. Gwen frowned and thought, and suddenly a rugged man wearing a mink jacket and leopard print tights appeared in her mind. I remember, get up. It's Craven, Hunter Craven. She quickly told what happened that night. He said he would launch a hunt for me. Hunting. Peter held the arrow and looked at it. That's quite appropriate. I underestimated him. Gwen was a little annoyed. I thought he was just a freak. The enemies we have encountered so far are all monsters. Isn't it a fetus? Peter said. Gwen thought deeply. Well, then what should I do? I don't know why. She is obviously not stupid, but when Peter is around, she always relies on him unconsciously. From some unknown time, Peter started to look a bit like her external brain. Just wait. Peter said. He is a hunter. Since this is a hunt, he will definitely take action again. Peter's words came true. The next day, Craven attacks Gwen. And, similarly, there was no prompt from the spider sense. Fortunately, Gwen was not injured due to the vibranium suit. After she reacted, she wanted to fight back immediately, but Craven was very cunning. After he succeeded in the attack, he turned around and ran away without giving Gwen a chance to attack. In this way, such raids continued for a period of time, and the time and number of attacks were also erratic, with no rules at all. The methods are even more diverse. It would be okay if the attack was only directed at her personally, as the vibranium suit would be enough to block all damage to her. But Craven will also attack innocent people from time to time, setting traps, bombs, and poisons. This left Gwen exhausted and had to spend a lot of energy on guard. She has never faced such an opponent. In terms of strength and physique, both the Lizard Man and the Electric Man were much stronger than Craven, but at this time Gwen felt that Craven was extremely troublesome. Maybe, this is called hunting? Gwen suddenly realized something. She understood that she seemed to be a prey waiting to be slaughtered just as Craven said. Craven, on the other hand, had already weaved a trap and raised his butcher knife, waiting for her to fall into it step by step. This left Gwen breathless. She even tried to give up her identity as Spider-Woman temporarily and return to her life. She thought that as long as he lost his target, Craven would be unable to hunt, right? Craven then attacks the school, like the lizard man he once was. The New York police had already been dispatched, and George could not just sit back and watch his dear daughter being bullied. But Craven is the top hunter and a master tactician. He is naturally proficient in anti-reconnaissance technology, not to mention that he is not alone and is supported by Kingpin's powerful logistics force. Gwen could only continue fighting, dealing with Craven's attacks one at a time. Then, she discovered that the location of Craven's attack was getting closer and closer to her home and her living place, which seemed to mean something. Until one day, the nightmare came true. Gwen was attacked again. This time there was no sudden explosion of powerful flames, no fatal and dangerous toxins, and no threat to the lives of innocent people, but it caused Gwen to fall into the abyss. A simple dart came with a photo of Gwen Stacy and Peter together. On the back it says, I found you, Spider-Woman. Wuo, Sanjiang Waterloo, brothers. In the bedroom, Felicia lay lazily on the single sofa, playing with the sharp claws on the hands of her new suit. Thrust out, withdraw, thrust out, withdraw. After that night, Harry used the resources at his disposal to tailor-make a new suit for her. Of course, this doesn't come without a price. Just like Iron Man is Stark's superhero, Felicia will also be labeled as Osborn for a period of time. During this time, she said she was acting as Peter Parker's personal bodyguard, but Peter was not attacked by Craven. Before acquiring Gwen's identity, Craven only knew that Peter Parker was Spider-Woman's assistant. Peter may be one of Spider-Woman's weaknesses, but it's no different than her other weaknesses. This wasn't enough to kill Craven with one blow. Therefore, he did not launch an attack rashly, but continued to involve him, consuming Gwen's energy. This resulted in Felicia not only not being of use, but also eating and drinking at Peter's place for a while. Regarding this, Felicia was also very confident. I have been working hard to protect you during this period. Isn't it normal for you to provide for my food? This guy is becoming more and more like a cat. It was obviously not like this before. Peter sighed in his heart. Perhaps a little bored, Felicia suddenly gossiped. By the way, aren't you with Gwen? Or with Spider-Woman? What happened with Spider-Woman? What do you think of Spider-Woman? It's not normal? Especially her. I can feel that she must have extraordinary feelings for you. You are quite perceptive. Don't change the topic. Please answer my question, Peter Parker. Peter just looked at you and Fang said unhurriedly, I was just about to say, since you are so keen, haven't you noticed Spider-Woman's identity yet? Spider-Woman's identity. Felicia showed a confused expression. At this moment, Gwen returned to the bedroom wearing a spider suit. Spider-Woman. Felicia called out in confusion. Then, she saw Gwen suddenly throw herself on Peter and hug him tightly. Spider-Woman. Felicia's whole body exploded. After Gwen received the dart with the photo attached, she waited. Sure enough, soon Craven came to the door. The famous Spider-Woman's true identity is actually just a 12th grade student, which is really surprising. Craven said, "What do you want to do, Craven?" Gwen clenched her fists and asked. "Nothing, just, don't you think it's unfair?" "What? You and I both have hunter instincts. This ability allows us to predict danger, surpass ordinary people, and become the top hunters. So, he can trick the spider sense?" Gwen's eyes narrowed slightly. I saw Craven continue to say, "But, you are wearing this high-tech armor. You have abandoned your hunter instinct and made my hunting boring. So, I have a proposal." He finally tried to Kying dagger saw. "How about you take off this battle suit and let's have an upright hunt. In an upright manner." "That's right, if you don't use the suit, I won't attack." Gwen stepped west, Craven said. What he wants is a perfect and enjoyable hunt. Attacking Gwen's family will only make Gwen more miserable and angry. In other words, it will only anger the prey and make it fight to the death. This is dangerous. It is what a hunter should do to use these weaknesses to intimidate, make prey fearful, or even expose greater weaknesses. Craven chose to ban the vibranium suit. Nothing else, because this is so foul. During this period of time, Gwen was not only worried, but he was also in trouble. Spider-Woman is like a fortress covered in a turtle shell. Sharp weapons, firearms, and explosions are ineffective. Even poison gas and the suit have an internal circulation filtration system to deal with it. Not getting any positive feedback is why Craven is so boring. He hated the vibranium suit. Only by removing this plugin can the hunt continue. And when she heard Craven's conditions, Gwen also felt relieved. Not using the new suit is not unacceptable. Although she would be in more danger, Peter and his family would be safer. She asked for it, almost without any hesitation. "I promise you." "Very good," Craven said happily, "looking forward to meeting you next time, Spider-Woman. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights." He left quickly, and Gwen also dragging his exhausted body and mind back to Peter's bedroom. Then, there was the scene just now. Felicia's pupils were shaking. "Spider-Woman, you, how could you do this?" She looked at Peter again, and saw that not only did Peter not refuse, but he put his arm around Spider-Woman's waist and stroked her head to comfort her. She looked up at the sky. "It's over, both of them." "Felicia, you still can't guess it." Peter had to ask back. Felicia calmed down and looked back and forth at Peter and Gwen many times before suddenly realizing. I'm going out to get some fresh air." She lowered her head in shame and dragged her tail out to enjoy the air. "So, you already knew." Buried in Peter's arms, Gwen said with a little complaint. "Hey, isn't this because I'm afraid that you'll disturb you when you play superhero and make you unhappy?" "Humph, I'm very unhappy now." Gwen hugged her tighter and said. "Oh my god, so, Peter, you always knew it was me? It's me who has always helped. It's all you." I said, "I will wait until the day you are willing to say it. It's okay if I don't say this, but when I say it Gwen even more angry." "Okay, so you have been laughing at my jokes from the beginning, right?" Gwen was extremely embarrassed. "I thought you were in vain. What did you think of me?" Gwen he stuffed his head into Peter's arms like an ostrich and stopped talking. Exhausted physically and mentally from being tortured by Craven, and having her identity exposed, Gwen collapsed for a moment and rushed into Peter's arms with abandonment. She desperately needs a place where her soul can rest. However, although she was resting now, she seemed to have accidentally discovered that something bigger was coming. Peter? He actually knew her identity all along? God, she just wants to live in another universe now. How did Peter realize that her Gwen was too lazy to worry about it? When she thought that everything she did these days was seen by Peter, she was filled with shame and anger. Pretending to meet for the first time, chatting on a small account, and occasionally flirting. She suddenly felt that life was meaningless. "You're tired, let's destroy it." "That's not okay." Well, while Peter was talking, Gwen had already taken off her mask and kissed him. In addition to the extreme shame caused by the exposure of her death, countless strong emotions also burst out along with the confession of her identity. Gwen and Spider-Woman, the conflicts and love between their two identities have become the fuel of their romance. Maybe he also wants to muddle through. After a long time, Gwen took a rest and gasped, "Peter, thank you. It seems that Craven has put a lot of pressure on you." "Yes, I can't breathe now." Gwen curled up in Peter's arms meekly. She already had great trust and attachment to Peter, but now that her identity was revealed, she no longer had any scruples, and she spoke out many words that she could only keep in her heart. "I have never encountered such a difficult opponent. He even found my true identity. I'm scared because you, Mom and Dad, Uncle Ben, they are hurt." "Peter, you said did I do something wrong by being a hero? Remember Electro? He wanted to kill you, so I killed him with my own hands. Well, although I couldn't really kill him, but I did kill him after all. My heart, I'm also a little scared. Next time I encounter a similar situation, I won't be able to help it. I'm afraid that I will become someone else. You know what? Peter, I started out as a spider. Female, it was just to test my ability. It wasn't until you told me that I was inspired to help others that I felt the responsibility for the first time." She talked a lot until she felt sleepy, and then she fell asleep in Peter's arms with great peace of mind. Go. Of course, what needs to be faced still needs to be faced. After waking up, Gwen left the vibranium suit here and set off again. But this time, she was filled with electricity by Peter, and her heart was extremely fulfilled. So, I'm the only one left now. Watching Gwen leave, Peter put the vibranium suit back into the file box. Why are you the only one left? Felicia, who had been out for a long time, came back with a resentful look on her face. It's nothing, but you don't have to work hard to protect me from now on. Huh? Why? Craven has already made a declaration of war with Gwen. He will not attack us. Felicia was a little stunned. Stop, Furry Ears stood up. What's wrong? Peter asked. Felicia's expression became serious and she said tentatively, I don't think it's very safe. What if the other party breaks the agreement? Just in case, should I protect you for a while longer? Peter, good guy, you are addicted to eating and drinking, aren't you? Good news, the lockdown is lifted. This chapter was so difficult to write. I wrote it until 3 o'clock last night, and got up early this morning to revise it. Peter naturally couldn't let Felicia's ill-intentioned attempts succeed, so he simply and rudely let the big cat pack up and leave. So much so that when Felicia climbed through the window, she was still cursing and calling Peter ruthless. Peter shook his head, counting the time. Tony's side is almost there, right? Stark Tower. Tony looked at the messy hall after the party. Just like in the original version, he stole the show at the recent hearing, causing a huge disgrace to the military and Hammer Industries. But at the same time, he finally couldn't bear it and had a big fight with Rhodes, who was wearing a steel armor at the party, and gave him armor by default. Pepper came over and looked at Tony at this moment, feeling indescribably complicated. She was angry at the ridiculous things done by the billionaires in front of her, and at the same time, she felt a little distressed. In an accident, she learned about Tony's palladium poisoning. Naturally, she couldn't help but worry about her boss. At the same time, she also didn't understand. Since the palladium poisoning was caused by the steel suit, wouldn't it be fine as long as you don't wear it? She still doesn't quite understand what Iron Man means to Tony. This also led to a quarrel between her and Tony, and she even proposed to leave her job at one point. But she didn't leave after all. How should I put it? Even though Tony was ridiculous, after taking care of him for so many years, she couldn't let go. When Tony saw Pepper, he cheered up and cursed, damn it, that guy Rhodes, don't think I can forgive him. Then he asked Pepper, who has been the CEO of Stark Industries during this time, how do you feel? Of course it's not an easy thing, especially with a boss like you. Of course, Pepper said angrily. Haha. Tony laughed dryly and said, since you're tired, why not take a vacation? This made Pepper a little stunned. What? What kind of vacation? Didn't you say you were tired? I think, even if you are a CEO, you should take a vacation for yourself sometimes, right? Let me think about it. It will only last for a month. Tony began to talk to himself. Go to Europe, go to Sipua in Venice. Tony Hotel, remember? We've been there, it's a good vacation place. Tony. Pepper finally interrupted him unbearably and asked, are you really going to just wear that steel armor like this? Buried. Tony fell silent. He said, I am Iron Man. I can't give up the armor. That would be equivalent to giving up myself. But, you are really going to die, Tony. In fact, there is no way out. Tony teased turn on the holographic projection, and information about the serum and biological armor appeared inside. But the condition is that I must turn into a green monster, or a madman with a second personality in my head. You know, Pepper, I can't accept it. This is also not my way. Tony stood up and looked at Pepper. In the last period of time, I think, I want to spend it with you, Pepper. Spend it with me. Pepper suddenly said. I was stunned, and I couldn't believe my ears. Please, why me? In your plan, isn't there a birthday party? Isn't there a World Expo of your own? That's not important. Perhaps because he knew that his death was approaching, Tony was a little bit upset and directly expressed the thoughts that had been hidden in his heart for a long time and were always contradictory. I just want to be with you now. You know you. What are you talking about? Tony. Pepper's eyes widened and she confirmed. Of course. Tony spread his hands and said self-destructively. I gave everything away. Rhodes, he will inherit my steel armor and become Iron Man in my place. It doesn't matter what kind of steel it is. He inherits my iron will to survive. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Peter Parker? He is a very smart boy. Considering my short lifespan, I reluctantly admit that he may not lose to me, or even surpass me. I gave him my wisdom and put all the scientific and technological information in the computer. As for how much he can learn during this period, it's up to him. Anyway, I can't teach him step by step. As for the last thing, Tony looked back at Pepper. She was stunned from ear to ear by Tony's words. I will hand over Stark Industries to you, Pepper. You finish what I haven't finished for me. The cause will completely transform Stark into a clean energy company that will benefit mankind. No, this is too crazy. Crazy? Yes, I like this word. In this way, I will die with no regrets. Tony stretched out his hand in front of him and snapped his fingers. I am Steel Hero. Tony admitted that if he wasn't about to die, he wouldn't have said these words or done these actions. This is enough to kill him for a lifetime. But, his life is coming to an end anyway, so who cares? So, can we go on vacation now? He asked. Pepper agreed. Faced with Tony's disgusting confession and the most expensive confession gift in the world, she had no ability to refuse. Perhaps because he finally spoke out his inner thoughts, Tony felt relieved. At this moment, Jarvis suddenly informed him. Sir, I think you'd better go to Peter Parker's laboratory now. Oh, what happened to him? Tony was in a good mood and said. For the sake of me dying, no matter what he broke, I won't blame him. Sir, he didn't break anything. Break anything? What's the matter? You'll understand if you go and see for yourself. Peter said he wanted to give you a surprise. Well, it's interesting that you were hesitant today, Javi. Tony didn't think much and went straight to the laboratory. There was a model of his father's Howard World's Fair placed in the laboratory. He just glanced at it and didn't think much about it. After all, the task he gave Peter was also the World Expo. Boy, Jarvis said you had a surprise for me? I hope you can really surprise me. I'm not sure, Mr. Stark. I just discovered an interesting new thing. Now the most important thing is the interesting thing is my vacation with Pepper. Come on, show me. Tony said nonchalantly. Okay. Peter waved his hand, and the holographic projection directly projected the entire World Expo model, then dismantled it, reassembled it, and finally formed a spherical object. Mr. Stark, I discovered this while observing your father's Expo model. I was a little curious, so I gave it a try. Well, you really gave me a surprise. Tony looked at Peter. The holographic projection ball in the hand. He knows what's going on, so he can naturally see that this is a new elemental structure, a structure that has never been seen before. Of course, although he was surprised, that was all. Although this can be said to be an era-changing discovery, the characteristics and functions of the new element are still unknown, and he will only know it after inspection and deduction. Instead, he was even more puzzled as to why his irresponsible father's World Expo model could assemble such a thing. Therefore, Tony quickly turned around and ordered Jarvis to take over the laboratory and start testing, while Peter stepped aside in cooperation and watched him perform. At first, Tony's expression was normal, with a hint of surprise, curiosity, and a hint of excitement. But as Jarvis tested and analyzed, his expression began to become serious, and he watched attentively. Until finally, when all the data came out, Tony sat on the chair with his eyes wide open, feeling confused for the first time. Jarvis said bluntly, Sir, after testing, this new element seems to be able to stop talking. Tony interrupted Jarvis' report with a wave of his hand. He wiped his face heavily with his hand and said, I really want to die now. Even though Tony said so, death cannot really happen. He regretted it now, regretting why he couldn't hold it back and said those words to Pepper. As long as I can bear to take those words to the grave, it will be fine. Now he is fine, he has his life, and so does Pepper. He has gained everything, but he has only lost his moral integrity. Damn, what about iron will, inheritance of wisdom, benefiting mankind? His lips were trembling. Mr. Stark, are you okay? Peter asked concernedly. Tony opened his mouth. For a moment, he didn't know whether to say that it was okay, so he could only change the subject and said, Okay, kid, you have done a great job. Do you know what you have done? You helped humanity has opened a new era and saved my life. I think this should be the credit of Mr. Howard. I think his World Expo model was accurately calculated. These words made Tony silent for an instant. At this time, Tony hadn't seen the video that Howard left for him, so he naturally didn't understand Howard's expectations of him and blamed Howard. So, he has been dead for 20 years, and I still have to rely on him to save my life. Is this a demonstration to me? Tony felt unspeakably irritated. With all due respect, sir, it seems that the current existing technology cannot synthesize new elements. Jarvis reminded him in time. But when Tony heard this, he just sneered, I will do it, I am stronger than him. He directly pulled Peter up and said, Boy, let you take a ride in my luxury sports car. Then, the two of them sat at high speed. The sports car soared 160 yards and returned to Tony's mansion. Come up quickly, we have to redecorate my villa. Tony greeted Peter to come in. Jarvis also controlled the robotic arm and waved to Peter, Hello, Peter. Then, the two of them started demolishing the house without saying much. That's right, pick up the hammer and hit the marked place. Oh, boy, your strength is not bad. Tony looked at Peter with a hammer and smashed through the wall of his house with a look of amazement. I work out regularly, Mr. Stark, Peter replied. Well, ask your fitness instructor to contact me tomorrow. Okay, now we have to connect the cables. Is the electrical box underground? Yes, smash the floor as well. I just want to replace it with a new one. No problem, I'm very good at this. There are also coils. You have to be careful with these. Move all these debris here. The coils must be level enough for the prism accelerator to work. Is that so? Yes, well done. The production is completed. Now we are ready to start. Under Tony's instructions, everything was finally ready. Tony looked at the huge prism accelerator in front of him and understood that success or failure depended on this. I will succeed. He took a deep breath and opened the valve. A large amount of electricity was concentrated into the coil, dialed in layer by layer, and finally condensed into a laser beam, which was refracted through the prism and shot on the triangle in the center of the device. In an instant, the triangle was completely transformed and emitted a dazzling light. Tony picked up the triangle with tweezers, its new element glowing with a wonderful light. Congratulations, sir, you created a new element. Jarvis congratulated. Yes, that's right, I won. Tony called Peter over and said, boy, here is half of you. On the other hand, after returning to the legal department, Natasha lost a lot of contact with Tony. Opportunity. Now she relies more on the reaction of her immediate boss, Pepper, to obtain information. Today, Pepper's reaction was very strange. It exudes a smell that is both sweet and sour, but also sad. What's wrong with you, Miss Pepper? Natasha asked casually while handing over the documents. It's nothing, of course. Pepper couldn't tell the outside world about Tony's situation at will. He just said, I may have to take a leave of absence for a while. Are you taking a leave? With all due respect, as the CEO, without you, a lot of our work will come to a standstill. Don't worry, I will arrange it. Of course, you may have to work hard for a while. No, it won't, Natasha responded to her boss with a smile, with a look of disdain on her face. Any exception occurs. But as soon as she left the office, the expression on her face returned to its cold expression. As she walked, she contacted Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. What's wrong, Black Widow? Fury asked on the other end of the communication. It's nothing, it's just that I think we can close the net. Oh, Tony Stark has been in a very wrong state recently, giving up on himself, and today Pepper suddenly decided to take a leave. I think something must have changed for them. It's not good to delay it any longer. Where are the others? Bruce Banner is too mysterious. After he came to Stark, he has been reclusive and has almost no contact with other people except his girlfriend Betty. I only have a small amount of information. He seems to be still persisting in his meditation training, maybe trying to control his emotions. It's no different from before. Oh, as for Connors, except for green skin, he has nothing special. I think you can even unfollow. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. I understand. Nick Fury listened to the news and pondered. I will try to contact Tony Stark. His father still has something left with me. Gwen swung up the spider silk and landed on the roof of a building, then habitually alerted the surroundings. This was a skill she had honed after various games and battles with Kraven during this period. She squatted down with her limbs touching one point, looking at the brightly lit city, feeling a little distressed. Without the vibranium suit, Gwen faces more severe challenges and must be more careful in facing attacks from Kraven. The two have fought several times, and as expected, Gwen lost more than she won. Perhaps, Kraven's strength and speed are not as good as Gwen, but his skills and tactical abilities, which he has honed to the extreme for decades, are not something Gwen can easily make up for. In particular, he possesses a hunter's instinct similar to spider sense, which has also been honed to a higher level. If it weren't for his excellent physical fitness, Gwen might have failed even more miserably. Even though Gwen is growing rapidly and absorbing knowledge from the enemy, this is far from enough. At this moment, Gwen suddenly became alert, and her body instinctively turned around and punched. However, this punch did not work and was successfully blocked in midair. Only then did Gwen see the person clearly. He had a dark bat mask. Black Superman. Peter let go of Gwen's wrist and said, not bad, there is some progress. Sorry, Black Superman, I didn't know it was you. Gwen quickly stopped and explained awkwardly. Peter didn't pay attention and just said, you seem to be in some trouble. Yes, Gwen hesitated for a moment and then replied, I encountered a difficult opponent. She didn't understand. Why did Black Superman suddenly appear here? Then, she heard Black Superman say, do you need me to teach you how to deal with him? What? Gwen was stunned. But before she could make any sense, the next moment, there was a roar in her head, and the spider sense sent out an extremely dangerous signal, urging her to run away quickly. The source of danger is the Black Superman in front of him. Gwen had never encountered such an intensity of spider sense. She covered her head and said with some difficulty, hey, what are you doing? However, Superman did not reply to her, but still stimulated the spider sense. This gave Gwen an instant urge to run away, but Black Superman suddenly said at this moment, don't you want to defeat him? This made Gwen pause and stop abruptly. Beat who? Kraven? Of course I want to. Then hold on. Gwen didn't know why. The spider sense in her brain was screaming non-stop, so sharp that it even stung the nerves. This was undoubtedly the most terrifying fatal threat. This made her very uncomfortable, and she instinctively wanted to escape from here as quickly as possible. But in the end, she gritted her teeth and forced herself to stay. And Peter also mobilized more biological force fields to put pressure on Gwen's spider sense. This made Gwen very uncomfortable, and she almost couldn't help but turn around several times, until finally, suddenly, she felt something breaking through the boundary. And then, the deadly and threatening feeling around her disappeared. It gave her the illusion that her body was light, as if she were flying into the sky. What did you do? Gwen gasped, trying to calm down her restless spider sense. At the same time, she suddenly felt that the world seemed clearer. Obviously her vision and hearing were the same as before, and there was no change, but she instinctively felt that she seemed to be seeing more clearly. The wind blowing, the gravel on the ground, the plants in the pots, even the mice in the dark. More subtle, more grand. Just like the 720p screen has been upgraded to 4K, the size has also been upgraded from 15.6 to 27 inches. Gwen experienced this novel sense and focused her perception on Black Superman. Okay, a clearer darkness. However, after sensing it with all her strength for a long time, Gwen also felt dizzy. She shook her head and quickly restrained herself. Until now, she still doesn't know what Black Superman did, so she is really stupid. But at the same time, she was even more confused. Thank you, but, why? I mean, why do you want to help me? I guess I don't have much to do with you, Gwen asked. The relationship is huge. Peter just chuckled and said, you are one of the people I chose. What? Gwen was stunned. Chosen? What does that mean? You will know soon. Yes, now it's time for you to win this hunt. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly came out from Gwen's communication monitoring the internal police channel. Requesting support? Requesting support. The prison van escorting the rhinoceros was attacked, and the enemy, the party, has heavy firepower and a powerful concussion cannon. At the same time, in Mokto's office, Thriller, Shockwave, has already started. Are you ready? Mokto asked Clay. Arts. Craven put on various weapons and props and placed them on himself, and said, of course, Spider-Woman will definitely go to support her. I will ambush her on her only path and prepare traps. This will be my and her last hunt. Real hunters often appear in the form of prey. Gwen swung the spider silk and rushed to the prison car that was attacked, recalling in her mind what Black Superman said before leaving. The last sentence. Hunter and prey, she murmured. The spider sense was instantly improved, just like wearing new glasses, and Gwen was still a little uncomfortable for a while. If used at high intensity, it can also cause a bit of dizziness. After thinking about it, she quickly understood that this was because the spider sense had greatly exceeded the level of her other current abilities and her other hardware could not keep up. It's unbelievable that spider sense can improve so much in such a short period of time. And the Black Superman who accomplished this was naturally even more incredible. Gwen has roughly understood that Black Superman uses extremely high-intensity stimulation to force the spider sense to evolve. But understanding does not mean that others can do it. This not only requires a strong enough power, but also a sufficient understanding of the spider sense itself, as well as a means to accurately release threat information. So, this confused Gwen even more. Who is Black Superman and what is his purpose? What exactly is the so-called chosen person? Suddenly, the spider sense sounded an alarm. Gwen was stunned, and soon felt a dart coming from behind her. She was very familiar with this stuff. These are some tricks that Craven is good at. In the past, she was somewhat unable to guard against these tricks, but not now. Still, Gwen watched as the dart cut her web. She fell completely from the air, and it was not until the end that she had time to hang herself with spider silk, so that she did not fall directly to the ground. Spider-Woman. Craven stood on a high place, looked down and said, tonight's hunting has begun. Sure enough, you and Kingpin are on the same team. Gwen directly ejected with spider silk. Go up and launch a cannonball attack. You must be part of the attack on the rhinoceros prison van, too. Craven quickly dodged the attack and said, it's just a case of taking advantage of the situation. His battle logic is very simple. That is, never confront Gwen head-on, but fight Gorilla. Because he understood that in terms of physical strength, he was no match for Gwen, and he would only suffer in close combat. But guerrilla warfare is different. In the complex terrain of the city, he has plenty of room to maneuver. When the enemy advances, we retreat, and when the enemy retreats, we harass him. He can use some unexpected sneak attacks and traps to wear down Spider-Woman's physical strength and fighting spirit. It was precisely because of this that he failed to prevent Gwen from escaping several times before. Not tonight, though. This is the last hunt. He laid enough traps to keep Spider-Woman away once and for all. Craven looked at Gwen who rushed up. He seemed to be no different from before, and the last doubt in his heart was put aside. Then, the hunt begins. Of course, Craven's tactics are not without risks. And on the contrary, the error tolerance rate was very low. As long as he was accidentally hit twice by Gwen, he would not be able to bear it. But this is where Craven excels, with years of experience honed to perfection and skills that allow him to dance on a tightrope. Finally, under the pressure of Craven, Gwen fell into a bell tower. Craven stood on top of the window that Gwen broke, grinning cruelly. You can't escape. He also jumped off the bell tower and whistled at the same time. In the darkness, several hounds that had been lurking for a long time came out. Although Craven's physical strength is not as good as Gwen, it is not comparable to ordinary people. And this strength comes from a tube of Witch's mysterious potion that he drank in his early years. These hounds have been trained by Craven for many years. They are cruel, bloodthirsty, and loyal. At the same time, they have also absorbed a small amount of the same mysterious potion as him, making them strong enough. They are his best companions. Guys, let's start hunting. Let Spider-Woman. Wait, where is Spider-Woman? Craven was stunned and suddenly found that Gwen was missing. She obviously fell in, and it's impossible to escape in such a short time. Craven realized something was wrong. The hunt that was originally planned according to the script began to change, which gave him an unpleasant premonition. He quickly called the hounds and alerted the surroundings, but there was no one anywhere. Spider-Woman, where are you? You can't run away, I will hunt you here with my own hands. Craven yelled, and the bell tower was filled with his echoes, but there was no other response. Suddenly, he paused, as if he realized something. The screen turned, and behind Craven, Gwen, lurking in the darkness, slowly appeared. She clung to the corner like a spider, the red frame of her goggles standing out in the darkness. Boom! Gwen fell hard, hitting Craven. Unfortunately, Craven was already alert and rolled away in advance at the critical moment. Gwen was a little annoyed. Unfortunately, it's still a little bit worse. From the beginning, the spider sense warned Craven's attack in time, and she had no time to dodge, but in the end, she allowed the dart to cut off the spider silk. Because not only did Craven want to hunt her, she also wanted to capture Craven. Therefore, she chose to cooperate with Craven's performance and let him relax his vigilance. It was not until just now that, go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Craven showed his flaws that she launched a counterattack. Real hunters often appear in the form of prey. Unfortunately, Craven was still too sharp, or in other words, Gwen's skills were not proficient enough, and the counterattack failed. Ha! As expected of you, Spider-Girl, you can still surprise me now, Craven said through gritted teeth as he rolled to his feet. Just now, he had been killed by Spider-Woman for just one moment at night. So, you have been deceiving me? Haha, I didn't expect that one day I would be treated as prey. It's just a little counterattack. Humph. But it's too late. Craven sneered and said, you should never end up in the bell tower. He took out a pill and swallowed it. At the same time, the hounds around him bared their teeth and slowly surrounded Gwen. Center. Gwen's spider sense suddenly became stimulated again, in all directions. She frowned and asked, what did you take? Just a little antidote. At the same time, bang, 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 several explosions suddenly sounded all around, and then, white smoke spread in the bell tower, blocking the view. Craven's voice came from the smoke. When I was traveling and hunting around the world, I once discovered a valley shrouded in fog. The fog can make people hallucinate. After investigation, I discovered that this is the valley in the valley, a kind of hallucinogenic toxin emitted by plants, mixed in the fog. Inspired by this, I extracted the toxins from the plants and made a special smoke bomb, which is very easy to use. And as Craven said as the words rang out, the hounds pounced on him. They have sensitive noses and have been given antidotes in advance, so the mist cannot affect them. Gwen quickly dodged the hound's attack and turned around to fight back. She said, it seems that your fog is not that good either. Really? Craven's voice sounded again. Gwen immediately caught the source of the sound, attacked quickly, and knocked Craven to the ground with one punch. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she suddenly realized that the person lying on the ground turned into Peter, and she was shocked. Peter, why are you here? Then, the spider sense suddenly activated, and she quickly dodged, and then for some reason, she tripped on the flat ground. Look, it's starting to happen, isn't it? Craven said. The hounds also came forward to attack like crazy. At this time, Gwen's rhythm had been completely disrupted, coupled with the hallucinations that appeared from time to time. Peter, George, Mother, and even the Electric Man and Lizard Man also appeared. She was very almost being besieged. He could only jump up quickly and climb to the top of the bell tower. Craven's darts followed closely, and she quickly dodged and jumped to the beam on the other side. Only then did she realize that the beam was also fake, and there was nothing in front of her. She fell hard to the ground again. Give up, Spider-Woman, you can't escape. Do you know why I chose this final location? The bell tower is so narrow that it is completely unsuitable for me to fight. Because the fog will be blocked by the 4 round walls. Completely trapped, the narrow terrain can ensure that the fog is in place, and the high enough altitude can also ensure that you cannot escape. This is a trap specially set up to control you. Craven's voice continued. There was something erratic in the fog, which seemed to be pronouncing Gwen's fate. At this time, Gwen just closed her eyes. The fog, illusions, hounds, all illusions and reality have all disappeared, leaving only the darkness behind closed eyes and the spider sense that is still functioning as an early warning. At this time, it was the only thing Gwen could believe in. Okay, let me see how much Black Superman has improved you. She fully released her spider sense. Then, Craven discovered that the situation on the field suddenly changed. Spider-Woman suddenly became extremely sharp and calm. The fog seemed to be unable to affect her anymore. She seemed to have scripted her dodges and attacks, and every movement was extremely precise and elegant. The gorgeous spider silk skills are also on display in her hands, and she weaves a web. After a while, the hounds pounced on her and were wrapped in cocoons one by one by her, hanging in the air. Craven suddenly felt jealous, because he suddenly discovered that the Spider-Woman at this time was like the perfect hunter he had always dreamed of. He had always regarded himself as the most powerful hunter, which was a bit unacceptable to him. At this moment, Craven suddenly noticed that Spider-Woman, who had finished dealing with all the hounds, suddenly looked this way. Well, he wasn't sure if Spider-Woman had seen him. He didn't feel Spider-Woman's gaze, and there was still mist between them. But Craven just had a gut feeling, and Spider-Woman locked onto him. How can this be? But Craven is calm. He knows that tonight's hunt has failed, and he can't keep Spider-Woman. What we need to do now is to escape quickly. At the same time, he was not discouraged, but instead ignited a higher fighting spirit. Next time he hunts, he will definitely. Bang! There was a sudden sound of something exploding beneath his feet, and Craven realized something was wrong, but it was too late. He was already on the way to retreat, and Spider-Woman was still in the bell tower and was not chasing her, which originally made him relieved. However, he found that he was wrong. A large ball of spider silk suddenly exploded under his feet, wrapping him tightly around him. Moreover, the binding style is very weird. Mysterious spider silk mines and turtle armor binding. This is the Craven trap that Gwen set up early. Craven wanted to die. What should I say? It will be on the shelves at 12 o'clock tonight. To be honest, I didn't expect this one to be so popular, laughing while covering my face. Originally, this book was already published, and I planned to write it as a personal essay. Unexpectedly, it was unexpectedly liked by everyone, and the results were very good. I rushed all the way to Sanjiang. Although it was a bit of a Waterloo later because I didn't write it well. I would like to express my gratitude to all the book friends who have followed this book so far, and also to those who gave me a handful of oranges in the first place. I hope you can help me make the first order tomorrow. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. As for the update issue, I admit, it is indeed a bit ridiculous, but I really am not lazy. I have spent a lot of time coding. If I don't have time during the day, I will start at least 7 or 8 at night. But, the code is really slow, and often only one chapter can be produced. I cry a lot, and my brain often feels like a mush after typing. It wasn't like this before. The speed of life and death was extremely fast. It might be difficult to achieve 10,000 per day, but around 6,000 should be relatively easy. I will find a way to solve this problem, and I hope everyone can wait. Finally, I hope you can help me make the first order tomorrow. I hope you can help me make the first order tomorrow. I hope you can help me make the first order tomorrow. Last night, the New York police successfully captured the legendary hunter, Craven, in the Bell Tower area. This legendary hunter has won multiple hunting competition championships in the past few decades, and at the same time, he is also the culprit of many recent terrorist attacks and riots in New York. According to reports from on-site reporters, Craven was pale and in a daze when he was found by the police. He just kept muttering about Spider-Woman. There is no doubt that this friendly neighbor and honorary police officer in New York City has done something big again. On the projection screen, the news host was playing information about Craven, and below it was a large picture of Craven being tied up with spider silk. Photo. Tony, who was sitting on the sofa, clicked his tongue twice and gloated, this makes him feel more uncomfortable than killing him. Legendary hunter, haha, Spider-Woman's move is really good. Tony. At this time, a man in a nightgown Pepper walked out of the bedroom, hugged his neck very affectionately from behind, and said, my dear, won't you sleep a little longer? Get up early in the morning. Tony's face froze for an instant, but fortunately, because of that, Pepper I didn't see it due to the angle. It's nothing, I just want to cherish my time more. Tony said, I understand. Pepper nodded and said, I'm going to pack our luggage for vacation. I'll help you. No, I'll do it myself. You can rest more. I'll think about it later. What do you want to eat? Pepper asked very gently. Tony's face became even stiffer. Burger, give me a beef burger. But you need to eat something healthier now. Okay, I'll help you prepare it. Pepper left quickly and stayed. Tony sat alone on the sofa, a little hopeless. Yes, he and Pepper were together last night. The two had worked together for many years and knew each other very well, so everything fell into place. But what Pepper didn't know was that he had already solved his life crisis through new elements. Tony swore that he wanted to explain it to Pepper very much, but he really said too much that day, and suddenly changed his mind at this time. This was really difficult, and Tony felt that he still needed some time. At the same time, perhaps because Tony might be about to pass away, Pepper was very gentle during this period, and could be said to be submissive to the point of doting, which benefited Tony somewhat. Especially last night, it was really, he. However, when he thought that Pepper would know the truth one day, Tony felt that his death might not be far away. Nowadays, maybe it can only be delayed for one day, right? At this time, Pepper suddenly walked in again. What's wrong? Tony asked first, perhaps out of guilt. Tony, someone wants to meet you. Tony raised his eyebrows, and saw SHIELD agent Carlson walking in at the door. Hello, Stark. As early as after Tony came back from the cave, Carlson has been sent to contact Stark Industries, and has contacted Pepper and Tony more than once or twice. Of course, there is no in-depth contact. I remember you, agent, seem to be from Homeland Strategy. It's Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau. Of course, you can also call us SHIELD. Tony shrugged indifferently. So, you have what's the matter? New elements have been successfully developed. Life, wealth, ideals, love. Except for Pepper, who is a little difficult to deal with. He has almost everything, and he is even more arrogant. There is basically nothing that he can take seriously now. Our chief hopes to meet you. Carlson looked at Tony and said, I'm not interested in joining your Superboy group. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Tony looked at the black and bald Nick Fury in front of him, and felt that he was missing a very appropriate descriptive nickname. It's the Avengers, sir. Nick Fury emphasized. What's the difference? Well, you always like to do it by yourself. What's the result? What? You're going to die, aren't you? Tony Stark. Nick Fury said abruptly. He was sure that Tony would be shocked by his sudden turn of events. Sure enough, the next second, he saw Tony frown. Why do you know? Nick Fury was very satisfied with Tony's attitude. He understood that in dealing with people like Tony, he had to be smart. He just waved and said, wait, I'll ask her to come up. After a while, Natasha, wearing an agent uniform, came up and sat down in front of Tony. Tony also looked at Natasha with some surprise at this time. His personal assistant, well, she was no longer there a long time ago. Actually a spy? You're fired? He said without hesitation, you'd better apologize to me. Natasha looked back at Tony without fear. I think you need to apologize to me. What? Why? Hey, it seems you two are quite angry. Nick Fury also didn't expect that Black Widow and Tony would be so tit for tat when they met. No grudges, especially Black Widow, this is not like her. Nick Fury could only say to Zinni, let's talk about business, shall we? You are sending a spy to my house. Of course not, you appointed Pepper as the CEO and gave the military the armor that they longed for. Gave it to your brother. He stole it. You mean he snatched Iron Man's armor in front of Iron Man? Do you think it's possible? Natasha, you guys, what do you want to do? We want to save your life. Listen, I don't think I need anyone. Wait, what do you want to do? Tony stopped Natasha, who was about to give him an injection. Lithium dioxide can alleviate your palladium poisoning. Natasha explained. Who told you that I was poisoned by palladium? Tony sneered. That thing on your chest is an unfinished product. Your father Howard said that. It was only then that Tony's expression really changed when he heard this familiar name. What do you mean? The arc reactor is just a step towards something more. A springboard for great technology. He was preparing to launch an energy competition, leaving all opponents behind. He got a clue of a super energy. A nuclear reactor is like a 3A battery in comparison. Howard said, only you have enough wisdom and resources to complete his unfinished plan. Nick Fury and Natasha left, leaving only Tony sitting there meditating and a large box of his father's old things. Pepper came over and sat down next to him. What's wrong? Nothing, I just met a bunch of inexplicable bastards. And he leaned on Pepper. There are some things I don't want to remember. Something. The condition seems to be fine, but I don't know what it will be like tomorrow. If you can keep it up, you should be able to get more. I vomited. I forgot to set up VIP. Forget it. That's it. I'll do VIP tomorrow. My father, Howard Stark, was a cold, calculating man. He never said he loved me, nor did he said he liked me, and his happiest day was when he sent me to boarding school. Now, someone told me that he was the founder of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. Tony confided. I need someone to tell me who my father is, but I have no idea. Maybe, you should see what's there. Pepper comforted Tony and looked at the junk box. The screen turned, and on a slide full of traces of the times, Howard was looking at the camera. Tony, this is all for you. One day, you will understand that this is not only a human invention, but also my life's achievement. This is the key to the future. I am limited by the technology of the times, cannot go any further. But one day you will understand all this, and you will change the world. Tony, my greatest invention will always be you. Tony looked at the slideshow left by Howard, a long silence. Different from the original version, Tony at this time had already developed new elements earlier. He once thought that this was his destiny and he would survive the catastrophe. He is proud that he once again solved a problem, saved lives, and changed the world. Then, he suddenly realized that it was all fake. His father had prepared everything for him decades ago, and was looking forward to it. It's not that he doesn't care about himself, he's just not good at expressing, or something else. This was a completely different experience from the original version, which left him with even more mixed emotions. Tony suddenly understood Howard a little bit, because it was very similar to him. In other words, he is very similar to Howard. Sometimes there are things that are difficult for Tony to express directly. He may seem arrogant, but he actually has a fragile and sensitive heart. He is so sensitive that only a thick steel armor can bring him a sense of security. The genius brain not only gave Tony a very high IQ, but also gave him the ability to clearly perceive all the attitudes and feedback from the outside world towards him. He knows everything, but his awkward personality forces him to do something in his own way. If the crisis of death hadn't oppressed him, he would even hold back some words for a lifetime. Well, there are some words that he should hold back for a lifetime. Now the culprit has been found, Tony laughed at himself. Tony, who suddenly realized that father and son were so similar, felt dumbfounded, and then felt deep guilt and nostalgia. He had always misunderstood his father. He really wanted to see his father again, say hello in person, and then try to apologize, in his own way. Hey, your expectations were not fulfilled, did you see it? I had already made the new elements before I saw the video you left. So, why didn't I see your video earlier? Tony finally thought of S.H.I.E.L.D. again. Originally, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s actions were enough to make him feel uncomfortable and dislike him. But at this moment, he felt a little more disgusted. Taking out the things my father left me at this time, is a good plan. He sneered. If he failed to create a new element, it would be hard to tell how he would feel when faced with this huge gift. At this moment, Jarvis suddenly appeared. Sir, I think I need to inform you. What? The positioning you left on Peter Parker shows that he seems to be in some danger. Leave behind Stark's house, Freenik and several others were sitting in a black car. So, you're saying that he seems to have solved the problem of palladium poisoning now? Nick Fury looked at Natasha with one eye. Yes, Fury. I have been in contact with him before. The palladium poisoning has been quite serious. The toxin has spread to the neck, but when I tried to inject it just now, I found that it was all gone. Natasha said. He seems to be very healthy. Damn it, why didn't you tell me earlier? Hey, Have you forgotten? I was transferred back to the legal department a long time ago. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Agent Natasha, I feel like something is wrong with your state today. What? Are you still brooding about being defeated by a cat-eared girl? Ignoring Natasha, who was in a depressed mood, Nick Fury pondered and said, it's impossible for him to solve the problem without warning. Is it those Osborn technologies? No, Connors doesn't have this ability, Natasha said without hesitation. Who could that be? There is another person, but it's a bit unbelievable, Natasha said after thinking for a while. Who? Peter Parker. Nick Fury closed his eyes. It's him. Bring him over to see me. Early this morning, Gwen took Peter to the roof of the building. Last night, although the Rhino Man escaped, another Kraven was captured, and George was quite satisfied. He felt that there should be more things that could be pried out of Kraven. And after finally dealing with Kraven Gwen, she felt relaxed, and suddenly remembered. She seemed to have confessed to Peter. So, early in the morning, she went to the door wearing a spider suit. Hey, Gwen, I don't think this is good, Peter advised while standing on the edge of the rooftop. No, Peter, believe me, although it will be a little exciting at first, you will definitely fall in love with it after you get used to it, Gwen assured her chest, trying hard to share it with Peter. That's right, what we are going to do now is a classic program that 3 generations of Spider-Man cannot avoid. Gwen will take Peter on a double spider web. It's rare that her identity is finally revealed, something Gwen has wanted to do for a long time. I just love you, Gwen, Peter said. Hey, don't interrupt. I know, I love you too, hug me, hold me tight. Peter really had a headache at this time. He understood that Gwen wanted to take him to hang out with her. On the one hand, she wanted him to better understand everything about being a Spider-Woman. Only the closest person, Gwen, would have such thoughts. But at the same time, Gwen also had some bad intentions. She wanted to see Peter's stunned look as he swung the thread. Who told Peter to watch her jokes for so long? This is really embarrassing for Peter. When he first got the Superman talent pack, Sensory, the speed has already reached hypersonic speed, let alone now. So, in the end, no matter how hard Gwen tried, she still couldn't see what she wanted to see. Peter was as calm as if he were Spider-Man throughout the whole process, and even guided Gwen from time to time on how to perform more standard movements. The two landed on the Brooklyn Bridge, and Gwen was a little disappointed. Peter looked at her and couldn't help laughing. I'm sorry, maybe I'm not so afraid of heights. I think you can even become a fighter pilot, Peter. Gwen rolled her eyes, then buried her face in Peter's arms with her backhand inside, and said, how do you feel? What do you mean? Of course it's me. The famous Spider-Woman is actually your lovely girlfriend. Mr. Parker, what do you think? Awesome, Miss Gwen. I think so too. It's great that I can have you, Peter, but... Gwen raised her head and looked at Peter. Are you sure? There was some expectation and hope in her eyes. After hesitation, Peter just stroked the hair beside her ear and said, it's okay, Gwen, you can tell me whatever you're worried about. Gwen hesitated for a moment, then said, I've already given it to you. It has brought several dangers, Peter. That time with Electro and Kraven, there may be green or other bad guys in the future, and they will also hurt you because of me. She lowered her head eyes. I am such an incompetent girlfriend and a hero. I always bring disaster to the relatives around me. I don't know how many more times I can hold on. I'm so sure, Gwen. Peter shook his head and said, you are a great hero, there is no doubt about it. You are also a great girlfriend, I can confirm it myself. Gwen was just a little confused now. Unlike when she first became Spider-Woman, she was clumsy and even unable to adjust herself. Now, it's obvious that she has gradually adapted and excelled as Spider-Woman, and at the same time, her life has not fallen behind too much. Although it is impossible to be relaxed, she has gradually achieved balance. However, new problems followed one after another. Spider-Woman has enemies, and each of these enemies is stronger than the last. As long as a little bit of each of their power affects her family, the disaster will be devastating. After balancing her life, she needs to deal with the impact and contradictions caused by switching between two identities on her surroundings. This left Gwen at a loss as to what to do. At least at this stage, she had no easy solution. Perhaps, this is also a problem that she will never be able to solve in her lifetime. What she needed at this time was nothing else, but Peter's continued affirmation and support. From the beginning, Peter was her motivation to become a hero. Even as time slowly progressed and she gradually strengthened her belief in helping others and continuing, Peter was still indispensable. Gwen feels that Spider-Woman's identity is only complete when she is with Peter. Peter responded well to her, and Gwen smiled but blushed a little. What do you mean by personal confirmation? Peter looked at her. The view of the Brooklyn Bridge is really beautiful, isn't it? Well, the two had an in-depth exchange at the top of the Brooklyn Bridge. This is also the first communication between Gwen and Peter after revealing their identity, confirming each other's feelings. Yes, the relationship between the two is deep enough, but no matter what kind of relationship, it needs to be managed and maintained. This kind of tacit understanding is the most suitable for spiritual and physical communication that touches the soul and is a little interesting. In essence, it can be said that Gwen asked Peter, do you love me? And Peter replied, yes, I love you, but the gameplay is much more advanced. As a superhero, Gwen not only is their spider silk, but it can also take people directly to the magnificent Bridge. After being recharged, she was in a good mood and took Peter home happily, but she was soon broken by a group of uninvited guests. On the way to Lynn's home, they were stopped by a group of sturdy men in black suits. Who are you? Gwen subconsciously asked while protecting Peter behind her. Hello, my name is Coulson, I am an agent from Homeland Strategy. S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson walked out of the crowd. Gwen had never heard of S.H.I.E.L.D., she only knew about the FBI. She thought that the two might be the same thing. She said, I don't know you. What's the matter with you? Coulson couldn't help but smile. He smiled and motioned directly to Peter behind him. Mr. Parker, I'm sorry, you are involved in a strategic engineering test and you need to come with us. What strategic engineering test? Peter asked back. We have never heard of S.H.I.E.L.D. How do you prove your identity? Sorry, we will explain this to you later. Now, you need to come with us. So, you are here unlawfully detaining me? Peter asked. However, he failed to get a reply. S.H.I.E.L.D. is so overbearing. In Thor 1, in order to investigate Thor's hammer, it can directly forcibly pack away all the information that Jane has studied for many years, without even leaving a backup, and everyone can only be angry but dare not speak out. Ordinary people are not taken seriously by them at all. This time, they planned to do the same. Coulson directly signaled the men in black to take action and prepare to take Peter away by force. The big men in black surrounded them, and it was naturally impossible for Gwen to capture them without restraint. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. She originally thought that this or other game was coming to find her, but the distress in her heart spread to Peter again. Unexpectedly, they ignored me at all and went directly to Peter. However, in this way, Gwen would be even less likely to let this group of inexplicable people take away Peter. At this moment, Coulson said, Miss Gwen Stacy, we hope you will not affect our mission. This is not good for you and your father. He directly revealed Gwen's identity. Threatened by the way, Gwen's early anti-reconnaissance awareness was too weak, which left too many loopholes. S.H.I.E.L.D. could easily investigate her identity. This made Gwen feel a little constrained for a moment. She had no experience in dealing with such a powerful department, and she was even at a disadvantage for a while. At this moment, a sexy red and gold figure fell from the sky, and Tony rushed to the scene wearing his steel armor. He directly raised his hand, revealing the micro-missile in his arm armor, and ordered, Coulson, stop. The effect was immediate. As a billionaire, Gwen's influence was not comparable to that of Coulson. Can make his men stop. He had no doubt that Tony would actually do it and that it would be painless afterwards. Mr. Stark, why are you here? You want to take my people away by force and then ask me why I came here. Well, this is the director's order. Tell Fury, new element I do it has been developed a long time ago. Let him come to me if he has any problems. After Tony's simple and crude operations, everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. could only exit obediently. Tony looked at Peter and Gwen, let's talk somewhere else. The three of them casually found a foothold in the air. Thank you, Mr. Stark. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would do. Gwen hugged Peter and fell down, thanking him very much. It's nothing. You should be tougher when dealing with this kind of guy, Tony said with great interest. You too. Yes, Peter and I confessed. No wonder I said this kid was wandering around New York today. He stayed on the Brooklyn Bridge for so long. Gwen felt a little embarrassed and a little surprised at the same time. Mr. Stark, how did you know? Yes, I gave this kid a certain position. Tony admitted shamelessly, and immediately said seriously. Listen, Spider-Woman. Peter Parker just helped me complete the new arc reactor. Yes, it's the one on my chest, so S.H.I.E.L.D. came to visit. Now, he is even more important than you in the eyes of some people. You have to protect him. Gwen didn't expect that things would suddenly turn out like this. She looked at Peter blankly, as if to say, hey, what did you do while I was busy dealing with Kraven? Peter returned an innocent look. Gwen rolled her eyes and could only reply, I will, Mr. Stark. Peter is more important than my life. Well, that's not the case. You still have to protect yourself, Spider-Woman. Tony said quickly. After all, there is a black Superman who doesn't know what the relationship is. He cleared his throat and said, in this life, there have been several people who have saved my life. Apart from Ethan in the cave, one is Black Superman and the other is Peter. I can't control Black Superman, but Peter. He looked at Peter and said, I'll keep this in mind, kid. Tony continued to chat for a few words, and then quickly flew away, leaving Gwen and Peter alone. You're a big deal now, Peter, Gwen exclaimed. In just a short while, both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stark came to the door. What's wrong? Peter asked. No, it's nothing, Gwen hugged him. We are even now. Now, something has returned to balance. Bang, boom, boom, boom. The bandaged fist hit the sandbag tirelessly. Captain America, Steve Rogers can only consume his abundant energy far beyond ordinary people and paralyze himself in this way. It had been some time since he woke up from the ice. He came to the world 70 years later. Everything he had struggled for and was familiar with was gone. There are no friends here, only countless advanced but extremely strange things. The world in 70 years will be very good, but it does not belong to him. No one can understand him. Friends, lovers, relatives, and that dance. He lost everything, leaving only an empty shell. The emptiness in his heart tortured him all the time. He was just a veteran abandoned by the times and the world. Boom! The sandbag finally couldn't hold it anymore and he punched it away, tearing the meat filling and scattering the stuffing all over the floor. Steve just exhaled and replaced it with another. Insomnia. A voice came from the side. Steve took a look and replied, I've slept for 70 years, sir, I've had enough sleep. Maybe you should go out, celebrate, and see the colorful world. Nick Fury came over and said, what to celebrate? Celebrate coming alive? Steve would rather not. Have you come with a mission? Sir, he said. Yes, maybe you can go out and relax. Fury handed over a document. Steve took the file and unfolded it, and saw 3 big words on the first page. Black Superman. Steve looked down and said, Superman? In my time, he was just a comic book character. Until recently, he always was. And a little bit of Batman? To be honest, I kind of like this guy. It was rare to see a comic publication from his time, and he felt better. Maybe it's also a good choice to catch up on comics from the past few decades. Be careful, Captain, this guy is very dangerous. Fury reminded. You want me to deal with him? Sorry, I'm just a soldier. No, your mission is later. Steve frowned and then continued to look down. Iron Man, Tony Stark. Howard's son? Well, the world is changing so fast. Kingpin. So, this is my goal. Yes, our people discovered that Kingpin we are researching, selling biological armor everywhere, and at the same time recruiting superhuman beings, which involves the scope of S.H.I.E.L.D's authority, Fury said. In fact, if possible, he wouldn't want to let Steve go so soon. Giving the veteran more time to adapt might be a better choice. However, he has been really unhappy recently. Tony didn't know why he actually researched new elements in advance, causing his plan to fall short. The Hulk, Bruce Banner, hid in Stark in secret, and Peter Parker failed to bring him back in the end, and his relationship with Stark deteriorated as a result. Connors might as well not say anything. In short, nothing goes smoothly, and behind it all, one person seems to be visible. Black Superman? Still a Black Superman. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. But until now, he has not been able to find any clues about the identity of Black Superman, which makes Fury very depressed. Fortunately, the funder was also very supportive in this matter, and he was able to receive a lot of kickbacks to build a safe house, which was a rare piece of comforting news. Steve breathed out, okay, I'll go take a look. By the way, Nick Fury said, I'll also find you a helper that you should know. New York, Hell's Kitchen. 2 strong figures, one black and one white, walked through the night. It was Gwen and Felicia the black cat. Where is the location? Felicia asked. It's just 2 blocks away. According to my dad's information, it should be a stronghold of the Kingpin. There seems to be an important gathering tonight, related to superhumans. Gwen said. After that night, Felicia also learned Gwen's identity, which was unexpected but also reasonable. Now, except for a certain 6th child, there are no more vest wearers or melon eaters in the small group, and Gwen and Felicia have become close best friends. Director's father, huh? Felicia teased. Felicia. Okay, it's just the 2 of us tonight. Mr. Stark just came back from vacation with Miss Pepper, and he said he would come later. Oh, so what have you been doing with Peter recently? How's it going? Felicia's mind jumped quickly. He is very good. Mr. Stark values him very much and allows him to participate in Stark Industries' latest clean energy project and the project to prepare for the World Expo, which will be launched tomorrow. Recently, he was even considering working with my dad about moving to the Upper East Side. Gwen said, feeling a little proud. What about you? How about the special training of Black Superman? Felicia felt bad when she mentioned this. During this time, Gwen also found an opportunity to recommend Felicia to Black Superman, and this was also the source of Felicia's pain. Black Superman is simply not a human being, she said in a loud voice. Gwen expressed her deep agreement with the cruel and painful training content of Superman. That's how she got her spider sense, but she didn't want to experience it a second time. However, it is precisely because of this that Felicia's professional quality has improved rapidly during this period, and her strength, skills, and experience are not at the same level as before. So, it's right in front. The 2 of them arrived at a place across the street from their destination and prepared to sneak in. According to the plan, they should first secretly find out the information about the superhuman criminals in this gathering, and then formulate a battle plan based on this. However, they did not expect that this plan would go bankrupt from the beginning. Gwen and Felicia had just knocked out a group of gangsters guarding the back door, and were about to sneak in when they bumped into a guy in strange clothes, dressed like Captain America, and holding a buckler in his hand. It was Steve who came to find out what happened at Fury's request. But Gwen and Felicia don't know that. Captain America is a figure who has been around for 70 years. There is no way they would have thought that the other party was the real master. And, for Gwen, fancy dress equals freak equals superhuman. The other superhumans who appear here are most likely Kingpin's men. So, it's self-evident what happens. Almost at the same time, both sides launched attacks on each other. Steve is proficient in various fighting techniques, and with the vibranium shield in his hand, a set of combination punches caused a slight loss to the unprepared Gwen and Felicia. After reacting, Gwen no longer held back. The burst of power that was completely out of proportion to his size made Steve retreat continuously. In addition, there was Felicia on the flank who was harassing him with her sharp claws. Steve missed for a moment, and Gwen used spider silk to snatch away the shield. Who are you? Are you a fan of Captain America? Well, there seems to be something about this shield, it's really well made. Gwen fiddled with the buckler in his hand in surprise and said, this is just like the real thing. He must be a fan of Captain America. You know it when you think about it? If someone comes out dressed exactly like her, there is a high probability that this person is also a fan of hers. This is true. Steve looked at Gwen with a headache as he fiddled with his shield. Maybe he was really old and he failed the first time he came back. Are all today's young people so outstanding, and so individual? The one with black clothes and white hair, a hood with cat ears on his head, and a furry tail behind him was okay. Although he had a strong visual impact, agility, and dangerous claws on his hands, he could handle it fairly easily. Mainly because the man in the white hood was caught off guard by the sudden burst of powerful power. Damn it, with this strength, why didn't he grow into a muscular man? Maybe he is just a bit old-fashioned. Although his technique still has some flaws, he is very responsive and is a good prospect. There was also something similar to Spider Silk, which was unexpected and well played. Only with the cooperation of each other did he lose his grip for a moment. I'm Captain America, Steve said. Gwen and Felicia looked at each other. We understand that you admire the captain very much, but please don't get too involved, it's not good for your health. Steve was a little helpless. Word. Well, waking up after sleeping for 70 years only happens in stories, and it's really hard to believe. It seems like I'm a little confused, right? Steve sighed and shouted to the sky, Sam. Gwen suddenly became alert, and her spider sense also sensed the source of danger, which was above. She quickly dodged, but the opponent's figure was so big that it directly covered the night sky, and he fell heavily. She was unable to dodge out of the attack range. Fortunately, the opponent's target was only a shield. Sam, or Falcon, took the shield back and handed it back to Steve. I thought you could handle it, Captain, he teased. I'm a bit out of date. Young people nowadays are very good. Steve put the shield back on his hand and replied. And Gwen finally saw the person coming clearly. Vulture, aren't you dead? She said in surprise. Although the appearance has changed a lot, it is no longer green, and the equipment seems to have been upgraded, but Gwen will not admit it. This is the original biological battle armor of the Vulture. No, I'm not a vulture, I'm a falcon. Sam stood between Steve and Gwen and said, okay, I think we have some misunderstandings. At this time, on the other side, Kingpin, the underground king of New York, actually has an extremely clean identity on the surface, the philanthropist Wilson Fisk. His office is located on the top floor of a skyscraper in a luxurious area of New York. It is spacious and bright. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlook the entire New York City, like an emperor. However, at this time, Jin was not only not feeling comfortable, but was also under great pressure, with solemnity written all over his face. He was just mobilizing his huge underground empire as usual. There was also something quite important tonight. His metahumans will gather to discuss their first team crime. He has realized that as superheroes become more and more connected with each other, it becomes a bit dangerous for supercriminals to fight alone. They must form a team, a supercrime team. This is definitely a very promising plan. You know, those superheroes are still fighting alone. This will be a dimensionality reduction blow. Moreover, by letting these superhuman criminals conquer cities and territories for him, he can use his money and power to deal with their troubles. Even if he goes to jail, Kingpin is sure to get him out. And he, hiding behind the scenes, can protect himself to the greatest extent. His right-hand man, Lawyer Middock, has also gone over tonight to take charge of the overall situation for him. Originally, this all went smoothly. After being suppressed by the Black Superman for so long, Kingpin finally found new ways to make money and increase his power. However, I didn't expect that at this last moment, everything would be shattered. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. At this moment, Black Superman was standing in front of him. It's not quite right to say he was standing, because Black Superman didn't land, he seemed to be suspended in the air. Kingpin, long time no see, Black Superman said. Black Superman, Kingpin lowered his voice and whispered. Sure enough, you saw me that night. Since you have read so many Superman comics, you should know that Superman has super eyesight. Kingpin never thought about his crazy pursuit of Superman comics, something that will one day be revealed directly to Black Superman's face. Even he couldn't help but feel a surge of shame in his heart. His thick fist tightened and loosened, but in the end he was unable to loosen it. I know that sooner or later there will be such a day. Kingpin looked at Peter. Reality is not a comic book, there is no kryptonite. Under the cover of the Black Superman, come on, no one has the ability to resist, it's just a matter of faster or slower. Oh? Then you still do so many little tricks. Otherwise, Kingpin stood up, stared at Peter and asked, let me, will I surrender and die by your hands? In fact, his feelings towards Black Superman are very complicated now. He has studied too many Black Superman. From the beginning, he was racking his brains to think about how to resist and kill the Black Superman, to slowly discovering that he was powerless. And in the end, he became obsessed with the power of the Black Superman. His mentality has been changed unconsciously, and recently he has even complained because there is less and less news about Black Superman. In some fields, some people call this change a fall. Kingpin firmly believed that he was one of the people who knew Black Superman best in the world. When Black Superman appeared here, he was a little disappointed. He understood that no force could resist him, he was dead, even a little aggrieved. At this moment, he suddenly heard Black Superman say, "No, in fact, on the contrary, I'm here to give you a way out." Jin Bin was stunned, and his eyes glowed. On the other side, "Captain, you should watch the news more often. Spider-Woman is very famous in New York now. She has saved the city several times." "Sorry, I'm still a little uncomfortable." In Sam's after explaining, both Gwen and Steve finally understood that both parties were here to defeat Kingpin. They are just teammates. "So, you are really Captain America?" Gwen said in surprise. "Yes, it's true. This is incredible." Felicia's ears twitched and asked. "So, are you 90 years old now?" "No, I just slept for 70 years, Steve replied bitterly. "Oh, this must be desperate, Captain," Gwen said. This made Steve stunned for a moment. This was the first time someone said this after he woke up. Every SHIELD agent he met either congratulated him on his survival or told him how wonderful the world would be 70 years from now, but they never thought about how he really felt, that he didn't want any of this. And Gwen was the first. This touched him a little, and he smiled reluctantly. "At least I'm still alive. Sorry, I seemed to have said the wrong thing. No, to some extent, I should thank you." "So," Gwen looked at Sam, "if I remember correctly, the equipment you are wearing." Sam spread his hands. "Sorry, I don't know clearly. This is the equipment provided to me by S.H.I.E.L.D. God again. S.H.I.E.L.D. Gwen frowned. It was hard for her to have any good feelings towards this organization that wanted to take away Peter as soon as they met. She was about to ask something when her spider sense suddenly struck. A shock wave suddenly hit everyone. Faced with the sudden shock wave, several people chose different ways to deal with it. The Falcon flew directly into the sky. Gwen and Felicia dodged, and only Steve resisted with his shield. "We were discovered. It was the shock wave that rescued the rhinoceros." "No, it's more than that." At the same time, Midak walked out of the stronghold holding a guide stick. "It seems that there is someone uninvited tonight." Gillette. Behind him were the Rhino Man who had put on his armor again, the Horror who had just launched the attack, and the Sandman and the Purple Man. "It's Spider-Woman and Black Cat," Rhinoceros said excitedly. He had not forgotten who sent him to prison before. "Oh, they are old rivals. Where are the other two? One has wings and can fly, and the other is a fan of Captain America." "Steve, I'm tired. Just be a fan. I don't want to anymore," explained. "Are you all Kingpin's men?" He raised his shield. "Now, you are under arrest. It seems that the two of you are enemies rather than friends." Midak frowned, but he didn't expect that he would be provoked tonight. So many enemies are coming. However, it happened that his team of superhuman criminals had just been established, and they also needed to test their quality. He took a few steps back and gave the space to the foursome. "Take them away and let me see your strength." Gwen didn't expect to attract so many people at once. Looking at this posture, they seemed to be no ordinary people. She suddenly became serious. "Captain, I think we need to cooperate," she said. "I have no objection. Then it's 4 versus 4 now." The rhinoceros couldn't hold it any longer. After Midak agreed, he went directly to Gwen. "Spider-Woman." He charged wildly. "Come over." Gwen was not wearing the vibranium suit at this time. She didn't know what she was doing with the suit at Peter's place, and she didn't need it on weekdays. She didn't want to come back for a while because being too comfortable would affect the training of her abilities. So she couldn't deal with the rhinoceros man as easily as she did last time. She just adopted a more old-fashioned method and used spider silk to stop him. But the rhinoceros armor seemed to have been upgraded, and it directly broke through the spider silk's blockage. Gwen had no choice but to fight with him like a bullfight. And Horror also sent out a shockwave again, hitting Steve. He had just seen this man take his attack forcefully. Felicia looked at the remaining two people. Purple, the one is difficult to deal with at first glance. And the other one has a normal build, no armor, and no strange skin color. He looks easy to bully, and that's him. Felicia rushed forward with a claw. Then, she looked at the extra sand in her hand in confusion. Then she looked up and found that the man had turned into sand for some reason, and the size keeps getting bigger. Felicia swallowed and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it." She turned around and ran away, and behind her, the Sandman, who had turned into a 2-meter dune giant, punched and chased her. "Okay, we are the only ones left now." The Falcon flew in the air, overlooking the Purple Man. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. What skills do you have? Strength, speed, or flying over walls and walls? None of these. Ziju shook his head. With a faint smile on his face, a group of children armed with guns were summoned. FXXK. Falcon recovered and cursed, then quickly dodged. This guy is a bit unexpectedly difficult to deal with. Just like that, the field suddenly became a mess. Gwen walked the Rhino Man and bumped into each other. Horror and Cap played a game of you shoot and I block. Faye Lithia was meowing and being chased by the Sandman. The Falcon and the Purple Man staged a high-intensity confrontation about whether it was the loss of morality or the distortion of human nature. "Asshole, you actually let these children block attacks for you. Yes, if you attack me, you will only kill them. Is this all you have? I can spend the whole day with you. Spider-Woman? Meow meow meow, help me, I was wrong, can someone come and compete with me? Well, although it is a mess, at least it works." Midak thought to himself as he looked at the chaotic battle. Then, Gwen took the Rhino Man and knocked the Sandman away. The Purple Man controlled the children so that they accidentally hit Shockwave with random shots. Captain America found the opportunity to throw the shield and KO. Gwen and Falcon exchanged after looking at the opponent. He directly wrapped the children with spider silk, leaving the Purple Man with no soldiers to use. Felicia continued to be chased by the Rhino Man, and then was successfully knocked down by the Falcon from the air. In the blink of an eye, the evil foursome were defeated one by the more experienced Gwen. Maduk. He couldn't hold back his face, gritted his teeth, and had no choice but to end it himself. First, he attacked Gwen. Originally, Gwen saw that the opponent was blind, so he didn't take it to heart. However, as soon as Maduk got close, she regretted it. Maduk did not underestimate Gwen. He used all his strength as soon as he came up and used various superb fighting skills to suppress Gwen for a while. The Purple Man also took this opportunity to regain the rhythm and directly asked the children who were trapped and unable to move to raise their guns to them. If you dare to move again, they will die. Several people cast their rat weapons and stopped attacking for a moment. The Evil Four also took this opportunity to breathe a sigh of relief. The Sandman even used this to grow to a height of 4 stories in one breath, and punched down hard, causing everyone to disperse quickly. Horror had already been accumulating power for a long time, and took the opportunity to blast the Falcon with a fully charged cannon, causing it to fall down. The Rhinoceros Man charged forward again, sending Steve flying with his shield on guard. Maduk relied on his sharp 4 senses to hold Gwen back, preventing her from using her hands and feet. The superhero was instantly at a disadvantage again. What's even more deadly is that the purple body can emit chemical hormones called pheromones. When the target absorbs these hormones, within a certain distance, the purple person can hypnotize and control the other party through words. Of course, the intensity of control is also related to the target's will. In the comics, he used this to control a female hero for several years, leaving her with lifelong trauma. Before, the same method was used to control those children. Now, he took this opportunity to forcefully control Falcon, who had just been shot down and was in a daze. Damn it, what did you do to me? Falcon came back to his senses and yelled, but it was too late. His body already controlled by the Purple Man. Attack Captain America fans. Falcon could only turn around and was forced to fight Steve. On the other side, the 3 free-handed Rhino Man, Shockwave, and Sandman teamed up to hunt down Felicia. Meow meow meow, you've gone too far, she screamed, using her body's agility to the extreme. Avoiding the constant persecution of the 3 people. Not to mention Felicia, who was jumping up and down while being chased. Steve, on his side, faced the merciless and fierce attack of Falcon, who had just been his teammate. He could only choose to defend, and then switch back to the Falcon's more intense attack. The Purple Man on the side also seized the opportunity and worked hard to release his hormones to Steve. Finally, after feeling that the concentration was about the same, Purple Man stopped Falcon's attack, and then performed hypnotic control on Steve. Very good, you are under my control now, put down the shield. Put down the shield. Put it down. Zyron looked at Steve in disbelief. It was seen that although Steve's body was a little stiff and still trembling at this time, trying hard to resist the Purple Man, he did still retain his own will and was not hypnotized by the Purple Man. Hell, it was the first time Zyron encountered this situation. He had obviously filled Steve completely. 120% filled? But Steve still resisted tenaciously and failed to let him succeed. The hypnotic effect of the Purple Man is inherently affected by the target's will, and coincidentally, Steve is one of the strongest-willed people on the planet. This made Purple Man feel frustrated. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. He simply focused all his attention and hit Raider Steve, vowing to hypnotize Steve into his puppet. Because of this, Falcon suddenly found that the control on himself became lighter. Purple Man spends most of his energy on Steve, causing his control over him to weaken. Falcon seized the opportunity and attacked Zyron from behind. Zyron was shocked and angry after being stabbed in the back, and therefore lost control of the 2 strong men. Steve and Falcon escaped, but they had no time to delay. On the other side, Felicia, who was surrounded by 3 people, was reaching her limit and was surrounded by danger. It can be said that she made the greatest contribution to this battle tonight, controlling 3 people in one fell swoop. Come and save me. The 2 quickly joined the battle group, sharing some of the pressure on Felicia, but they were still at a disadvantage. The main reason is that the Dynamax Sandman is too outrageous. Middick prepared several carts of sand and gravel for him in advance. The firepower of Steve and others is simply not enough to cause effective damage to him. This is also the trouble with this kind of elemental superpower. So much so that Thriller and Rhino Man also caused a lot of trouble under the cover of Sandman. How to deal with this big guy? If we don't deal with him, we can't win. Falcon shouted from the air. Water? He is made of sand and stone, and water can destroy his body. Steve said. But where is the water? Felicia asked. X3. The 3 of them fell silent. This is other people's territory. Where does the water come from? At this moment, a handsome boy finally fell from the sky. It was Tony, who returned wearing a new armor. It seems like someone here needs help. He unfolded his body shield directly towards the Sandman, and a variety of missile weapons were exposed, aiming at the Sandman. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the powerful AoE firepower directly overwhelmed the 4-story giant. Steve gasped and looked at the large fireworks exploding in front of him. Okay, direct fire coverage is fine. The Sand People were severely damaged and could not continue fighting. With Tony's joining, the remaining few people were just defeated troops. Fugitive General. Especially Purple Man, he tried to launch a hormone attack on Tony, but was blocked by the steel armor, in vain. When Middox saw that his alliance was defeated, he knew something was wrong. He always watched the situation and immediately wanted to turn around and run away. Unexpectedly, Gwen stopped him directly and said, "Now, it's my turn to hold you back. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights." In the end, all 5 members of the Evil Four were captured and thrown together. A great victory, haha, guys. Tony frowned when he saw Steve. Why is there a Captain America fan here? I've always wanted to complain, his uniform is like a Boy Scout. When Steve saw Howard's son, he originally wanted to say hello, but his face turned dark when he heard it. Gwen stood up quickly. Let me introduce you, this is Mr. Stark. Although he has a bad mouth, he is not a bad person. Hey, I'm not satisfied now. I've been tell me what you have to say. This is Captain America. Yes, the one you know, the captain 70 years ago. He fell into a deep sleep for some reason until recently, and was only recently awakened by S.H.I.E.L.D. Well, your father and I used to be good friends. Because of him, I am here. Oh, really? I haven't heard him mention you much. The scene suddenly became colder. Tony and Steve they started to confront each other as if they were born to be incapable of dealing with each other, which gave Gwen a headache as she wanted to fight with him. Felicia secretly poked Sam and asked, what happened to them? Sam shrugged, who knows, their relationship is very complicated at first glance, father and son, friends. Let's examine this first. A few criminals, was all Gwen could say in the end. She suddenly felt that the idea of forming a team of heroes with extremely outstanding personalities was a stupid idea. Which one of you comes first? After a brief exchange of humility, several people took turns interrogating the Evil Four. Then, they discovered that these 4 people were just 4 high-level thugs, and they didn't know much about Jinbin's criminal empire. Therefore, the pressure suddenly came to Middox. He is Middox, known as the Night Stalker, and is Kingpin's second-in-command. Falcon smoothly added the information provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. This moment made Middox's idea of trying to muddle through go bankrupt. He was a bit ashen-faced, because he knew that once caught, no matter what it said or not, the outcome would not be much better. However, he said it quickly. After all, although the end was the same, the process was very different. He could feel that Spider-Woman might be the only one who treated the captives well, and the other people might really torture him to extract confessions. And because of his blindness, his other 4 senses have been greatly improved, including touch. In other words, he is afraid of pain. He quickly broke the news. Kingpin also has another identity, named Fisk. I remember, he seemed to be a businessman. Tony recalled. I only remember that he was a bald and fat man, but his wealth is quite different from mine, so I don't remember it much. That's just the wealth on the surface. Middox rarely added a word for his former employer. Plus the underground ones are far behind. Gwen didn't expect that tonight would be so smooth, and he would actually catch Kingpin's true identity, and with Middox, there would be no need to worry about evidence. That's great. We will take them back to the police station immediately, and the police will soon be dispatched to capture Jinbin. But as soon as she finished speaking, she found Tony looking at her with a strange expression. What's wrong? Spider-Woman, since we already know his identity and have captured the person, why don't we just set out to arrest him now? This way we can catch him off guard and be more secure. Gwen frowned. Isn't this not good? We'd better leave it to the police. The police have to handle everything, why do we superheroes need it? This time, even Steve, who was somewhat at odds with Tony, actually agreed. From the perspective of, let's go now. He is a soldier and has nothing to do with the police. Moreover, Fury, who he was entrusted with, had to bring Kingpin back to S.H.I.E.L.D. instead of handing it over to the police. Although both are arresting people, their nature is completely different. In this way, a few people dealt with the 5 people and then rushed to Jinbin's building. At this time, Peter, who had captured Jinbin, was sitting in Jinbin's former seat, quietly waiting for the arrival of everyone like the emperor of the entire palace. Gwen and his friends, those who could fly, those who couldn't, called a taxi, and each relied on their ability to reach the skyscraper where Kingpin was. That's it. Tony looked up. If I remember correctly, Kingpin should be on the top floor. Yes, Mr. Stark. Then let's continue to do our best. Then, Steve and Felicia looked at Tony. The 2 falcons flew into the sky, and Gwen also climbed upstairs while swinging on spider silk. The 2 looked at each other and could see a little helplessness in each other's eyes. It's amazing how you can fly. Take the elevator. Okay. Steve extended his hand in a gentlemanly manner. Ladies first. Felicia was allowed to walk first on cat steps. He walked behind and glanced at Felicia's fluffy tail with some confusion, but in the end he didn't say much. Ding! The 2 walked out of the elevator door. Gwen and others had been waiting here for a long time. Oh, the last one is finally here. Tony mocked at every opportunity. The corner of Steve's mouth couldn't help but twitch. If the situation didn't allow it, he really wanted to teach his rebellious child a lesson for Howard. He passed the topic and looked at the only office on this floor. So, Kingpin is in there, right? Yes. Gwen reminded. This is the last step, although I don't have it either. I thought tonight's progress would be so fast, but please don't take it lightly. Come on, Tony interrupted with a roll of his eyes, stretched out his hand and nodded to everyone present. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 to 1, please, guys, I don't know how to lose this. Although his words were a bit arrogant, he had to admit that everyone present thought so, including Steve. Even Gwen, although she sounded a warning, was not too worried. After all, although Kingpin has many titles and strong fighting abilities, in the final analysis, he is just an ordinary person. And they are 5 superheroes. So, let's go in and deal with the last boss quickly, and then go back to our homes. Tony stepped forward directly, shot out the light cannon in his hand, blew the door away, and then dived in. Seeing this, everyone could only follow. Unexpectedly, Tony suddenly backed out from inside like crazy, and with a bang, the two sides collided. Hey, Stark, what are you doing? Steve shouted. Run. No, you guys can't believe who I saw. Tony shook his head to make sure he wasn't blind. Damn it, why is he here? Seeing that Tony, who had been so arrogant just now, was suddenly frightened like this, several people were a little curious and raised their heads to look inside. I saw a dark figure sitting on Jinbin's seat, looking down at him. You are finally here, Black Superman said. Couldn't help but quietly ask Sam next to him. Is he the Black Superman? Captain, this is my first time seeing him, but I think so. Both of them expressed curiosity and exploration. Looked with eyes. Tony has also recovered. He was the most injured victim in this incident. Damn it, do you know how he felt when he just rushed in and was confidently preparing to deal with Fisk, and then suddenly saw a big black bat hood? He almost ran into it. Thinking that Black Superman was tonight's final boss, the energy reactor in his chest suddenly short-circuited for a second. He couldn't help but say, are you trying to scare me to death? Do you remember, I am still a patient with heart problems. Of course, other people also had this idea to a greater or lesser extent and were frightened one after another. Only Felicia took the opportunity to move back, hoping to be transparent. During this period of time, she has been trained by the Black Superman Devil, and she has already suffered from psychological shadow. I have solved the Kingpin, you will see it soon. Peter answered everyone's doubts. And the reason why I am here is very simple. You are all my chosen people. I have been paying attention to you for a long time. This sentence, the word stunned everyone present. Especially Gwen, when she heard the word chosen again after many days, she couldn't help but wonder. We are all chosen? What does chosen mean? She asked. Even Steve couldn't sit still and said, wait, you mean you have been paying attention to me for a long time? How is this possible? I just came from. Don't worry about these details, you have to know, as long as I want, the whole New York has no secrets in front of me. Peter replied lightly. Well, such a villainous and invincible speech really calmed everyone at once. For the first time, everyone had a clear understanding of Black Superman's power. Especially Tony, only he understands how difficult it is to completely monitor a city. He once sent Jarvis to monitor New York to find information about the Electro, but millions of people in New York are uploading and downloading information every moment. This information is like a digital torrent, enough to destroy any computer. At least, for now. Even if he spent a lot of effort, he could only manage to indirectly monitor the information he wanted through the internet. Black Superman seemed to be able to do it easily on his own. Steve also condensed his gaze. What he thought of for a moment was nothing else but the threat of Black Superman. If this is true, does it mean that as long as Black Superman wants to, the entire United States has no secrets in front of him? Everyone has secrets and privacy, but Black Superman ignores these. This is the most terrifying thing. As long as he wants to, he can even easily start a world war, just like Hydra, Red Skull did in the past. But this thought only existed for a moment, and Steve laughed a little self-deprecatingly. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. If Black Superman wants to provoke a world war, it seems that relying directly on his power will be enough. He had seen S.H.I.E.L.D's assessment of Black Superman's strength data, and it was a magnitude that was hard to believe. And Hydra and Red Skull were defeated 70 years ago, and everything is over. He was the only veteran left who was overstressed. So, why are you paying attention to us? Steve asked. I've had an idea for a long time, and tonight, I was finally able to make it happen, Peter said. What is it? Everyone was a little curious. After all, this was something that even Black Superman had been thinking about for a long time. Then, they saw Black Superman slowly floating into the air, and then floated in front of them, inviting. Let's form a Justice League. X5. Hey, are you sure you're not kidding? Tony looked confused. Why do you want to form a superhero team like Nick Fury? Fury, he also approached you. Steve said in surprise. Tony glanced at him. Yes, they said it was the Avengers, but I refused. If I remember correctly, the Justice League is the one in the comics, right? Black Superman, can you tell us why? Only Gwen still remembered the business and asked. Peter gave her an appreciative look and said, there are many reasons. With the continuous emergence of superhuman beings, superheroes, and supercriminals will emerge in an endless stream. In the future, it is inevitable that there will be crises that endanger the entire Earth and even the entire universe. In the face of these crises, sooner or later you will spontaneously unite, because only in this way will you have a chance of winning. Wait, I believe it will endanger the entire Earth, but the entire universe, isn't it a bit too exaggerated? Tony couldn't help but say. You know too little about gods in mythology, other races in the universe, invaders, and even the concept of the universe itself, parallel universes. These things will come sooner or later. Peter just told him the facts lightly. This made Tony fall into deep thought, not knowing what he was thinking. And Steve also stood up and asked, so, what's the real reason? To have fun. This answer is really, people can't help but want to complain, but the strange thing is that usually Tony, who was the most active in complaining, became serious at this time. Okay, I promise you, he agreed without hesitation. Oh, so decisive. It's very simple. You are the strongest, Black Superman. If there is any crisis in the future, then obviously being with you will have the best chance of solving the problem. After hearing what Peter said, Tony said a lot came to mind at once. He is a man with an unlimited sense of responsibility who easily puts heavy shackles on himself. If he knew that some disaster was coming, he would definitely try his best to avoid and deal with it. To a certain extent, he is like Spider-Man, trapped in the curse of with great power comes great responsibility throughout his life. Besides, if there's no crisis, then it's just fun, right? He said nonchalantly. Things seem to be going well and the first member has agreed to join. Sorry, I may not be able to join your team. At this time, Steve suddenly said. Oh, it just so happens that we don't need Nick Fury's Boy Scouts, do we? Tony exhaled mercilessly through his nostrils. Peter ignored him and looked at Steve. Can you tell me the reason? You know, I'm just an outdated antique. I need to go back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Go back to the place where everyone I don't understand what you are doing. So why don't you continue to torture yourself in depression? Steve didn't expect Black Superman to say this suddenly, and was stunned for a moment. Besides, were you doubting me just now? Peter came closer and asked condescendingly. What do you suspect? Steve frowned. Doubt my abilities, such as starting a world war, conquering the Earth, or becoming another Hydra. You know, I have this ability. Black Superman, you can't do this. Pure Gwen quickly spoke out, but Peter raised his hand to stop him. Steve looked at Peter seriously. The rest was fine, but when it came to Hydra, as an old enemy, he was instantly ignited. Peter chuckled and said, it makes sense for you to come to this era, Steve, and I will prove it to you. These words made Steve move. He hesitated for a while and said, sorry, I still can't agree to you right away. It doesn't matter, there's no rush. You can come to Stark when you have time. There are many people like you here, and you will have a good chat. Come. Hey? What do you mean, I haven't agreed yet? Tony protested. I am Stark's master. But no one paid attention to him, and everyone had already acquiesced to Black Superman's words. Now, you are the only one left, Spider-Woman. You are indispensable to my alliance. You, Tony, and Steve will be the cornerstone of the Justice League. Gwen did not expect that Black Superman would see her so seriously. So high, it even reached the same height as Mr. Stark and Captain America. This made her feel flattered for a moment. In her eyes, these two are the seniors, the real big shots. One is a billionaire and a super genius. One is the spiritual flag of the United States. No matter how you look at it, she can't be compared to a friendly neighbor, right? But what's even weirder is that neither Mr. Stark nor Captain America had any objections or opinions. Oh my god, how is this going? Gwen was a little dizzy, and she suddenly wanted to go back to find Peter. At this time, Felicia, who had been invisible for a long time and tried hard to be a little transparent, finally couldn't bear it anymore. She raised her paw and said, am I also a member of the Justice League? Of course. Peter said. This made Felicia very happy. So, Spider-Woman is the big three, and I became one of the 7 elders of the Justice League. No, you are a pet. The establishment of the Justice League did not cause too many waves. It is impossible for several parties involved to promote it everywhere, and since the team is just starting up and there are no major events, it will naturally be looser. Most importantly, Peter did not restrain them by force. They are lone heroes, and it is unrealistic and unnecessary to expect them to come together so quickly. The next day, New York was also shaken by another incident, and public opinion was rampant. The famous philanthropist and businessman, Mr. Wilson Fisk, went to the police station early in the morning to surrender and reveal his other identity, the underground king of New York and the emperor of the American criminal empire, Kingpin. In an instant, various rumors about Kingpin, his past, and the crimes he committed were reported by countless media. It is said that the young police officer who accepted Kingpin's surrender was frightened. Yes, I am deeply sorry for the crime I committed. I will spend the rest of my life in prison to repent. Kingpin said to reporters with his hands shackled. He recalled what Black Superman said to him last night. S.H.I.E.L.D. has come to the door. What you have done has aroused their nerves. The only thing you can do now is to build a prison and live in it, and never come out. What do you need me to do? I don't understand why you don't kill me. It's very simple. At least keeping you for now is more useful than killing you. Black Superman looked at him and said, I will kill you, but not now. In this world, people are being accidentally oppressed, eliminated, and engaged in black causes every moment. Some of them do it voluntarily, and some of them are forced to do so. In a popular sense, fighting crime is just following the justice of the majority and punishing a small group of people. And I am neither the majority nor the small group of people. I overlook all this. In my eyes, some people are no different from others. They are all part of the functioning of this society. Whether they are evil or good, they have their own reasons for existence. The boy who was forced to destroy his family raised a knife and killed his enemy, but there is no legal problem with my enemies, so whose fault is this? Only, when they cross the rules and point their knives at those who should not be harmed, are they the targets of my attack. Other than that except, Black Superman chuckled, no matter how many people are killed, as long as they are worthy of death, what does it matter? Black Superman looked over. And you can organize these people to form a group of people. The cycle of levels gives them an environment to survive, whether it is violence or anything else. Jin Bin was stunned for a few seconds before he came back to his senses. He raised his head and sneered. So, they are right, aren't they? What you do is to be the only god in this world who can judge anyone. The greater the ability, the greater the power, isn't it? Fisk. Ha 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 ha, Kingpin laughed wildly, and he suddenly found that he was even more fascinated by the damn Black Superman. Even if he is the damn part of Black Superman's mouth. He did give job opportunities to many people who were desperate and could not survive, that is, committing crimes. This does not necessarily mean burning, killing and looting. There are more women and children engaged in logistics jobs. But at the same time, he also caused countless families to die. But this does not affect his complicated emotions towards Black Superman. I will surrender to the police tomorrow, and then, I hope you won't disappoint me. Tony turned off the interview video about Fisk and said, so, how did Black Superman do it and make him surrender willingly? You have to ask him himself, Mr. Stark. Peter said. At this moment, Tony, Peter, Gwen, Harry, Felicia, Banner, and Connors were all there, sitting together. This is an office break room. The Stark Expo, which has been planned for more than a month, was finally successfully held today. Well, the main reason why it took so long was because Tony, the boss, went on vacation for a month. At this moment, everyone was gathered together. Connors glanced at Peter without any trace and said nothing. Black Superman is right in front of you, but no one else knows it. This feeling is so exciting. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Dr. Connors, are you ready? Peter turned to ask him at this time. No problem. I'll try. Connors took a deep breath and said. Stark Industries and Osborn Group have been arguing for many days, and finally signed the final conditions recently. The healing serum has even been updated, making it more stable and more effective. Of course, what is sold to the outside world is only a version that can cure diseases, disabilities, and injuries, and the side effects of improving abilities are eliminated to a minimum. Everyone also decided to announce the news at the World Expo, a grand and popular stage, hosted by Connors. This will definitely cause a lot of waves and questions. After all, Osborn's serum project caused a lot of excitement some time ago, and Connors' current green look is a bit scary. But what does it matter? Tony likes this kind of excitement, and then slaps him in the face. Launched together with this, is also Tony's core project, which is also Stark's future direction, clean energy engineering. Using new elements, he designed his clean energy plan from the ground up. However, I don't know if it's a coincidence, but whether it's the World Expo itself, serum, or clean energy, these seem to have something to do with Peter. The rest are mostly fragmentary inventions, discoveries, and the like, and Banner also contributed a few. There is also an exhibition of Tony's iron armor. However, even though it was such a big day, Tony was in a bad state. Mr. Stark, you don't look well. Gwen held Peter's hand and asked. No, I'm fine, it's just a little trouble. Tony wiped his face. Pepper is pestering me all day now, trying to give me a baby. Gwen blinked. That's not it. Isn't it good? She must love you very much. Kukukukukuk. This made Connors couldn't help laughing. Gwen, it is a good thing for others, but for Stark not sure. Hey, Connors? Not sure for me? I'm just not ready yet. Miss Pepper thought Mr. Stark was not going to live long, so she wanted to do something for him, Peter roughly explained to Gwen. This made Gwen's eyes widen and she looked at Tony in disbelief. Mr. Stark, you guys went on vacation for a month, and you didn't even confess to Miss Pepper. Tony was a little confused. Embarrassed. You know, Gwen, some things are always harder to say, right? When he thought of the ridiculous things he and Pepper had done during this period, he could already think of what would happen to him after Pepper learned the truth. Amen. He is really going to die. But paper can't cover the fire, and it will only get worse if it continues like this. Gwen frowned, leaned close to Peter, and asked, Peter, you wouldn't do this, right? X2. Connors felt like he was going crazy. The speech at the World Expo began soon. As soon as Connors took the stage, he aroused exclamations from the audience and media reporters. With Connors' self-introduction and the launch of the healing serum, these exclamations one after another were even more pushed to a climax. Mr. Osborn, don't you care about the safety of consumers? Let the lizard people who once tried to mutate all of New York develop a serum. This will kill us. No, in fact it will save us. Thousands of people have been troubled by this. Our clinical trials have proven that it is effective, safe, and stable. But he is a lizard. Okay, next one. As Osborn's representative, Harry he also stood up and dealt with reporters skillfully. Tony also stood up and started his clean energy speech. Banner left with his girlfriend Betty, Felicia ran away alone, and everyone started to act in an orderly manner. Suddenly, only Peter and Gwen were left again. The two of them held hands and strolled around the exhibition leisurely. Did you prepare all of this? That's awesome, Peter. She looked at the Stark Industries technology around her with interest. She was extremely proud when she thought that her boy had participated in all of this. I just did some trivial work. Peter introduced her from time to time. This is. Whenever this time, Gwen just looked at him brightly. Peter discovered this and said, it seems that what Miss Gwen Stacy wants to know is not others, but me. This made Gwen chuckle. Then please introduce me to me. What do you want to know? Height, weight, favorite food, hobbies. Hey, haven't I known these for a long time? Then you want to go deeper. Some words with double entendres are confusing. Gwen blushed slightly and patted him. Tell me, when did you learn to be bad? I read a book and it said that no matter how good a boy is, he can't help but learn to be bad in front of the girl he loves. Damn, this is something that cannot be changed under genetic control. What's wrong? Peter saw Gwen suddenly stopped talking. Gwen didn't want to say that her heart was pounding because of Peter's arousal. It would be too shameful. She bit her lip and retorted, oh, what about the girl? I think about it, probably because Xayafei's cheeks are easy to giggle and a little sticky, and there is a delicate feeling all over the body, just like you now. Same. Gwen was also stunned by Peter's sudden turn at the end. She came back to her senses and said shyly, how can I not? Okay, you don't. Peter suddenly shut up again. After talking, this made Gwen, who was itching to be teased, want something again and feel empty in her heart. So angry? She had to admit that she did seem to be a little sticky from Peter now. Damn it, Spider-Woman was defeated by Peter the Great Demon again? This can't happen anymore. She must tease her back next time? Huh, she snorted. Peter was a little funny and said, it's rare that you take a day off, and we can finally spend time together. Gwen's expression changed, and her eyes softened a little. She knew what Peter meant. She seems to have been a little too obsessed with playing Spider-Woman for a while now. Electro, then Kraven, Kingpin, without a breath. This also leads to the fact that Peter and her are always in a high-speed switching rhythm. Even when they are playing and falling in love, they are mostly Peter and Spider-Woman. It's been a long time since they had a normal date like this in a normal capacity. Well, the last time the two of them went on a date, they bumped into Electro. Sorry, Peter, You don't need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. This was a decision we made together, wasn't it? Gwen didn't know what to say anymore. She felt her heart was breaking. Covered by Peter. Okay, today I'm all yours, Peter. The whole person. Peter looked her over. Hey, you can't whisper. Gwen was a little shy and said with wandering eyes. I don't feel very convincing. Peter was just about to take advantage of the victory and pursue it, when suddenly his expression changed. In the distance, Tony was speaking freely on the stage about his clean energy project. The specific process is like this. He first lets his steel armors appear, salute, detonate the whole audience, and then step aside. Then he slowly appeared on the stage amid high expectations, raising expectations, and telling two humorous cold jokes to adjust the atmosphere. Finally, it was the concept, prospects, technology, and goals of clean energy that made all the people around the world have clean energy available. The audience and reporters in the audience were so excited by his CPU that they cheered and marveled endlessly. They all understand that after tonight, Stark Industries Group may completely transform Stark Energy Technology Group and usher in a new leap. In this warm scene of cheering, a man wearing a thick coat quietly squeezed into the audience and walked towards the center of the stage step by step. It wasn't until he started to take the stage that Tony noticed him. Sir, I understand your excitement, but can you please respect the order of the scene? The security guards also rushed to stop him. That's the end of the normal thing. Unexpectedly, this Mizzy was unexpectedly strong and pushed all the security guards away by himself. Only then did Tony realize that something was wrong. It seems like my fan is still a tough guy, haha. At this time, Mizzy had also taken off his coat, revealing the steel plate armor underneath. There was a large lamp measuring on his chest, something Tony was very familiar with. That's a small arc reactor. Who are you? He asked. Ivan Vank, you can also call me, Whipping Rope. Mizzy said. He whipped his plasma whip at Tony. Ivan Vanko's father is Anton Vanko, who was a partner with Tony's father Howard. They designed the arc reactor together, but unlike Howard, who advocated the development of unlimited energy for the benefit of mankind, Anton Vank thought about how to use the reactor to obtain maximum economic benefits. The two parted ways due to differences, with Howard banishing Anton Vanko from the scene. Anton Vanko always held a grudge, and this hatred extended to his son Ivan Vanko. And Ivan Vank watched Tony being famous on TV and in major media, but because they were expelled, they could only live in a cold marginal town. The huge gap made him extremely angry and jealous. After his father died, he used the drawings left by his father to build the arc reactor. He even used Tony's steel armor as a reference to make a set of whiplash armor. The purpose of his appearance here is also very simple, that is, for revenge. However, he seemed a little ill-informed and had chosen the wrong place. The World Expo at this time can be said to be the home base of superheroes, Tony, Gwen, Banner, Felicia, Connors, forget about Connors. In short, just one Hulk is enough to make him walk away without food. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Gwen also noticed the commotion. She subconsciously wanted to help, but was held back by Peter behind her. Have you forgotten what you just promised me? Peter said. Gwen looked at Peter and then at the rioting crowd in the distance. But are they okay? Well, even though she had just agreed to Peter, when she saw the danger when she looked back, she still subconsciously I want to take action. Her kindness destined her to be unable to ignore death and put a group of innocent people in danger. This is also her fate that generations of Spider-Man cannot escape. In this regard, Peter just glanced at the lively booth in the distance and said indifferently, "Have you forgotten? This is Mr. Stark's base camp, and he will solve everything." Gwen blinked. Really? Of course. Peter pulled Gwen into his arms. "Today you only belong to me. I think it's time for you to have a good rest, Gwen." Gwen couldn't refuse Peter's breath and could only lie in Peter's arms, and let out a soft hum like a kitten. On the other side, on the booth, while Peter and Gwen were messing around with each other, Stark was narrowly avoiding Ivan Vanko's electric whip. The electric whip hit the ground and melted the booth. Tony narrowed his eyes. "Okay, although it's a little inexplicable, I can't help but stop you quickly." "Stop me." Ivan Vank flicked his whip. "Why? With your mortal body? You don't even have steel armor now. It seems that you are a bit outdated." "You don't know." Tony snapped his fingers directly. "Can I control it without anyone else now?" He somehow became more mature. "I like this show off more and more." Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, 4 armors fell from the sky, forming a square shape and surrounding Ivan Vank. At the same time, Tony opened his hands, and the 5th suit of armor was automatically calibrated and put on. Ivan Vank was obviously confused for a second or two. He didn't expect Tony's technology to be updated so quickly. How is it possible? He is also a genius in physics and mechanical engineering. He has always felt that he is not weaker than Tony. It was only because he was exiled that the two of them were completely different. This is also the source of his jealousy and anger. But at this moment, the belief that he has held firm for many years seems to have collapsed. So, 5 against 1, I don't believe I will lose this time. The steel mask on Tony's face closed, and his eyes flashed brightly, rushed towards Ivan Vank. In the end, this World Expo came to a somewhat chaotic but perfect curtain call amidst this accident. Because, in addition to clean energy, Tony also showed the world his powerful abilities in another identity. Ivan Vanko was also successfully captured. However, unlike the original version, the military had obtained the armor they wanted at this time, and the relationship between the two parties had eased somewhat. Even because Stark suddenly joined forces with Osborn, they had to be more cautious. So naturally he had no chance to become a monster again. Shield. The video of Tony powerfully crushing Ivan Vanko 5-on-1 was sent to Nick Fury. He regretted it so much that his heart was bleeding. He did not expect that after Tony developed new elements, he would also update and iterate the armor into more than one major version. One Iron Man is tough enough, let alone 5. No, with Tony's speed, there is a high probability that there will be more in the future. These were supposed to be all the Avengers. But now, it seems that even the Avengers are going bankrupt. This was what bothered him more. Agent Hill, Steve, what do you say? Hill, one of Nick Fury's most capable assistants, said. Not too optimistic. He has been working on comics recently. Comics? Superman, and Batman, you know. The muscles on Nick Fury's face couldn't help but twitch. Damn Black Superman, it wasn't enough to pry off Tony Stark, but now he doesn't even let Steve go? Are you a professional at picking corners? Damn, he's Captain America? Nick Fury only felt a little heavy on his head, and a feeling of humiliation arose in his heart. Moreover, what the hell is this Justice League? Isn't it from the comics? He really doesn't understand where his Avengers can be? If he wants to leave, Hill asked tentatively. Nick Fury waved his hand impatiently. He is Captain America. Can we still stop him? Yes. Nick Fury sighed again. If possible, let's delay it as long as possible. How is the matter about Black Superman? Speaking of this, Hill also frowned. Except for Tony Stark, Spider-Woman, and Steve, there is no connection between them. Clues. We don't know where he comes from or where he goes. All kinds of tracking and surveillance are always missing him unknowingly. If Kingpin, a superhuman chef, was here, he would definitely ridicule these two idiots. No, the camouflage ability of Superman's biological force field. Nick Fury also frowned. Of course, he hadn't thought of asking for some clues from these people, but Tony was unwilling to take any advice. Steve didn't know much, and Spider-Woman could take action, but she wasn't ready yet. He was not sure how to deal with the revenge of Black Superman. Even Kingpin, the only one who seemed to be related, built a turtle shell prison by himself, got into it, and saw no one. It was the first time he felt so troubled. At this time, Hill suddenly said, but it's not without interesting things. What? Hill took out a document. Some people whose houses were destroyed by the Hulk in Harlem sued the Black Superman. After this period of progress, it seems that the court is about to open, and there is quite a big fuss on the internet. Nick Fury just sneered at this. A bunch of clowns finally couldn't stand it anymore. Then let's. Nick Fury was silent for a while. Although it is impossible for Black Superman to be there, we still pay attention to it. What if he goes? How is it possible? Whiplash. To be honest, it doesn't seem like he has much of a role. But it wouldn't work if he didn't come out, so let's simply arrange for him to show Tony off and show off Tony's current armor level. By the way, something unusual was discovered in New Mexico. Our satellite observed a hammer falling from the sky. Falling from the sky? Which day? Hill spread his hands. Not yet. After checking, it seems that it suddenly appeared tens of thousands of meters in the sky and caused an electromagnetic storm. And after the hammer fell to the ground, it could not be lifted no matter what method was used. Okay, now even a hammer doesn't make people worry about it. Nick Fury pressed his temple. Take control and let Coulson take charge. After the day of the expo, everyone gathered together again. Tony, Gwen, Peter, Connors, Banner, and Harry and Felicia. They gathered around a room in Stark Tower that had been converted specifically for parties. Tony ordered food for everyone and opened a bottle of champagne. At this time, an inappropriate voice sounded. Sorry, I'm just fine with Pepsi. Tony looked at Peter. Boy, has anyone ever said you were a disappointment? Just like you like cheeseburgers, Mr. Stark. Very well, forget it. Jarvis, get this kid some Coke. Everyone ate, drank, and discussed what happened at the expo. Yes, I find that such an all-in-one machine is still too cumbersome and has many limitations. Tony answered everyone's curiosity about the armor. I am considering developing a model with ultra-remote control and automatic disassembly and assembly capabilities. Trust me, that would be cool. Need some help? Banner asked. Help? No, this is my armor. I can do it by myself. What about the Steel Legion? I think you can order and control multiple steel armors at the same time today. Peter suddenly asked. This made Tony frown. I haven't thought about it yet. Rationally speaking, having an iron army can expand his power exponentially. But at the same time, this will undoubtedly stir up the nerves of those on Capitol Hill. They may allow an Iron Man to exist, but they cannot accept an iron army. This is not only a technical issue, but also has many political considerations. Tony was thoughtful and didn't say any more. What about the thug who attacked? He seems to have an arc reactor too. Connors asked. His name is Ivan Vank, and his father seems to know my father. I don't want to pursue these old events. At this time, the news projection also played news about the Black Superman. A victim from Harlem sued the Black Superman, who lost his legs to the Black Superman during the disaster. This lawsuit has been going on for more than a month, and now it has finally come to an end. At present, the New York court has accepted the case and the hearing will be held in the near future. Almost simultaneously, everyone turned their attention to Banner. Hey, I was there to save someone, and then I got beaten up by him for no reason. Banner complained. We didn't mean it, Dr. Banner. Gwen explained quickly. Because they agreed to form the Justice League, although the team is still very loose, everyone is more or less uncomfortable with the news. Especially since they are heroes too. Sometimes when dealing with some large-scale hazards, it is inevitable that some things will be destroyed, which is not what they want. But this lawsuit seems to put all the faults and economic losses on them. They are obviously helping everyone. Gwen was slightly discouraged. Harry suddenly sneered. Why are they suing Black Superman? A bunch of clowns just jumped out to get attention while Black Superman was away. However, when he finished speaking, he suddenly found that everyone was watching. Then he turned to him. What's wrong? Everyone. Harry looked at everyone and explained. I admit, I used to hate my father because of his affairs, but now I have looked away. Oh, that's good. Connors wiped the sweat from his brow. It's strange why I sweat so easily today. Harry, calm down, you are like a fan on TV now. Tony also said. Sorry, I'm just a little excited. Harry suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He seems to be. It's nothing, it's human nature. Tony waved his hand and said. These things shouldn't be that simple. Back then, I just built the arc reactor and steel armor, but the military and the people on Capitol Hill were already crazy. He's entangled, let alone Black Superman. You mean, this is a test? Maybe. What will Black Superman do? Felicia asked worriedly. What should I do? Tony said indifferently. With Superman's style, who can do anything to him? After Tony said this, everyone suddenly reacted. Yes, they had just put themselves into it, as if they were being sued and it was they who had to go to court, which made them feel a little depressed and worried. But in fact, it was Black Superman who was being sued. Banner and Connors couldn't help but think of Black Superman's fist, it was so painful. Felicia also remembered the inhuman special training given to her by Black Superman, and she was about to break. Gwen blinked. Okay, although Black Superman was very reassuring as a teammate, the impression and memory he gave her was really not very good. She rubbed her body and leaned against Peter. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Not to mention Tony, every time the Black Superman appeared, he never succeeded in playing the game. So, he spread his hands to signal to everyone. If you ask me, it's better to worry about those guys. Then do you think Black Superman will go? Felicia asked curiously. Why would he go? I don't think so. Harry frowned and said. No, I think he will. Tony objected, looked at Harry, and said. You don't know him yet, Harry. This made Harry feel a rush of blood in an instant, commonly known as high blood pressure. Blood pressure. Why do you think so? He asked. Tony looked at Gwen and Felicia and said. Do you remember what Black Superman said the night the Justice League was formed? There may be more crises that endanger the world in the future. No. Tony interrupted Gwen and said. He said he was having fun. XN. So, Tony waved his hand. If it were me, for fun, why not? Harry squinted. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Tony with sudden hostility. It seemed that his position was threatened. At this time, Connors was already trying hard to hold it in until his prostate ached. He glanced at Peter secretly. It was so exciting. Everyone had different attitudes, talking about this topic a lot, and some even enjoyed it. Peter, who was the person involved, was just playing with Gwen's little hand interestingly. Gwen secretly scratched him while discussing with everyone. He scratched back. Gwen scratched again. In a certain prison. Kingpin watched the news, a flush appeared on his face full of anger. He will go. He will definitely go ha 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 ha. On the day of the trial. The stunt of prosecuting Black Superman attracted a lot of media attention. Of course they knew that there was no way Black Superman would come. Even in fighting crime in New York, he rarely appears, and it seems that he is gradually handing over these tasks to Spider-Woman, his friendly neighbor. According to some news, Black Superman seems to be more active around the world recently. Although the frequency is not as high as before, his strike range has spread. From the initial crime, terrorist attacks began to spread to some innocent people and nobles. Yes, legally, and even as an innocent person in the eyes of some people. This caused many people to protest. His approach really makes people feel insecure. Because you can't be sure whether the Black Superman will suddenly appear in your home one day and humanely destroy you. This is also the underlying reason for today's farce. Black Superman has provoked some people. Even in the eyes of some insiders, this is just the first step, a test. Followed by various attacks one after another. An attack that is enough to cause the social death of anyone in the world. The media didn't know this. Maybe some people guessed a little bit, but they didn't care. What they care about is Franklin and today's popularity. Putting the most powerful man in the world on trial sounds like a breaking point. Although, maybe, it would be better if Black Superman could come to trial. Some people even thought silently in their hearts. In addition to the media, there are more people who are incited by public opinion. Some of them just ate the melon, and some were carried away, holding up signs boycotting Black Superman and shouting Black Superman, get out of New York. Not to mention whether there are any interests involved here, just talking about these actions has attracted another small but extremely determined group. Fans of Black Superman. The two parties held different signs and faced each other, and the exchange of various beeping and blocking words became more and more intense, and they even got into a fight at one point. Well, since the rightful owner didn't come, the crowd started to tear up. In desperation, the court guards could only forcibly separate the two groups and put up guardrails in the middle. In this way, although the shouting and swearing continued, at least it did not escalate into a physical conflict. What's interesting is that despite all the excitement, only the victims have not come forward. Inside the courtroom, a black man in a wheelchair was pushed forward by the crowd. Are you ready? A white lawyer came over and asked. Of course, ma'am. Xiao He pondered for a while and said in a somewhat sad and angry tone. Black Superman destroyed my home. He also caused me to lose my legs. I know that this can't do anything to him, it may even cause him to suffer a fatal disaster. But I still have to prosecute him? This is to tell everyone that justice and natural justice must not be let down. Very good, reporters will come in later, just behave as you are now. Okay, ma'am. Finally, amidst all the waiting, the time finally came for the court to begin. Looking at the watch that was about to reach the hour, the white lawyer said, it seems that he will not come. Xiao He said skillfully as if he had practiced hundreds of times, even if he doesn't come, he can't escape all the people. Our trial. These footages were spread to major media and TV stations by reporters who filmed them live, and were shown to the people across the country, and even caused some people to have a self-orgasm. At this moment, there was a loud bang outside. Before everyone in the court could react, a tsunami of shouts came from outside. Black Superman. Black Superman is here. Peter's arrival directly ignited the whole place. His fans saw their idol, Black Superman, in person for the first time and chanted wildly. Black Superman. Black Superman. Black Superman. Even some of the melon eaters were aroused and started shouting and cheering. Some people who originally held resistance signs dropped their signs and joined the cheering team. His arrival was like the Emperor suddenly clearing up the originally noisy situation. People rushed forward, looking up at him, calling his name, and extending their hands to him. Seeing this, Peter just faced the people, opened his arms, and slowly floated into the air. His figure blocked the scorching sun, and the dazzling light radiated off the outline of his cloak. Ah! Fans screamed even more crazily, and some even fainted. Tony, who was watching the scene through live TV, couldn't help but complain. Is he so good at showing off? Boom! The court door was pushed open, and Peter slowly floated in. At this time, whether it was the judge on the stage, the prosecutor, the jurors, or those sitting in the audience, their bodies were all stiff, their faces were full of unnaturalness, and their heads were lowered. Not to mention that Black Superman himself is famous, but the tsunami-like screams of the crowd outside just now were enough to make them dizzy. For them, sometimes this kind of violence united by countless people is more intuitive and more frightening. Peter passed them one by one and floated to the deliberation table in the middle. But instead of pushing the small fence door, he chose to go up, and then looked down at the group of people. You can start, he said. Black Superman, the judge is an old woman. She is about to retire. She didn't expect to receive such an exciting job at the end of her career. Only when she opened her mouth did she realize that her voice was trembling. Do you have anything to say to the plaintiff who has accused you of destroying public buildings on a large scale, injuring others, and causing disability, etc.? No, Judge. Peter's straightforward and polite answer stunned the judge, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At least, this is a good start, isn't it? The judge looked at Xiaohei and his white lawyer. The lawyer had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk out. She was also very afraid that Black Superman would be murderous and kill her directly, but this seemed to be what those behind the scenes wanted to see more, that Black Superman commit murder in front of the whole country. This will be a stain that he will never be able to erase for the rest of his life. So, Black Superman, are you admitting it? You have caused multiple financial, physical and mental harm to my employer, and you will be punished by law. She became more and more fluent as she spoke, and even pursued her, but deep down she felt it's a bit incredible. Black Superman actually confessed. How can this be? But it happened right in front of her. No, Peter replied. This made the lawyer even more excited. This was simply the easiest battle she had ever fought. She didn't expect the famous Black Superman to be so stupid. Are you going back on your word, Black Superman? You just admitted it in front of the judge. I did hurt a lot of people and maimed a lot of people. Peter interrupted her lightly and said. They are all criminals, extremely vicious. They committed evil and hurt innocent people who should not be hurt, so I hurt them. I go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Also hurt some people who were not criminals. But they used their hands to with their power and wealth. They committed more evil but got away with it, so I also hurt them. He looked at the lawyer. For example, you, this lady, you have used the law to persecute and suppress so many families. Let their family be ruined. The lawyer felt as if his entire being was being seen through at this moment, and his heart felt chilly. She has indeed taken on many similar lawsuits. After all, with a lot of money, ordinary people and poor people are easy to bully and have no ability to resist. Why not do it? She wanted to quibble, but her words turned into, this is just my profession, I am a lawyer, and my task is to win every lawsuit. There is no good or evil in profession, but people have. No. Peter sighed. The lawyer's scalp was numb, and he felt as if some disaster was about to happen. She made the decision she regretted most in her life, turned around and fled towards the court. Laugh? A heat gaze traced down the aisle. He really dares? At this moment, countless people looked at the live broadcast in shock, and this thought emerged in their hearts. Black Superman really dares to kill people in public, in front of the whole country? The law was violated in front of everyone. What else can he not dare to do? In the picture, the scarlet light in Black Superman's eyes has faded, and the audience, jury, and judge in the auditorium were all shocked. Some people wanted to escape, but after seeing the lawyer's lessons learned, they hesitated. The guards had already rushed out, but they only stood around from a distance and did not dare to get close. Peter looked at Xiaohei. Then, it's your turn. No, don't kill me. Xiaohei yelled in horror. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sue you. Do you have any intention of planting things? Peter said playfully. It's them. Xiaohei cried bitterly. It's the lawyer. She gave me money to cooperate with them in suing you. They also asked me to practice countless times in advance, just to say it perfectly in front of the camera. Say your lines. Woohoo, I don't dare anymore, I really don't dare anymore. It wasn't you who destroyed my house, it was that monster. It wasn't you who caused the leg damage, it was just that I ran too fast downstairs and fell. You saved me. If it weren't for you, I would have died under that green monster. Please, don't kill me. At this moment, both the people present and the live broadcast, the people in front of the TV were all silent without exception. They couldn't help but ponder whether it was the Black Superman who trampled the law, or whether they themselves ruined it. Black Superman killed people, but it seemed that it was not him who left the stain, but those who had ill intentions towards him. The judge tremblingly picked up the gavel and knocked it. Then, the plaintiff withdraws the lawsuit and pleads guilty. Black Superman is not guilty. She looked at Peter and said cautiously, you can go. Anyway, this lawsuit is after that. She will go home to take care of herself. Nothing is more important than her life. But she didn't expect that Black Superman didn't move at all, but floated quietly in the air. Black Superman didn't move, and she didn't dare to move. No one in the courtroom dared to move either, and silence suddenly fell on the court. The people in front of the TV were also wondering what happened to Black Superman, until a group of people dressed in black suddenly appeared in the camera. They replaced the people on the field, the audience, the jury, and even the judge. SHIELD finally arrived. SHIELD takes over the court. The auditorium, the jury box, and the judge were all replaced with their own people. Although the scene looked the same as before, inside, the nature of the lawsuit had already changed. The atmosphere was also solemn. Peter even saw Nick Fury in the audience. He was looking at Peter with one eye, not knowing what he was thinking. The new judge was a young dark-haired woman, whom Peter had no impression of. She was probably just a middle to lower level agent. After all, the live broadcast and the camera are still going on, and some people do not dare or cannot be exposed to the public. They need a microphone. But being able to sit in this position at this time and be the microphone means something in itself. At least, the young judge was not afraid of death. She stared closely at Black Superman. Finally, SHIELD's first question began. You killed someone in front of everyone, Black Superman. You are a murderer, there is no defense. The judge said. This sentence suddenly made the already tense atmosphere even more tense. Any normal person can hear that this sentence is full of malice. If a hero is a murderer, is he still a hero? Heroes should not have the right to kill at will. I killed evil people, Peter replied calmly. But this answer can only be considered satisfactory. Peter understands, but this is what he wants to express. But you still broke the law. The young judge pressed forward step by step, not afraid of heat vision falling from the sky at the next moment. From the moment she took this position, she was prepared to die in the line of duty. Can you punish me? Peter asked. So, you think you can be above the law and judge anyone without authorization? The law is never perfect, is it? After the slightly faster-paced questioning, there was a silence. Some SHIELD agents were whispering to each other. They were communicating back and forth. From the beginning, Peter was not facing a certain judge or a certain agent chief, but the entire SHIELD. Their strength, their intelligence, their entire backbone. SHIELD understands that every word they say and every question matters. They kept trying to decipher every word and guess about the Black Superman. This is also the first real communication between human beings and Black Superman. What is good and what is evil? The young judge added. Suddenly asking this philosophical question makes people confused, but it does contain more of SHIELD's helplessness. Yes, they do not have the ability to judge Black Superman, so they can only try to understand Black Superman. Kind, innocent people who have done no evil should not be harmed. Peter said. Those who are diligent and just work hard every day have no reason to be harmed. Maybe, you shouldn't act unilaterally, you can cooperate with us and the government. This is another compromise of theirs. They can't stop the Black Superman, so all they can do is tie them to the Black Superman. The law will become a weapon for some people, but I will not. Peter just replied calmly. I can understand that you are now fighting against the government, Capitol Hill, and all the regimes in the world. SHIELD has been forced into a corner, and some are so anxious that they even want to enlist the support of the whole world. Peter's reaction was very calm. I'm not against anyone. If someone feels threatened by me, then he might as well think about why he has something to do with it. Peter chuckled. Please believe me, you don't want to see me having anything to do with anyone. One person does the right thing. What are you? The sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's head. You make everyone's necks shiver and make everyone fear, the young female judge asked. Fear is the best shackles, it can lock all sins in a cage. In fact, I have been merciful, otherwise, you would not have the chance to sit here. Black Superman has already spoken nakedly, threats warned, but frustratingly, they had no ability to fight back. After this period of fermentation, too many people have paid attention to this lawsuit. Whether it is SHIELD or others, they all feel that it is difficult. Some people even inexplicably feel that Black Superman is right. In this environment, the atmosphere becomes increasingly silent. Why can't Black Superman be as easy to deal with as the Superman in the comics, who can be kidnapped and restrained by kryptonite? God, why do you treat us like this? Could it be that we really have to reach that point in the end? War and destruction. Those arrogant people cannot be caught so easily, and only most people will suffer. Have you ever thought, maybe, people don't need you? The young judge suddenly found that her voice was bitter. Unknowingly, she lost the energy she had at the beginning, because she suddenly discovered that Black Superman seemed to be doing something more correct. Harry was also paying attention to the lawsuit, clenching his hands unconsciously. In prison, Kingpin went even crazier and punched the table in front of him. Tony was leaning on the sofa, complaining about Black Superman's pretense, absent-mindedly and thoughtfully. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Gwen, where's Peter? Where is Peter? Therefore, in this depressing atmosphere, at the most intense and critical moment of the exchange of words and thoughts, Peter just said lightly, I am right here, whether you need it or not. There was another moment of silence. After a while, the young judge, SHIELD, asked, so, do you really want to be a god on Earth? My power is destined to push me to a certain position. Peter said, you should be lucky that this person is me. In this confrontation, the communication has been very clear at this point. Whether people need it or not, Black Superman exists objectively and they cannot refuse. They can't judge Black Superman, they can't control Black Superman, they are afraid of Black Superman, maybe, they also need Black Superman. At this moment, an inappropriate voice sounded again. Don't you think it's ridiculous for a human god who hides his head and shows his tail? The young judge said. Yes, this is their last resort. Well, you want to be the sword of Damocles, you are above everyone, you are the god on Earth, we can't deal with you, we are broken. But don't even think about it. The most powerful man in the world actually wears a ridiculous bat mask. Do you have any hidden secrets? Are you afraid of exposing your true self to the public? How do you let everyone? How can people trust a person who doesn't even know what he looks like? As long as Black Superman lives on Earth, he will definitely be involved. As long as you know his identity, you can find these ties. As long as he has these bonds, he can even make the Black Superman fall to the ground. I don't need everyone to believe me. Peter just looked down at everyone. I don't mind taking off my mask. At this moment, countless people were staring at the screen, watching the Black Superman intently, for fear of missing a detail. They wanted to know how Black Superman would answer. They also want to know what Black Superman looks like and who he is. They may not have any malicious intent, just out of the most instinctive curiosity. Then, they saw the black Superman on the screen and asked, "Just, are you ready?" "Yes, yes, we are ready. Take off the mask." Black Superman. At this moment, countless people said in front of the TV, they were extremely excited. Even the SHIELD agents were a little stunned at this moment. Black Superman, is he really willing to take off his mask? This is completely different from what they expected. Unless he is alone, isn't he really afraid that his family and friends will be affected? Only Nick Fury quickly raised an objection. "No, stop." This made everyone stunned again, not knowing why. Nick Fury just smiled bitterly and said, "Humanity is not ready yet. Sorry, humanity is not ready yet." The young judge listened to the message in the earphone, pursed his lips, and said complicatedly. Tony, who was far away in his mansion, also breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Peter just sneered and looked at the young judge. "What's your name?" The young judge was a little flattered and didn't understand why Black Superman suddenly asked her. "Daisy, my name is Daisy Johnson." "You're not bad," Peter commented, leaving everyone confused, and then suddenly landed heavily with a bang. No one reacted. I saw him directly smashing the review bench, and then the ground cracked outwards with him as the center. The walls and pillars collapsed one after another, and the ceiling kept falling down. This centuries-old courthouse was suddenly turned into ruins by him. Peter glanced at his masterpiece and took off again without explaining anything. After a huge sonic boom, he disappeared under the sky. Nick Fury pushed away a stone in embarrassment and climbed up from under the rubble. The other agents also slowly climbed up from the rubble. The damage caused by the collapse is not serious. They have been trained many times and cannot die. Hill walked up to Fury and said, "What is he doing?" "Who knows, maybe he just vented his anger." Fury sighed. In this negotiation between humans and Black Superman, they lost miserably. Black Superman is not only powerful, but also has no weaknesses in his mind. At least they can't find it yet. Looking on the bright side, Fury looked at the ruins in front of him. "At least we have another reason to allocate funds, right?" At this time, Fury's phone suddenly rang. He looked and saw it was Coulson. "What's the matter, Agent Coulson?" Fury answered the phone. Then, he heard Coulson say stiffly on the phone, Director, Black Superman suddenly came to my side." Coulson was originally broadcasting an internal live broadcast, thousands of miles away, and asked about the 2 or 3 things that his colleagues had to say to Black Superman. Who knows, Black Superman had just left and suddenly arrived at him the next second, almost scaring him to death. He immediately dialed Fury's phone to report. "You mean, he just finished demolishing the house at my place, and the next second he was at your place?" "Yes, sir." "Okay, this is Superman. Speed." Fury also exclaimed in amazement and asked, "What is he doing?" "He is close to the hammer." Coulson glanced at the figure not far away and reported. This made Fury frown. Although he didn't know what the hammer was, he knew one thing very well, that is, Black Superman plus the mysterious hammer was not a good combination. He immediately ordered, "Stop him." "But how to stop him, sir?" Coulson asked innocently. Fury wiped his face and said, "Okay, let's find out what his intentions are first." At this moment, Coulson had no choice but to mobilize manpower to be on guard. Although he knew it might be useless, at least he could have a sense of security. Then, he took a deep breath and walked towards Peter, who had just arrived after causing a scene in New York. "Hello Black Superman, this is SHIELD, what can I do for you?" "Waiting for someone." Peter just said, he replied calmly. Coulson was stunned for a moment. "Who are you waiting for?" But Peter did not answer him, but looked at the window that only he could see. Mission, Battle of the God Kings. As Black Superman, you hope to have an evenly matched opponent, and long for a battle in which you can devote all your strength, but reality disappoints you time and time again. In the face of your powerful power, all opponents appear vulnerable. You have long been tired of it and boring. For this reason, you even madly set your sights on the father of the gods, Odin, in an attempt to fight him. Mission goal, defeat Odin, the father of the gods. Mission reward, 50,000 points. This mission actually popped up a long time ago, one day after defeating the Hulk. Peter has long understood that the so-called task of the system is actually to manifest a strong thought or idea in his mind. Rather than saying that the system promulgated the tasks, it is better to say that he created the tasks. For example, this time, from the very beginning when he gained power and the excitement of getting the Superman talent package passed, Peter found that he had to restrain his power to prevent destroying everything around him. He had been looking forward to a fight. They completely let go of their hands and feet, evenly matched, and fought heartily. Especially after defeating Hulk, this impulse of thought reached a peak. However, as he gets stronger and stronger, this goal seems to be getting harder and harder to achieve. This made him unknowingly set his sights on a more powerful existence. Peter knew that deep in the universe, there were existences that were too powerful to be understood, but he was not a madman and really wanted to die. Maybe they will face each other in some big event in the future, but definitely not now. So, in the end, Peter found that there seemed to be only 2 people left who had the right strength, were close, and didn't have to travel far. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Knights, Ancient One and Odin. And Guyi has too many tricks. It is estimated that not only will he not be able to have fun with her, but he will also be very frustrated. Therefore, it seems that there is only one opponent left for him. The father of the gods, Odin. This sounds crazy, and it is. Odin at his peak can kill the gods. But after Peter calculated, he found that if he was well prepared, he would have a chance of winning. Although he is a bit ungrateful, Odin is too old. Although his divine power has been increasing over time, his old body has not. For this reason, he had to perform Odin's sleep every once in a while to adjust the balance between the extremely powerful divine power in his body and his weak, old body. This gave Peter a big chance. Of course, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. As one of the most powerful heavenly fathers in Marvel, Odin is not that easy to deal with even if he is old. Peter still had one last piece of the puzzle. And it just so happens that now is the time for Thor 1. Thor will definitely be expelled to Earth, and Odin cannot leave his highly valued heir alone. This is the best time to challenge Odin or collect puzzle pieces. Peter looked at Mjolnir in the center of the field and said, "The real master won't be here soon, so it would be nice to have some fun first." Coulson was still confused when he saw Black Superman suddenly step forward, holding the handle of Thor's hammer. In a small town not far from Thor's hammer, Odin's son, Thor finally meets his 4 friends. Preliminary summary. Because of getting into trouble, Thor's divine power was sealed by Odin, and he was exiled to the earth, and then met Jane and his group who were studying the movement of stars. Therefore, there was a shameful tragedy in which Thor was stunned with an electric shock rod. The rest of the story is very cliché. Thor, the son of the God King, fell in love with Jane, who was just a mortal. Then Loki, his younger brother who they had played with since childhood, was not his biological son and wanted to kill him. In the end, the 2 naughty kids took advantage of their father's sleep to smash up the front door of their house and the highway. I don't know how Odin felt when he woke up and looked at the demolished home. But now, after the arrival of Peter, all this has gone in another direction. At this moment, Thor had already broken through S.H.I.E.L.D's defense line once last night and was close to Meowth Hammer again. Then, he sadly discovered that Meowth Hammer was like a woman who had changed her heart and stopped paying attention to him. She was extremely cold and cold. This was a big blow to him who had been high-spirited since he was a child, causing him to collapse. But he also has the aura of a protagonist. Under the care and healing of his new ambiguous partner Jane, he regained his mentality, and his mood improved to a higher level after going through hardships. His power is hidden in his blood. In addition to getting stronger with age, another factor that stimulates these powers is his state of mind. To improve his state of mind, he needs to experience pain, such as Thor's hammer, which ignores him. Thor's 4 friends, the 3 warriors of Asgard and his ex-girlfriend Sif, also successfully came to Earth under Heimdall's release. Thor was in a foreign country, so he was naturally very happy to meet them. But before they had time to reminisce, they suddenly heard a huge thunder and a storm gathering. Everyone looked towards the source. Thor, who had just broken through once, naturally knew where it was. Mjolnir. Everyone didn't know what happened, but they all realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly headed towards the landing of Thor's hammer. Hurried away. When Thor and his party arrived at their destination, they saw a scene that made them all stunned. A dark figure was holding Mjolnir's hammer handle, trying to lift it. The most terrifying thing was that Mjolnir seemed to be really shaken by it. "Hey, who are you?" Thor suddenly became anxious. What would Mjolnir do if he was picked up by someone else? Putting aside the issue of strength, Mjolnir has been with him for thousands of years, and is no longer just a weapon to him. He is a comrade in life and death, a mentor, a companion, and even a lover. He firmly believes that Mjolnir has a soul. He couldn't lose Mjolnir. At this moment, for the first time since receiving the Superman talent package, Peter felt struggling. His unparalleled strength finally met his match after encountering Thor's hammer, which was cursed by Odin. To a certain extent, he was confronting Odin, or it might be more appropriately described as arm wrestling. This can be regarded as their first encounter in advance, and this long-lost feeling makes Peter excited. But, that's all. Spells are just spells after all, and cannot fully represent Odin's power. As Peter gradually increased his power, Mjolnir finally began to be unable to bear it, and her body began to tremble. She tried to resist, but to no avail. In the end, she was forcibly lifted by Peter's strength. As punishment for forcibly raising Mjolnir, dark clouds suddenly filled the sky, and with a bang, lightning fell and hit Peter heavily. Thor stared at this scene with wide eyes. Mjolnir was still picked up by the man. He could even feel Mjolnir's resistance and could feel Mjolnir asking him for help. But at this time, he was just a mortal and could do nothing. He could only watch helplessly. Mjolnir was conquered by a man more powerful than himself. No, Thor felt as if something like a man had been crushed, and he roared and rushed forward. Damn it, did he pick up Mjolnir with brute force? The 3 warriors of Asgard were also stunned at this time and couldn't believe it. But seeing Thor charging forward, they looked at each other and could only follow Thor's charge. When Coulson saw Black Superman raising his hammer, he quickly hid aside. Sure enough, lightning fell from the sky the next second and struck Black Superman. Fortunately, he ran fast, otherwise at such a close distance, Black Superman could withstand the lightning, but he would definitely suffer. Naturally, he also saw Thor and his group. Coulson still remembered Thor, the lunatic who broke in last night and became drunk and crazy. He looked at Black Superman, who was still struggling with the hammer and resisting the lightning that kept falling from the sky, and then looked at the people rushing over. He just hesitated for a moment, and then ordered to the communication. "Stop them." In an instant, an arrow that had been prepared for a long time shot at Thor. It was Hawkeye. Fortunately, Sif was alert in time and blocked the arrow for Thor, and Thor was saved from danger. At the same time, the shield agents also filed out and rushed towards the three warriors of Asgard, and the two sides fought. The perspective returned to Peter. At this time, he was feeling the lightning hitting his body. If the previous hammer raising was just an arm wrestling, then the lightning now was equivalent to Odin raising his fist and hitting him. This made him frown. Is this magic lightning? Low magic resistance is trouble. Boom, 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 boom. The thunder and lightning continued to attack Peter, but it could not shake him. After all, Odin was not present in person. Peter's Heavenly Father's hexagonal almighty talent makes him fearless of anyone below the Heavenly Father's level, even Thanos. As long as he doesn't have gems, he won't have any advantage against him now. At most, he will have to recreate Hulk's just a plot. It is difficult for an ordinary Heavenly Father to match him. He looked at the shield agents and Thor's group who were huddled in front of him. SHIELD agents can deal with ordinary people just fine. But they can hardly deal with Asgardians who have divine protection. That is to say, relying on the large number of people and having an eagle eye behind them to shoot cold arrows can delay it for a while, but defeat will be inevitable sooner or later. Peter set his sights on Thor. To a certain extent, Thor is also one of the people Peter is waiting for. He is the last piece of Peter's puzzle, and at the same time, he is also the bargaining chip that blackmails Odin to come over and have to fight him. It does seem a bit excessive to do this to a 5,000-year-old man, but who makes him the Black Superman? As long as he can achieve his goal, he doesn't care about the means. The SHIELD people were quickly knocked over, and Thor walked up, but had to stop some distance away due to lightning. His eyes unconsciously looked at Mjolnir, who was being played with by Peter, and he frowned. Let go of Mjolnir. She is mine, he said. You don't have Mjolnir's approval. Even if you lift her by force, Odin's thunder and lightning will always follow you. That guy, did you get her approval? Peter asked interestingly. This sentence directly broke Thor's heart. He didn't want to admit it, but he had to say with difficulty. It was. In other words, she is just your ex-girlfriend. Hey, what kind of description are you talking about? Thor couldn't help but complain. However, he unexpectedly did not refute. Mjolnir was indeed like a companion to him. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is only temporary. I will gain her approval again. Don't bother, Peter." He glanced at him and said, "I'll help you directly." Thor was stunned by this. What do you mean? Peter didn't answer, but just turned his attention to Mjolnir again. At this time, although he forcibly raised Mjolnir, Mjolnir was still resisting him all the time. In other words, the spell above resisted him. It took a lot of effort just to hold it, let alone use it to hit people. Peter raised the corner of his mouth. Try the effect of the last piece of the puzzle. Do you want to spend 10,000 points to buy the power of Thor? Purchase successful. Congratulations on getting the talent, Thunder God's Power LV1. Then, Thor saw a scene he would never forget. I saw thunder and lightning suddenly appearing on the guy in front of me, and this thunder and lightning seemed to come from the same source as him and his father Odin. Even though this power is much worse than Odin. This caused Thor's three views to completely collapse. Who are you? Why do you have the power of Odin? Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Peter ignored him and poured the newly obtained divine power into Thor's hammer. The effect is very good. After feeling Peter's power of thunder, the hammer began to tremble and buzz. She seemed to understand that there was something wrong with the source of this divine power and wanted to resist, but at the same time she could not refuse these divine powers and could only let them make a mess in her body, both resisting and delighting. Even the thunder and lightning that kept falling in the sky stopped. Who am I? You can call me Black Superman. Peter was very satisfied and said to Thor, "Your hammer is not bad." This made Thor stunned, and he yelled, "Asshole! You are treating me out. What did Neil do?" At the same time, he couldn't hold back anymore and punched him in anger. But without divine power at this time, he was not much stronger than an ordinary person. Peter just hit him lightly with Mjolnir, which was still being stirred up by the divine power, and it was very weird. He was blown away and lay heavily on the ground, unable to get up. Seeing Thor being beaten away, the three warriors of Asgard and Sif naturally couldn't stand idly by and launched an attack on Peter. But there was no surprise. Peter just threw Mjolnir out and easily knocked away the three of them. They didn't expect that they would be defeated by Mjolnir one day. As for Mjolnir who flew out, Peter just stretched out his hand and said calmly, "Come back." Mjolnir paused in the air for a second or two, seemingly still resisting and hesitating, but in the end, she still trembled slightly. Then, it slowly flew back to Peter's hand. Good hammer. Peter rubbed Mjolnir's head. Thor's eyes widened and he watched this scene helplessly. Not only his body, but also his heart began to be conquered. At this moment, Thor felt a pain that he had never experienced in the past 1,500 years. He was so depressed that he couldn't even breathe. Compared with this time, the indifferent treatment in the original version was like a warm breeze and drizzle. No, Mjolnir, you can't do this. He suddenly remembered the time he and Mjolnir had experienced in the past years. From the first time they met, to getting to know each other, and fighting together, they were like the closest partners and the most tacit comrades in arms. They have become each other's other half. Without each other, they will no longer be complete. Until just now, Mjolnir accepted other people. He was filled with other people's divine power and was played by that person. Ah! He couldn't help but roar out in pain and anger. At the same time, a trace of thunder and lightning also emerged from his body. The grieving Thor was unaware of it, only feeling that his body was suddenly full of power. Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard on the side all brightened up and became a little excited. Thor's divine power has been restored. No, it's not so much a recovery as an awakening. Thor has become stronger. This next, I will definitely get Mjolnir back. However, reality is always cruel. Thor, who had awakened his divine power, rushed in front of Peter. His eyes were filled with thunder and lightning, and powerful divine lightning gathered in his hand, and he hit Peter heavily. Peter then easily picked it up and prevented him from scoring another half point. However, Peter was also a little surprised at this time. Awakened now? The potential is not bad. In fact, in Marvel's setting, Thor's positioning is similar to that of DC Super League, and has always been the battleground of the Avengers. Responsible. His fighting qualities are definitely among the best. However, due to the subsequent portrayal and expressiveness of the MCU, he had to be weakened a lot to serve the plot, and his performance was also more comedic. Although the world that Peter lives in looks like the MCU, it has already been mixed with a lot of strange things. It would not be surprising at all to say that comic monsters will appear one day. Just like Schrodinger's cat, no one knows which version it is until it actually appears. As for the present, the power of Thor that was originally awakened in Thor 3 was accidentally brought out by Peter. He felt it and found that the output limit had reached his level 1. Taking into account the increase in other aspects, it was not bad. And unlike the divine power that Peter gained by adding points, after Thor awakens, his divine power will become stronger and stronger with time and his experience. As for the reason, Peter can only attribute it to another talent he procured from Thor and appeared in the system store. Bloodline, Asa Protoss. Perhaps it is the combination of the two that makes him stronger as he gets older. Even Peter's Superman talent package is the same. If one day he can recruit a Kryptonian bloodline, find a son and sleep in it for thousands of years, he will be golden when he comes out. However, he will also inherit the Kryptonian's weakness of being afraid of kryptonite. In short, although the Thor in front of him has the potential to evolve into the comic version, he is still too weak now. If you came earlier, you should be a good opponent, but unfortunately, now it can only be regarded as a toy, Peter said regretfully. Then, without waiting for Thor to react and understand what he meant, he directly swung Mjolnir and hit Thor in the face. Boom! Thor was blasted away and hit the ground heavily again. Moreover, this time it was Mjolnir himself who smashed it. This gave him a big blow. Even the thunder and lightning on his body became a little sluggish, and he murmured, Mjolnir. Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard also felt despair at this time, and even those who had awakened their divine power Thor was defeated. They looked at the dark figure holding Mjolnir in the center of the field. What kind of monster was this? At this moment, the rainbow bridge suddenly came again, attracting everyone's attention. When the light dissipated, the figure of the intruder was revealed. It was a huge figure covered in steel. The Destroyer? A set of divine armor with autonomous intelligence. What's going on? Why did the Destroyer suddenly come? Thor also recovered slightly from the pain and depression, and asked with a frown. The Destroyer should be guarding the treasure house right now? It's Loki. He planned all of this. He framed you, and now he's sent the Destroyer to kill you, Sif quickly informed. When they came to Earth, they originally wanted to tell Thor the news, but a series of things happened and they had no chance at all, so they didn't tell Thor until now. Loki. Thor was stunned for a moment, and finally thought of his rebellious brother. He wants to kill me, he said in a daze. However, after learning about this incident, he surprisingly had no anger at all, only a feeling of that's it. Although Mjolnir's incident completely shattered his Taoist heart, it also greatly raised his threshold. Thor just smiled bitterly and said, without Mjolnir, even if I awaken my divine power at this time, I can't defeat the Destroyer. He looked at Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard. He came for me, I will block him, and you retreat first. No, we advance and retreat together, Thor. Naturally the 3 warriors of Asgard would not agree. Then, they fell into an endless argument, until suddenly they heard a bang, and Mjolnir had been thrown by Peter, carrying lightning, and hit the Destroyer heavily. 4000th. I was a little decadent during the day today. I'll code one more chapter. I feel that when the number of words increases, the rhythm of the chapters tends to get messy and the key points cannot be found. I heard from a friend that setting rules for adding updates can effectively attract rewards. Is it true? I want to try it but don't dare to, for fear of being too debt-ridden. More squeezed out. The Destroyer passed away peacefully. In the comics, the Destroyer is Odin's armor, which contains the blessings and divine power of many heavenly fathers. At his peak, Odin could even use this armor and another artifact, Gunnagle, to fight head-on and kill the Celestials. In the MCU, the Destroyer has been greatly reduced. Not only did he become a guard of the Asgard treasure house, he couldn't even defeat the Hammer God. In the end, his body was picked up by Shield and transformed into weapons. Now, he fell into Peter's hands again, and his end was no better. All I heard was bang, boom, with 2 sounds. Mjolnir hit the Destroyer's chest hard, causing him to stumble back several steps. When he flew back, he hit the Destroyer on the back of the head hard. Peter caught Mjolnir and did not give the Destroyer a chance to breathe. He directly raised Mjolnir and swung it down. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck the destroyer heavily again. The destroyer was shocked by this shock, and Thor and the others were also shocked. What's going on? Why does this person look so skilled at using Mjolnir? Especially Thor, he found that Mjolnir seemed stronger and better in the hands of the Black Superman than in his hands. This made him even more sad and wanted to cry. The destroyer was also completely angered by Peter's set of combos, and simply changed the target of his hatred. His mask opened, and thick, hot energy rays were sprayed towards Peter. Peter had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Scarlet light lit up in his eyes at the same time, his heat vision moved up, and 2 energy rays collided in the air. Then without any suspense, Peter's heat vision overwhelmed the energy ray and kept pressing towards the destroyer. The destroyer kept increasing the power of the energy hotline, but to no avail, and the heat sight got closer and closer. Bang! With a loud bang, the heat penetrated the destroyer's head. Although the destroyer has the ability to self-repair, it does not include the head. This blow to the head directly kills it without any body parts. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. The whole journey took less than a few dozen seconds. This shocked everyone. Are all the people in Midgard so powerful? No, he should be the only one who is powerful. He seems to be called Black Superman. Who is he from? He not only robbed our Mjolnir, but also helped us defeat destruction. Is it possible that he is neither? Then what is he doing? Looking for fun? Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard whispered. There is no doubt about the strength of Black Superman, and he easily suppressed them and Thor on his own. Asgardians admire warriors and strong men. In this case, they are inevitably curious and distressed. Peter just glanced at them and threw Thor's hammer over. Thor was stunned for a moment, caught it in surprise and joy, and then asked, Black Superman, what do you mean? I'll give it back to you when I'm done playing with it. Peter just looked at him and said, You forgot, have you? I said from the beginning that I would help you regain her approval. These words caused Thor to fall into a long silence. Well, after being fucked by Black Superman, the spell on Mjolnir was indeed opened. In addition, he also awakened his divine power, and his control was even smoother and smoother than before. But, this was developed by someone else. Thor's heart suddenly had mixed emotions. Mjolnir was no longer the Mjolnir that once belonged only to him. In fact, this is a bit like the mission of Black Superman. He touched every inch of Mjolnir's skin, but he couldn't help but think of these areas that Black Superman had also developed, and with the infusion of divine power, he developed them. Deeper than he is. It's just crazy. He also had to thank Black Superman. Thank you for helping us get rid of the destroyer. Nothing, I just like to help others. Thor became even more emo. We have to leave, Black Superman. We must return to Asgard to defeat my brother Loki's plot, he said. For some reason, he just wants to stay away from Black Superman as soon as possible, or even never see him again for the rest of his life. It was so uncomfortable to be with him. Unexpectedly, Black Superman suddenly said, No, you can't leave. This made Thor frown. Why? Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. I'm waiting for someone, and I need your help, Thor. Peter replied. How can he catch Odin fish when Thor is gone? But Loki, Thor still wanted to struggle. You don't want Mjolnir to leave you again, do you, Thor? Peter interrupted him directly and said. These words hit Thor directly. He looked at Peter in disbelief. You, how could you say such evil words? Really? This is very popular among us Midgardians. Talk. You Midgardians are really scary. At this moment, Thor seemed to have opened the door to a new world. But under the threat of Mjolnir, no matter how reluctant he was, he had no choice but to submit. At this moment, Black Superman was equated with evil, despicable, and terrifying in his heart. However, the threat from Loki is also real, which makes Thor uneasy. Until Black Superman's eyes suddenly appeared again with scarlet heat vision, shooting towards the stone on the side. This sudden move attracted the attention of everyone present, but the scene of the stone cracking and dissolving as they expected did not appear. A scream was heard, and the stone returned to his true appearance. It's Loki? He didn't know when he came over. And he was trying hard to slap his butt that was ignited by the heat vision, shouting, Damn it, someone help me. Upon seeing this, Thor and the 3 warriors of Asgard looked at each other, and several people quickly rushed out and surrounded him. Don't move, Thor said, grabbing Loki. This suddenly gave Loki a bad feeling, and he quickly said, No need. But it was too late. Several people from Asgard kicked Loki directly on the butt. Damn, these are not ordinary people, but 4 strong Asgardian warriors? At this time, they all aimed at Loki's butt. Oh, my butt. Loki screamed in a cadence. He felt extremely regretful at this moment. Why did he come to the atrium out of curiosity? He recently learned that he was a descendant of the frost giants and was just a wild child picked up by Odin. This was a devastating blow to Loki, who had worshipped Odin since he was a child and was proud of his identity as Odin's son. He believes that he is just a political tool, and believes that this is why he has never been able to receive the same treatment as Thor. Even after banishing Thor, Odin still had expectations for Thor and never looked at him. This also caused Loki to completely darken, and sent the destroyer over in an attempt to kill Thor, who had lost his divine power. Then used the Bifrost to destroy the frost giants Jotunheim. He thought that as long as this happened, Odin might focus more on him. However, the accident still happened. Thor actually awakened his divine power, and another person also lifted Mjolnir, gained divine power, and instantly killed the destroyer. This made him feel uneasy. So he sneaked over, trying to use his best illusion skills to hide and find out the situation. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived, he was spotted and his butt was clicked. In the end, with the efforts of an extremely strong man, Loki's butt finally succeeded in putting out the fire, but he also succeeded in being damaged. He was supported with one hand and covering his butt with the other, saying, "Damn it, what did you do to my butt? Oh, you deserve this. Do you know what you did? You actually want to kill Thor." The three warriors of Asgard sneered. "No, that wasn't what I did." The destroyer was suddenly out of control. "He is playing his tricks again. Thor, speak up," Sif shouted. Several people in the Immortal Palace got into a quarrel again. Loki quarreled with the three warriors and the Valkyrie. Thor suddenly became a bit like a boring gourd and remained silent. In the end, they still sat together like primary school students, following Peter and others. "Damn it, who is this guy?" Loki glanced at Peter and asked slightly. "He is Dark Superman." Thor finally replied, but soon fell silent again. This made Loki even more confused. Who is the Black Superman? As time passed, everyone, including the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had been sitting aside to recuperate, also had a doubt. Who is Black Superman waiting for? Meanwhile, Asgard. Odin, who was sleeping under layers of guards, finally opened his eyes. Boom 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 boom. In New Mexico, with the sudden arrival of the Rainbow Bridge again, Odin, who woke up from his deep sleep, finally came to Peter. "Odin!" Thor and the others shouted. Odin's first reaction was to glance at Thor. He found that his eldest son really surprised him, far exceeding his expectations. He originally banished Thor and even set up Mjolnir's spell, just to let Thor understand the meaning of power. Unexpectedly, Thor could awaken the power of blood in his body in one fell swoop. Although I don't know what Thor has been through, he seems to be no longer as high-spirited as before, but still a little melancholy. But this is just a small problem, maybe some women prefer this one. Odin was very happy and felt that he had a successor. He was too strong and too old, and could not live much longer. For this reason, he had to go into deep sleep to regulate his divine power and reduce the loss of his long lifespan. While he was in deep sleep, although he was able to sense the outside world, the distance and accuracy were greatly weakened, and he was far from reaching the human world and the earth. Therefore, he knew Loki's plan during this period, and he felt sad for this little son who was not a blood relative but was better than a blood relative. But he doesn't know everything Thor went through on Earth, and he has no ability to pursue it, as long as the result is good. He now has bigger troubles to deal with. He, the father of the gods, seems to be being targeted. Odin narrowed his eyes and looked at the dark figure in front of him. The figure stood there motionless, like a statue, but he could feel the powerful power contained in its body and the familiar divine power. "Thor, Loki," Odin said. "I am here, Father X2. Loki knelt down on one knee and saluted at the same time. "You go back to Asgard first and wait for me to finish things here," Odin said. Thor and Loki didn't know why, but they wished they could leave the atrium as soon as possible. Heimdall quickly controlled the Rainbow Bridge to pick up everyone in Asgard, leaving only Odin alone. "I've been waiting for you a long time, Odin," said Peter. "You mean to use my two sons to coerce me and force me to come over? If this can be called waiting." It seems that Odin is very resentful. Peter chuckled. "If you don't do this, you won't come at all, isn't it?" Odin sneered and said, "Child, can you tell me what makes you do such a crazy thing and dare to challenge the father of the gods?" He could already feel the strong fighting spirit in Peter. Meaning, crazy? Maybe. Peter shook his head and said, "I tried to find an opponent, but the results disappointed me." Peter thought of Wakanda and Hulk, which were the only two things that made him there was still some interest in it, and it could barely be called a battle. "I failed." He looked at Odin and said sincerely, "Maybe now is not the most appropriate time, but I became stronger too fast. I need to a truly hardy battle. I'm afraid if it drags on any longer, I won't have a chance." "You are very arrogant." Odin was silent for a while and said, "Can you tell me where the power of the ancient gods in your body comes from? Are you here?" Peter just shrugged. "Sorry, he is the father of the gods after all. If I don't make some preparations, I really don't have the confidence to compete with you now." Boom! After 2 seconds of silence, Peter took the lead. Hardly, without hesitation, he punched Odin, the father of the gods. The air shook, the ground cracked, and the two of them shot out like a meteor. People all over New Mexico soon saw two figures flying in the sky, but before they could react, the two figures had disappeared into the sky. Peter thrust against Odin at an extremely fast speed, not hesitating at all because of the other's gray hair. Boom! Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. He punched Odin away at a faster speed, then caught up with him, like hitting a ball, and punched again. Boom! Catching up, another punch. Boom! Within a few seconds, the two were back in New York. People in New York haven't even recovered from the Black Superman court incident. Unexpectedly, Black Superman has brought them a new shock. He carried Odin through the high-rise buildings, impacting and crashing through one building after another, carrying various explosions and lightning along the way. Eventually, even crashing into Stark Tower. WTF. Tony lay down with a confused look on his face and quickly put on his armor, but Peter had already left New York with Odin on his back. This is also the most powerful part of the Superman talent pack. Very few heroes have multiple super abilities at the same time. Either strength, physique, energy, spells, speed, etc. Often you can only get one or two of them. But Superman has it all. With the same force, Peter might have punched the opponent 10 times just once. At the same speed, the opponent can't break your defense. If you punch him hundreds of times with one punch, how can you fight? This resulted in his combat power being almost geometrically superior to those of the same level, and it was also the basis for his fighting across levels. Although Odin's power exceeds that of Peter by an unknown amount, his body is too old and he is too weak to keep up with his speed. This led to Peter's super high-speed bursts without any moral ethics, which directly beat him to the point of feeling depressed. However, Odin is the king of gods after all. He did not give Peter a chance to continue his combo. He gathered the divine power of Gungnir in his hand and swung it out with lightning, directly interrupting Peter's offensive. At this time, they were in a wilderness of unknown parts of the earth. Odin was floating in the air. Although he suffered a series of attacks, his armor and hairstyle were not damaged at all. After all, Peter's attack just now failed to break his divine defense that had expanded to the peak of Heavenly Father. Although most Asgardians are warriors and have strong bodies, they have their limits. The basis of their fighting and the source of their strength is, after all, divine power. Use divine power to improve strength, speed, attack, and defense. Of course, the premise is that your body can hold on. Child, you will pay for your arrogance and rudeness. Odin roared, throwing Gungnir towards Peter, turning into a thick thunder pillar, and the white thunder and lightning almost hit the person's body. All vision is obscured. The thunder pillar hit Peter equally hard. Odin's body speed is slow, which does not mean that his divine power is slow. What's more, Gungnir has a sure hit rule buff, and Peter has no room to dodge. And this blow also successfully smashed into this wilderness a huge crater comparable to the impact of a meteorite, and Peter was at the core of the crater. His condition was not very good at this time. The vibranium suit was already damaged, and he was bleeding for the first time. That's it, child, or I will kill you, Odin said condescendingly, as if the outcome was already decided. But Peter just said, you are really too old. Odin was stunned. I saw that Peter's wounds were healing rapidly, and in less than 2 seconds, they were fully recovered. Self-healing LV5, max. Super speed regeneration LV5, max. The 2 skills he learned from Connors have already been filled up by him. Peter raised his head and looked at Odin. Are you so weak that you can't even finish a battle, Odin? The battle is about to break out again. This time, the two seemed to have a real fight. After being provoked, Odin was no longer restrained. Their battlefields are all over the world, or in other words, the entire earth is their battlefield. On this day, all countries and people can see 2 figures with trailing lights flashing in the sky, colliding fiercely and intertwining in the sky. What followed were various huge energy pulses and the air oscillated. Even the weather changed with their arrival, with thunder and lightning. I don't know if it was intentional or not. The aftermath of these battles destroyed countless mountain peaks and rift valleys, but they rarely damaged cities or places where humans live. This can be considered a blessing among misfortunes. Finally, on the border of a small country in the Middle East, Peter seized an opportunity and threw Odin out in one fell swoop. Odin, the father of the gods, was hit hard on the ground. Moreover, without giving any chance to breathe, the scorching heat vision shot down immediately, and Odin could only use up his divine power to resist. This is the method Peter just figured out, using heat vision to drain the energy of the elderly Odin. Finally, Odin couldn't help it anymore, roared angrily, and threw Gungnir again, piercing Peter with the heat vision laser. This time Peter was well prepared and clamped down on this inevitable gun, even if he paid a heavy price for it. And this also successfully created an opportunity. Without Gungnir around, this was undoubtedly the time when Odin was at his weakest. Peter took advantage of this opportunity and shot out, hitting Odin. If this happens, even Odin will be a little overwhelmed. But Odin was already prepared. Gungnir was just a tactic for him to lure the enemy, and his purpose was just to lure Peter to rush forward. Then he ran into his powerful cannon that had been charged for a long time. He roared angrily and pushed out the energy blast. Boom boom boom, a huge beam of light shot out diagonally from the ground, completely engulfing Peter. The dazzling light of the light beam even overshadowed the sun, and for a moment the whole world seemed to be only white. The energy poured out by this beam of light exceeded any intensity known to mankind, and it lasted for more than 10 seconds. When the energy dissipates, you can only see a big hole drilled into the clouds. But after Odin sent this blow, there was no look of victory on his face, but it was extremely ugly. Cough, cough, he coughed twice violently. The divine power he had just forcibly mobilized far exceeded the limit that his old body could bear at this time. This wave completely injured the enemy by 1000 and damaged himself by 800. Fortunately, he probably won't survive. Odin took a breath. Even he himself didn't expect that he would be forced to this point. But he just breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, there was a gathering of divine power in the air. Moreover, this divine power came from the same source as him. This made Odin, who had just used his ultimate move and was a little slow, stunned. What's going on? He raised his head and saw that the dark figure in the blue sky was not only not dead, but also stronger. Black Superman is suspended in the air, countless powerful divine powers and lightning are released from his body, as if he is the real God King. How is this possible? Even Odin was in a daze at this moment. He even saw a shadow of his former self in the young man in front of him. Peter landed slowly and looked at Odin. You almost succeeded. On the system panel that only he could see, a few lines of information were being memorized at the moment. Would you like to spend 50,000 points to upgrade your talent, Thunder God's Power LV1? Upgraded successfully. Congratulations on getting the talent, Thunder God's Power LV2. Do you want to spend 250,000 points to upgrade the talent, Thunder God's Power LV2? Upgraded successfully. Congratulations on getting the talent, Thunder God's Power LV3. The Thunder God's power at LV3 has reached the Subheavenly Father level. Powerful divine power filled the body. In addition to further increasing Peter's strength and speed, the most important thing was that his resistance to magic and divine attacks was also greatly enhanced. This made up for his shortcomings and was the last piece of the puzzle that allowed him to challenge Odin. How did you do it? Odin raised his head and looked at Peter, who was flashing lightning in the sky, and asked. Even he couldn't understand Peter's newly surged divine power, which was also from the same source as him. You know, the entire Asa clan, and Odin's family divine power, all come from the ancient god of the earth, Gaia. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. If it was that person. Odin narrowed his eyes. Why don't we finish all these gossips? Peter said. He felt the divine power constantly venting in his body, and countless arcs of electricity surged around him. Odin sneered, my child, don't think that you can defeat me just like this. Peter didn't talk nonsense. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Odin and punched him hard. Boom! Even though he had deliberately controlled it, a big hole was still made in the ground by this punch, which spread outward and cracked. Odin's face flushed red, and he roared and burst out with thunder and lightning power to fight back. Peter also resisted with thunder and lightning power. Although Peter's divine power was still a little weak, and was eventually penetrated by Odin's divine power, it was difficult for these divine powers to break through his defense as easily as at the beginning. Peter resisted easily. This made Odin's eyes look solemn. The ground could not bear the battle between the two. In the end, they finally reached the sky, broke through the atmosphere, and entered the universe. Here, they are even more unscrupulous. The powerful divine power was squandered like money. The two sides collided, exploded, and stirred again and again, and even people on the earth could feel it. For most people, they have no idea what happened in the New York court today, and they have no idea that Black Superman is fighting at this moment. They could only see huge energy beams flashing across the sky from time to time, and explosive shock waves that covered the sky. Even the aftermath of the battle, which is tens of thousands of miles away, can cause the sea water to boil and stir, and the ground to tremble and crack. Every roar can make their heart beat dull and their blood boil. Is this the end of the world? Oh, God, please save us. It's a god? A god has come to the earth. At this moment, everyone was trembling and praying. And for some people who know the inside story, they can't help but be afraid. Oh my God, they were crazy? Actually trying to judge and control such a being. Some of them are already thinking about how to accept the Black Superman, get along with the Black Superman, or even surrender to the Black Superman. People who are familiar with Black Superman are also paying attention to this battle. They don't know why Black Superman suddenly started a fight with someone, and they don't know who the terrifying being who can fight Black Superman is at this time. They were just once shocked by the power of Black Superman. Kingpin and Harry looked wildly at the sky, and Tony even wore a battle armor and approached space. Jarvis, analyze the energy level. Yes, sir. But I would like to remind you that this does not seem to make any sense. Tony was silent for a while and said, Jarvis, I don't know whether it's a blessing or a misfortune that there is a Black Superman on Earth. I think I'm more lucky, sir. Jarvis said optimistically. Huh? And you said that forming the Justice League wasn't just for fun. And in the dark outer space, the battle between Peter and Odin came to an end. At this time, Peter's vibranium suit was mostly damaged. He was panting slightly. The wounds on his body were healing, but not quickly. Odin naturally has his own methods of dealing with opponents who can super regenerate. His divine power would attach to Peter's wounds, eroding them, preventing them from healing, and Peter had to spend his divine power to resist. But Odin was in worse shape. He is already very old, and his body cannot support a large amount of mobilizing divine power. What Peter is wasting away is his injuries, divine power, etc., and what he is wasting away is his life. His divine power at this time was unprecedentedly powerful, but his aura was also extremely weak. At this time, both sides understood that if the fight continued, there would be only one result, and that would be death. Odin will either be dragged to death by Peter, or he will give it a go and kill Peter with all his strength, and then he himself will die from exhaustion. This is unacceptable to Odin. His family has a great business. The Asgard behind him is not only his strong backing that intimidates other beings, but it is also his weakness. Thor has not yet fully grown up, and he cannot take charge of everything on his own, whether it is the stability of the 9 realms, the various forces in the universe, or even, there is Ragnarok, which he is most worried about. It was impossible for him to just let go. Stop it, you should understand that if we continue to fight, we will only perish together. In the end, Odin finally said the words to admit defeat. His voice carries divine power and spreads in the vacuum of the universe. So, that's it? Peter asked. That's it. You've had enough fun, haven't you? Odin's tone was full of exhaustion. His current situation was very bad and he needed to go back immediately to perform Odin's sleep again. And this time it might last for a long time. As soon as he woke up, he was beaten so hard that he had to go back to sleep again. This was also the first time for Odin. After all, Peter didn't want to fight to the death and force Odin to death. He had already got what he wanted. A hearty battle where he could let go of his hands and feet. However, he paused and said, "This is not enough." This made Odin frown. "What do you want?" Peter chuckled. "Just like a defeated country, the winner always has to pay something. War reparations, isn't it? You did not defeat me, child. But time is on my side, Odin." Odin fell silent. Peter was right. Unless he made a decisive decision now and died with Peter, his advantage would only become smaller and smaller. As a 5,000-year-old man, time is indeed not on his side compared to a new god who is like the rising sun. From this point of view, he has lost. In the end, Odin sighed and said, "Tell me your name, child." "Black Superman, from the Earth." "Tell me your terms, Black Superman." If Odin had no idea about what happened today angry, that is impossible, but as a king, he knows how to weigh the pros and cons, and be able to bend and stretch. 5,000 years and the spring water of the world tree have given him enough wisdom to make the most appropriate rational judgment. He was even prepared for a heavy hemorrhage, wondering whether Black Superman had been eyeing a certain collection in his treasure house from the beginning. But unexpectedly, Peter just opened his hands very skillfully, showed off the mostly damaged vibranium suit, and said, "Look, you have damaged all my clothes. Do you want to compensate me for one?" Ding's expression at this moment can be said to be very wonderful, even he felt a little speechless. He swore that even if he had lived for nearly 5,000 years, he had never seen such a shameless person. Even if what Peter wants at this moment is the precious treasures in his treasure house, he will not do this. How could someone suddenly come to his door and beat him up? His clothes were damaged and he was asked to pay for the clothes? Isn't this ironclad? Just touch it, you can't touch the bigger ones, who are you looking down on? Odin and a certain Wakandan king are in the same mood at this moment. But Odin is well versed in the art of compromise, and this is always better than a worse outcome. He just said, "You come with me." Then he summoned the Rainbow Bridge and took Peter back to Asgard. Neither party is stupid and will not do anything at this time, especially Odin. The damage that Peter could do was simply too great for him to bear. "We have the best dwarf craftsmen in the 9 realms. They will meet all your requirements. I will ask Thor to take you there." Later, the two quickly arrived at Odin's temple, and Odin agreed to the request concisely. Said, "Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Now, we should talk about your supernatural power." "Oh." Peter raised his eyebrows. Odin took a deep breath and said, "We Asgard, including all the gods in the atrium, actually come from an ancient god, Gaia, the mother of the earth. She created us. You in the atrium human beings regard us as gods, but in fact, she is far more powerful than us, the real gods. Among them, my family, as the royal family of the Asa clan, has inherited most of the divine power given by the goddess. These powers are hidden in our blood, passed down from generation to generation, and accumulated to become the power of Odin today, the power of the god of thunder. Although Odin once gouged out an eye, he once hung upside down in the world tree. In order to gain wisdom and strength to expel his brother, Kull, or the serpent, the god of fear is more suitable. But most of the source of his power still comes from the divine power in his blood." Odin looked at Peter. As for the power of blood, it may be more appropriately called the power of the ancient gods. His meaning was extremely obvious. He believed that Peter might also be a descendant of a direct god created by Gaia. Moreover, he may have inherited a lot of divine power. "Are you trying to get relatives?" Peter refused without thinking. "If I said that she and I have nothing to do with each other, would you believe it?" This surprised Odin, but after he came to his senses, he just said, "Does it matter? Is it important?" Ding! Mission completed, Battle of the God Kings. Reward, 50,000 basic points plus 40,000 A-level points. You have deliberately challenged the King of Gods, Odin. It was a crazy move, but you succeeded, and you made Odin admit defeat before you. You finally showed your power in front of the world, shocking everyone, making them feel fear, and worship. You have become the new god. Odin fell into a deep sleep again. Loki was also imprisoned in Asgard's prison because of what he did. When King Thor returns, he not only awakens his divine power, but also regains Mjolnir's approval. He will even serve as regent during Odin's slumber. It can be said that he has reached the peak of his life. However, Thor was not in a good mood at the moment. Because Odin gave him a task before falling asleep, taking Black Superman to the star ring where the dwarves live to build a new suit. Odin even secretly told him to learn more from Black Superman. He still used the tone of someone else's child. This was the first time Thor had felt this in his 1500 years of life. Of course, he didn't object to this matter much, and he couldn't have any ill feelings towards the Black Superman. But when he thought of Mjolnir being blackmailed by Superman, Thor felt like there were thousands of ants crawling in his heart. Discomfort and pain. It's purely PTSD. Of course, in addition to this, there is another thing that troubles Thor very much, and that is his brother, Loki. At this moment, he suddenly heard Black Superman say, "You seem troubled." Thor was stunned for a moment before replying, yes. Of course, he couldn't say anything about Mjolnir, so all he could say was, for my brother, Loki. Peter glanced at Thor and said, if you feel embarrassed, I can teach you some methods. What? Thor asked curiously. Because of the reasons explained by Odin, he still valued Peter's advice. Then he heard Peter say, are you worried about how to avoid future troubles? After all, if I remember correctly, your brother once wanted to kill you. He was imprisoned, and Odin was sleeping again. During this period of time, you have 10,000 ways to deal with him without any blood. Wait. Thor quickly stopped Peter's instigation and looked at him with a look of disbelief on his face. How could you have such evil thoughts? Like an evil demon. Otherwise, aren't you worried because of him? Peter asked with interest. Yes, but I didn't want to kill him. He is my brother. But he tried to compete with you for the throne, didn't he? A qualified emperor should learn to eradicate dissidents and leave no future troubles. No, it's absolutely impossible for me to do such a thing. If I do, I'd rather not have this throne. Thor almost shouted. At this moment, he even felt that his father had made a mistake and asked him to learn from Black Superman. How can you become an emperor in this way? Peter just looked at Thor with pity. It can be said that His Royal Highness, the Great Prince of Asgard, has had everything since he was born. Strength, wealth, power. He is the heir of Odin. At the same time, he also has a happy family, congenial partners, and the support of the people of Asgard. A pure winner in life. But maybe it was God's trick. Well, it was the screenwriter's malice. Ever since he became an adult, his road to becoming king has been full of ups and downs. He lost something again and again, Mjolnir, mother, father, brother, lover, even all of Asgard. He is getting stronger and stronger, and he is getting more and more lonely. All the good things he cherishes can only exist in his memory. From a screenwriter's point of view, in order to create a strong conflict, this is necessary. A prince who has everything and goes smoothly has nothing to watch. But from Thor's personal perspective, this is a tragedy. And this tragedy has quietly begun since the two brothers' battle for the throne. Peter just put the materials away and said calmly, then, just act according to your ideas. I will. Under the operation of Heimdall, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge and the toll booth of the Asgard Highway, the people soon arrived at Nidav, the residence of the Asgard dwarves. A vast forge built around a neutron star, where dwarves forge artifacts for the gods of Asgard. Hey, Thor, my friend. The huge dwarf King Ytri greeted Thor warmly when he saw him. At this moment, he has not been attacked by Thanos in Avengers 3 and is in good mental condition. The other dwarves are also actively building various equipment. Hey, Ytri. Thor also greeted the dwarf king warmly. He used to be one of the biggest street gangsters in the 9 realms, and his bold personality was also loved by the people of Asgard. As a craftsman, Ytri naturally noticed Mjolnir and even greeted him warmly. Hi, Mjolnir, how are you doing lately? Wait, you look pretty good. He looked at Thor. Thor, I told you before, you should take care of Mjolnir. It seems that you did a good job. Mjolnir is more radiant. Tell me, you how? Thor put on a mask of pain for a moment and went emo. This made Ytri a little confused. It's okay, he just has a new bond with Mjolnir. Peter explained. That's good. Ytri was easily fooled, and even said, according to me, weapons are like our lovers, we should maintain our relationship with her properly. Thor, greeted her. Ytri also looked at Peter. You don't seem to be an Asgardian. I haven't seen you before. Thor had to introduce it to both parties. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. This is the greatest craftsman in the 9 realms. Ytri. This is the most powerful man in the atrium, Black Superman. He also briefly explained Peter's purpose and Odin's order. Hearing that someone was looking for him to build equipment, and the person who came was the most powerful warrior in the courtyard, Ytri was very happy and said, the strongest warrior should be equipped with the strongest weapon. Come on, Black Superman, tell me your idea. There is nothing that dwarves can't do. Of course, I believe in the abilities of dwarves. Peter said, which made Ytri even more proud, and then he heard Peter's first request. First of all, I hope you can use URU steel to create the texture of clothing. Ytri? What, can't you do it? Peter also noticed Ytri's abnormal expression and asked. As soon as he boasted, he was immediately slapped in the face. Ytri was also a little embarrassed and said, sorry, Black Superman. But steel is steel, and it will become soft cloth anyway. If steel can be turned into cloth, then he is not steel. Dwarves are good at various weapons, armor, and other medieval-style equipment. As for how to make steel into clothing, this new thing is really a bit of a blind spot in knowledge. But Wakanda has already given the answer to this point. If nothing else, their research on vibranium technology is worthy of recognition. Then, Peter sold out Wakanda's technology without hesitation. Of course. Ytri, as long as it is microscopic enough, steel can also become cloth. This made Ytri frown. After all, he is a master of forging. In the past, it was just because he was used to Asgard's forging style that he was short-circuited for a while. After getting the prompt, he quickly thought of a method. You mean, make the steel like silk thread, and then weave the suit. That's probably the idea. This is also how Wakanda can make vibranium. The reason for becoming a battlesuit, and taking a closer step, is naturally various microstorage technologies and nanotechnology. Although there are still many problems, it should be no problem. Yaitri quickly became excited and said, Black Superman, you are not only the greatest warrior in the center, but also the greatest craftsman. No, we are used to it there. Use science to explain these problems. Science? It's almost the same as magic. Yaitri just commented lightly. In Marvel, the so-called gods are just more advanced alien civilizations. For them, the so-called magic is just a way to use the energy of the universe. It is no different from science in essence, except that some races are naturally closer to the energy of the universe and easier to develop. This is also the keynote of Marvel magic. Moreover, the entire Nidai itself is a huge space station, and the technology of the dwarves inside is sufficiently advanced. After mobilizing many dwarves, a micro-operation forging table was quickly assembled. Peter also joined in to develop some ideas. The entire Nidai was mobilized, and soon, a new suit was produced under the forge of the Neutron Star Forge. The suit still maintains Peter's usual black and gold style, but this time it has changed. The first layer is the high-collared close-fitting battle suit underneath, which is still mainly black. The first layer is a white cloak-style cloak. The wrist guards, boots, belt, chest, and other places are all engraved with golden patterns, including the cloak, and there are also some dwarf-style overbody light helmets. Kind of like a combination of Justice Lord Superman and World Forger Superman. The mask has also changed a lot, and is similar to Injustice Superman. It is integrated with the suit and only has a jaw guard. Of course, Peter could always generate half-face masks from both sides of the jaw guard whenever he wanted. Woo 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 Quankin is gone. Chapters starting from Chapter 70 God and Black Superman 3 have been revised. In fact, most of this part was completed late at night on the first day. The main reason for delaying it for so long was thinking about how to write about Asgard and how to bring this plot back to life. Probably the Rune King Thor and the god of story Loki. A little panicked, let me see how many readers are left. The dwarves handed the suit to Peter. Try it, Black Superman. Eitri said expectantly. Microforging technology has given us a lot of ideas. I think, in the next period of time, we can forge a lot of interesting things. Peter took over the new suit. This new suit made of URU metal gives people a completely different feeling from his vibranium suit. After adding some designs of dwarves, the whole thing looks more like a god. It's appropriate. Although in terms of energy level, this suit is not up to the level of an artifact like Mjolnir, which is infused with a large amount of divine power and a special forging material, a dead star, it is definitely below the level of an artifact. The first gear. The dwarves put a lot of effort into this suit, and all they lacked was a more powerful source of materials. The biggest change brought about by the URU suit is not in appearance. The most important point is that now, as long as he uses his divine power, Peter can directly put on the suit, and when not needed, he can also directly take it off to hide it. Peter's divine power was poured into it, and the suit quickly turned into a ball of lightning, covering him. When the lightning faded, the suit was already put on. As for the powerful magical properties and increase in divine power brought about by this suit, Peter didn't care much. I knew that she must be the most suitable for you, Black Superman. Yaitri's old habit is to personify weapons and armor. Thor looked a little helpless on the side and said, Eitri, my good friend, you must also get me a new armor. Ha ha ha, of course, Thor. Earth, New York. The battle between Peter and Odin came to an end, but the impact of this battle was just fermenting violently. As soon as the news of the court trial hit the top trending searches, people all over the world suddenly saw the battle between Black Superman and another strong man. This battle spread all over the world, and countless people trembled under the aftermath of the battle. For the first time, Black Superman intuitively demonstrated his terrifying strength, which is enough to destroy everyone, even the planet. It's like a god coming to the world, like the end is coming. What's even more amazing is that the incident in the court just before this happened to let people all over the world know and get to know a little bit about the Black Superman. Everyone realized that Black Superman's mind was mature and had no weaknesses. He will not be controlled by humans, but the life and death of humans depend on his thoughts. Some pessimists immediately cried out about the despair of the future. A dictator who can destroy everyone, but we have no means to counter him. Everyone's life will no longer be under our control. We have lost our greatest freedom. He is not bound by any morality or law and can do whatever he wants. Everyone understands what this means. After the nuclear threat, Black Superman seems to have become the biggest threat that scares everyone. However, more people think. I think Black Superman seems pretty good. Brothers, Black Superman fights evil. As long as you don't commit crimes, he won't hurt anyone. In a sense, the existence of Black Superman can make the world more peaceful, right? All those who try to cause persecution and war will be afraid of him. Black Superman once saved me and my village. If it weren't for him, we would have died in terror, in the hands of molecules. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. The most frightening thing is always the unknown. After experiencing the court incident, people suddenly discovered that the existence of Black Superman seems to make the world a better place. He is not killing without purpose, he is just purifying the sins in the world. Black Superman will not harm them. On the contrary, he has been protecting the weak and is their patron saint. Even after a period of fermentation, the taste of the comments has changed. People no longer regard Black Superman as a serious matter, but instead add a lot of entertainment and ridicule. Oh my god, I suddenly found that I fell in love with Black Superman. Under his mysterious and terrifying appearance, there is a heart, infinitely tender heart. Black Superman. Hehehe, my Black Superman. Did you guys see it? Black Superman was fighting another one. He could actually release lightning. I know, so it happened. After a while, it turns out that Black Superman is not Superman and Batman, but Shazam. No, it should be Black Adam. The most important thing is, who is the other person fighting Black Superman? You must know that Black Superman can destroy the world, and he seems to be on par with Black Superman. There is news that it seems to be the father of the gods in Norse mythology, Odin. How is it possible? That is a myth. Hey, brother, Black Superman already exists. Is there anything strange about adding a myth? Oh my god, is Black Superman really like a god? He is a god, isn't he? He is a god. Internet on the internet, countless people participated in the discussion, from fear and panic at the beginning, to all kinds of praise, support, and adoration later, just because they discovered one thing. Black Superman has stood too high, whether he exists or not, they all have to live. The existence of Black Superman might make their life better. Unlike the enthusiastic people, the major mainstream media are extremely silent today. Usually when big news comes up, they rush to expose it, and the TV stations, who want to tell their ideas in 100 ways and angles, seem a little confused and don't know how to report it. Just like the people sitting on Capitol Hill. They are also full of confusion at this moment, confused about how to get along with the Black Superman. They had just discovered Black Superman's behavior and propositions in the morning, and they hadn't even had time to formulate strategies, good intentions, or malicious strategies. Then they discovered that Black Superman seemed to be ignoring them. They knew that Black Superman was very powerful, but they didn't expect it to be so powerful, and they might not even have any say. In SHIELD, Nick Fury sighed tiredly. This was the first time in many years that he was so mentally and physically exhausted by a metahuman. News has come back from New Mexico. The 9 realms, Asgard, Odin, the father of the gods, Thor, the god of thunder, and Loki, the god of trickery, are all real. Whether they are gods or other beings, they are much more powerful than humans. Human beings have little ability to fight back against them. Human beings' situation is much more dangerous than imagined. Of course, maybe Black Superman is one, but Black Superman can't control it. He doesn't know if Black Superman is still a human being. During the battle between Black Superman and Odin, Fury even couldn't help but press the signal transmitter left for him several times. Once upon a time, that person was synonymous with strength in his eyes and could solve all troubles. But after seeing the battle between Black Superman and Odin, he hesitated. Even if that guy comes back, can he deal with the Black Superman at this time? While the crowd outside was bustling and the undercurrent was surging below, at the center of the whirlpool, the Black Superman himself was blocked by a bald man at home. Peter was blocked by Ancient One. Although he had long expected that after the battle with Odin, the Supreme Mage would be unable to resist coming, but he still did not expect it to be so soon. He had just returned from Asgard and took off his suit when a portal suddenly appeared at the door of his bedroom, and a big, shiny bald head poked out of it. Moreover, what made him even more unexpected was that Ancient One actually said to him directly, "Young man, are you interested in becoming the Supreme Mage?" Back to the beginning. It seems that you are not surprised by my appearance. Ancient Yi crossed the portal and came to Peter's bedroom as if he were visiting a neighbor's house. If you ignore the powerful hairstyle on her head, she looks just like an ordinary person. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ancient One, the Supreme Mage of the Earth. Black Superman. Peter replied, knowing full well what Ancient One wanted. Although the Supreme Mage's duty is to protect the Earth, his main area is to protect against dimensional invasion and demonic chaos. Generally speaking, they will not interfere in human affairs on Earth. At this point, Peter, who has been on Earth from birth to growing up, can be said to have a good foundation and a clean resume. Even if he becomes an ancestor, as long as he doesn't want to destroy the world, the most Guyi can do is look through the time records out of curiosity and not meddle in other people's business. But this time Peter took it too far and actually forced Odin to fight with him. As for Odin's weight, let's put it this way, in the single universe, excluding those various dimensional demons and gods, in the material plane, Odin is definitely one of the strongest, not inferior to her Ancient One. For such a big boss, if something goes wrong, the problem will not be limited to the Earth, but will most likely affect the entire 9 realms and even the Milky Way. And for such a being, Black Superman dared to directly kidnap someone's son and force him to fight. Even Guyi had to lament that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. But what makes Guyi even more troubled is that even if he fights, Black Superman actually wins. As the person involved, Odin could at best go home and take a nap, but she would have to deal with the rest of the mess. A young prickly head whose fighting power is comparable to that of the Heavenly Father, and who is also a bit unstable, makes one bald just thinking about it. Oh, she has been bald for a long time, so that's okay. For this reason, Ancient One even had to use the time stone to completely flip through Peter's timeline, and what she saw surprised her. The duty of the Supreme Mage is to protect the Earth from the invasion of demons from various dimensions, but you made such a big fuss today that I had to come. Ancient One walked to the single sofa where Gwen and Felicia once sat. He sat down and said, "We need to talk, Black Superman." Of course. Peter didn't mind Gu Yi's behavior, and sat down and said, "So, what do you want to talk about?" Today's meeting was probably like it was Kamatage who suddenly discovered that a wild boss had appeared in his jurisdiction, and this boss could already have a huge impact on, or threaten, their operations. As the leader, Gu Yi had to go out in person to express condolences and talk to determine the future model and boundaries of how the two parties would get along. Originally he thought so. "First of all, I'm curious. You seem to know us very well? This shouldn't be the case. You haven't been exposed to anything related to Kamatage," Ancient One said. "I thought you would care more about Odin and I. Indeed, after all, I came here because of this trouble, but now I have a better idea. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. What do you want to do?" Peter suddenly felt a little confused. Bad feeling. Ancient One did not answer Peter's question, but said, "Kamatage is composed of a group of mages who practice hard in the mountains. We live in peace with the world, study magic, and have been guarding the earth from the invasion of dimensional demons for thousands of years. And the Supreme Mage is the leader of Kamatage and the most powerful mage among them." "Yes, I know. This position requires constant dealing with various dimensional demons. Most of them have bad intentions and are extremely powerful. Some of them are even difficult for me to deal with, and my job is to discover and expel them." "So what?" Peter frowned. "I looked through your timeline. I'm sorry, this may be a little offensive to your privacy, but I had to do it. At the same time, it also made me determined." I saw a faint smile on Gu Yi's face, as if he was just saying just like a simple matter. "Young man, are you interested in becoming the Supreme Mage?" Even Peter's super brain was a little confused at this time. Originally, he thought this was just a diplomatic conversation about the future cooperation between the two sides, just going through the motions and building friendship. Unexpectedly, Gu Yi wanted to take him directly to Kamatage, so that it would be settled once and for all. In other words, Kamatage was entrusted to him. Moreover, he was so evil that he actually used various powerful dimensional demon opponents to seduce him. According to the timeline, at this time, after being the Supreme Mage for hundreds of years, Ancient One was already tired of living. Now she has to steal the power of the dark dimension to stay alive just because she can't let go of Kamatage and the earth. This has long made her tired. "I just want to quickly find an unlucky guy to inherit the mantle, and my soul will be liberated early to enter deeper dimensions to explore the truth." Of course, Peter couldn't let Gu Yi get his wish. After all, the two of them were incompatible, and there was no reason for him to take over her mess. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Gu Yi was not surprised by this, and just said, "Then we should settle the accounts carefully. I don't seem to owe you anything." "No, you owe a lot. Your battle with Odin caused huge damage to the earth. If it weren't for the magicians of Kamatage who worked hard to maintain it, we would have been ruined by you long ago. This consumed a lot of our magic power. I think Odin and I both deliberately stopped our efforts so as not to affect others. But you finally got the real deal, didn't you?" Gu Yi smiled faintly, as if he had convinced Peter. "Oh, if Ding had not struck you with that blow in the Middle East, do you think it would have been as simple as punching a hole in the clouds? Then you should go to Odin to collect your debt, not me. This battle is you started it. Odin is just a poor 5,000-year-old old man." Peter couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, and said directly, "If I don't pay back, you seem to be unable to do anything to me." Unexpectedly, Gu Yi's face, the smile on his face became even brighter. "Look, aren't you very good at being the Supreme Mage?" Ancient One seemed determined to drag him into trouble, and Peter finally decided not to dwell too much on this issue. No one can force him to do something he doesn't want to do, not even the Sorcerer Supreme. He just asked curiously, "What about Strange? You really know?" Ancient One said, "Are you a prophet? That's why you know everything about Kamatage and Thor. The exact timing of landing on the Earth has been planned in advance. However, you should only know the future of a certain timeline, so everything makes sense." Peter couldn't deny it. There are all kinds of strange things in the Marvel world, and he is not afraid that some things will be known to others. He just asked, "So, Strange will be an excellent Mage Supreme, but you will be better than him?" Ancient One replied, "I don't know magic." "Who said that the Supreme Mage must know magic?" Gu Yi said with a smile. This kind of old man spoke again, and it really smelled like a Supreme Mage, making people want to complain. "I don't know why you actually have Odin's divine power. And Odin himself is one of the strongest mages in the 9 realms." Ancient One just continued. "Magic is essentially the use of the energy of the universe. Humans themselves do not have this kind of energy, so in order to cast spells, mages often have to pay a lot of money and borrow power from dimensional demons or certain entities." She looked at Peter. "But you don't have to, Black Superman. Your divine power, it is a huge energy source in itself, enough for you to release any magic. You will become the first Supreme Mage who does not need to rely on dimensional demons or other existences. This may sound special, but it is not your choice. My reason. The duty of the Supreme Mage is to deal with all kinds of demons, isn't it?" Gu Yi was very pleased. "I really saw the right person. I have to say that this bald man has a lot of tricks up his sleeve." Ancient One said, "Sometimes, ability is not important. What is important is what you do and what you bring. Black Superman, I have looked through your timeline and understand what you have done so far. You could have overthrown the world, but you didn't. You just chose to quietly observe the world from the sky and let people make their own choices. Your beliefs are firm enough, and you know what you want. What it is, what you want to protect, not destroy. Although your method seems dark, it is just a way for you to protect your world. You are a born supreme mage. Ancient Yi said very clearly. It sounded good, but Peter just sneered. This is still not the real reason. Gu Yi looked like he had a headache. I have to say, you are too keen, Black Superman. Peter did not respond, just looked at her. Gu Yi could only say, remember what I said, I read through your timeline. Yes. Actually, I read not just one, but countless. Most of these world lines are Gwen Stacy became Spider-Man, and in a few cases, Peter Parker became Spider-Man, but, you are the only one. Peter was not surprised by this, he just said, Black Superman is the only one. Because of time travel the guest is the only one, so there will only be one Black Superman. To a certain extent, he has the same uniqueness as those gods at the multi-universe level, or even the almighty universe level. Of course, this doesn't mean anything. That's right. Gu Yi looked at Peter, his eyes becoming rare and serious. Moreover, the future of your timeline is a little unclear. This is a very rare situation that will happen. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. I saw two situations, one is the ultimate destruction, the other is the ultimate rebirth. Then you still want me to be the supreme mage. Because I can't stop you, Black Superman. Ancient Yi shrugged, explain. In this case, I might as well take a gamble. At least, you will bring new changes to the world. I understand, this is a mess. Peter smiled and said, it's just that, I didn't promise you it's necessary. Although he got a lot of information in vain, he still chose to refuse it cleanly. Just kidding, I want to persuade him with such a little thing and send him away as a beggar. But Ancient One didn't seem to want to give up. She said, you should have turned into a big lizard and died, Peter Parker. This made Peter narrow his eyes, but I didn't. Yes, and became extremely powerful, even I can't react. In fact, I may not be your opponent now, you are being humble. Gu Yi smiled faintly, but some things are destined to happen, just like Strange's unlucky child. As long as he becomes the supreme mage, he will definitely get into that car accident no matter what. What if he is improper? Maybe it can be avoided, maybe it can be cured, it's hard to say. Gu Yi waved his hand. I think what I'm saying is that this is called an absolute point in time on the timeline. No matter how you reverse time and reshape the universe, the absolute point in time cannot be changed. What if you forcefully change it? The timeline you are on will collapse and the universe will be destroyed. Peter fell into silence. He probably guessed what Gu Yi wanted to say, but he still asked, what do you want to express? Gu Yi said, I have looked at many possibilities. In those futures, Gwen who becomes Spider-Man will definitely lose Peter Parker, and Peter Parker who becomes Spider-Man will definitely lose Gwen. Ancient One looked over. And none of you have a timeline to become Spider-Man. It's zero. You will definitely lose each other, there is no other possibility. But I am Black Superman, not Spider-Man. Blurred doesn't mean you can't see anything, kid. Furyuki sighed, said. Your influence on this world is getting bigger and bigger. Although I am personally very optimistic about these changes, danger will still come. You'd better not give them a chance to take action. Gu Yi left, leaving Peter sitting alone and deep in thought. Who are they? Also, what is the so-called absolute point in time? How much Ancient One has seen, and whether everything he said is credible. What a hateful Riddler. And finally, Gwen. Peter, are you in a daze? This is rare. Gwen finally finished her day's work as the honorary police officer Spider-Woman and returned to Peter's bedroom. She skillfully got in through the window and said, Black Superman made too much noise today. God, does he know how many buildings he crashed into today? Although unexpectedly there were not many casualties. But this still caused a lot of economic losses, all thanks to Mr. Stark's promise to deal with the aftermath. She was completely unaware of the conversation between Ancient One and Peter. Today is a busy day for the heroes in New York. Since the day, they have been busy dealing with various regional riots caused by the Battle of Black Superman. In some cases, it can be said to be a performance boost for them. Even Felicia appeared in front of the public for the first time, and then, her popularity exploded and became uncontrollable, and she was close to Gwen at one point. Gwen was also very tired after a busy day. Of course, she would not be so squeamish normally, but with Peter by her side, the situation was naturally different. She opened her hands and said, hurry up, Peter, I need your hug to restore the battery. Of course, come up, dear. Peter naturally couldn't refuse Gwen's hug. He let Gwen sit on his lap and hugged her skillfully. Slender waist. In this position, it can be said that the two of them fit together to the greatest extent. Hehe, Gwen chuckled, this position is so weird. Don't you like it? No, I like it very much. Gwen hugged her tighter and said, I feel like this charging will be faster. Really? But you obviously don't have a connection port. Hey, you're shy again, Peter. Don't you like it? Okay, I like it too, but... Gwen said a little shyly. Dad said, at least wait until you are an adult. But it is already April, Gwen, and there are only 2 months left before your birthday this year. Peter's words made Gwen agitated. Stunned, she suddenly remembered that more than half a year had passed since she became Spider-Woman. It's been so long, I feel like we've all been through a lot. Gwen sighed. It's great, Peter, that I can have you. Me too. Well, you know, Gwen said, lying on Peter, his body and voice were soft and warm. This period is simply the happiest time for me. I am doing ideal things, and the people I like most are always supporting me. This is also me. The happiest time, Gwen. Peter caressed Gwen's back and said, the spider girl I like and the hairy boy I like are the same person, and they are still my girlfriends now. That's a good answer. I'll give you a kiss as a reward. Mua. Gwen pecked Peter on the face. Peter looked at her with a smile and said, you want to kiss me? Well, Gwen's eyes wandered. I know you wouldn't take the initiative. Before she could finish her words, Peter stopped her. Mouthed. The two of them overlapped each other, and such a close kiss made Gwen feel suffocated by the comfort. Her strong legs unconsciously clamped Peter tightly, and it took a long time before they separated. I've always wanted to tell you, you're a good kisser. Peter teased in a low voice. Hee. Gwen bit Peter's neck and said, it feels so comfortable. It would be great if we could keep doing this. What's wrong? Gwen saw that Peter suddenly didn't respond. Asked. It's nothing, it's just that if you keep kissing, you'll suffocate? Hey, what are you thinking about, Peter? Gwen rolled her eyes. I mean, we can't always be together like this. Of course, Peter touching Gwen's head, she looked into the distance, wondering what she was thinking. Gwen didn't notice this and just said, by the way, Peter, let me tell you something. What? Mr. Stark is troubled now. Didn't he never tell Miss Pepper that he had already? Is everything okay? Miss Pepper seems to have discovered something. She has been asking Mr. Stark why he is not dead recently. Although it is wrong to gloat, I still want to laugh. Mr. Stark haven't confessed yet. Peter smiled and said, it just so happens that I have to go to Stark at that time and explain it to Mr. Stark. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Haha, you are so mean, Peter. You are so bad. Bad, boy. In the Stark mansion, Tony glared at Peter. Peter spread his hands. I didn't do anything, Mr. Stark. No, you want to see my joke. Tony pressed his temple with a headache. Pepper is ignoring me now, but I can feel it. It's just the beginning. I have no doubt that she will kill me. With all due respect, I will die sooner or later. I think it's better to be happy. No, you don't understand, kid. I can definitely think of something. A solution that has both ends, for sure. Okay, so, why did you come to me? When it came to business, Tony became more energetic and said, come here, I'll show you a big toy. He brought Peter made his way into his basement laboratory. I saw a huge headless steel armor standing in the center supported by a bracket. It was the destroyer whose head was shot by Peter's heat vision. Connors and Banner are here too. When the two of them saw Peter coming, they both said hello, and Tony also introduced. This is what Black Superman left behind. It is said to be Leodin's armor from Norse mythology. Yes, you must be surprised. That day with Black Superman it's Odin who fights. Indeed, that's surprising, Mr. Stark. Peter agreed with a smile. Connors, rightward arrow _ rightward arrow. Tony didn't notice Connors's little look and continued, of course, what Black Superman means is that they are just aliens that are more advanced than us, so don't be too surprised. So, why did he give this armor to you? Why, the most serious thing in the building he crashed into was mine. Tony said resentfully. He said it was compensation, and it was precisely because of this armor. I just came forward to promise the repairs in New York. After the battle with Odin, Peter did not forget his trophies. Although the destroyer is of no use to him, if it is given to Tony and the others, they might be able to develop something interesting. At least, it's better than being transformed into pieces by S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, it is most appropriate for Tony to take part in the aftermath, for no other reason than that he has a lot of money, a lot of it. At Tony's current level, he could never spend all his money. To truly fulfill that sentence, money just stayed with him in a different way. In addition to significantly reducing the cost of building buildings, the most important thing is the political field. When something like this happens in New York, the people who are most anxious are not the ordinary people, nor the wealthy capitalists, but politicians such as the mayor and congressman of New York. Just like the supervillains have emerged one after another in the past 6 months, the biggest headache is no one else, but Police Chief George. It's a miracle that he still holds this position. Tony can use this to get many discounts that he can't usually get, such as tax exemption and other generous conditions, and it is impossible to lose much. So, what do you want to do, Mr. Stark? Peter asked interestingly. And this was the question that gave Tony a headache. Theoretically, as long as this armor is fully absorbed, my steel armors will receive a major upgrade. But, Tony spread his hands, this thing is magic? Hell, I have lived for more than 40 years. For the first time, I learned that magic is not a bedtime story used to trick children. The treasure house is clearly in front of you, but you can't go in because you don't have a key. This is really a torment for Tony. So, I'll tell you all I've called you here. Although your brains may not be as good as mine, but working together may give me some inspiration. If you are too slow, just do it if you want to read books. This chapter started last night, and I woke up at 9 o'clock in the morning. Continuing, I changed 4 or 5 versions one after another, scrapping several thousand words, but I was still not satisfied. My state has been really bad these 2 days, so I'll try my best to update every day. It's too slow and I can't do anything about it. Also, I feel like a sheep, and there's a large group of people downstairs who don't shy away from it. It's chaotic every day. Run. So, what is driving this thing? Since it is magic, it must be magic, mana, or some kind of magical spell. What is magic? This big guy looks like he has nothing but pieces of plate armor. I even doubt whether he can move. Well, we are studying a very new thing. But no matter what is driving it, we can only conduct research if we observe it directly or indirectly. Maybe the same goes for the so-called gods. They must have some kind of organ or device that can sense these things. Several world-leading, cutting-edge. It's so scientific that you can actually perform magic on a piece of medieval armor in a basement. Anyone who comes in and sees it will be surprised. If he can run it, maybe we can glean a little bit of useful information, Connors said. But this thing was hit in the head by Black Superman, wasn't it? Banner spread his hands. He's dead. So this armor is alive. Is it given by magic, or is it just similar to artificial things like intelligence? Okay, guys, Tony interrupted everyone's increasingly crooked conversation and said. So, do you have any ideas? In fact, although a few people kept talking nonsense, they had all kinds of questions, but there was no awkward look on their faces. They are the smartest humans in the world. They are very confident and there is nothing they cannot solve. I could set up a gamma radiation receiver and see if I could detect anything, Banner said. Tony also clicked on the arc reactor on his chest. I'll try to see if I can use this to push the armor to move. I've always felt that the energy released by this thing doesn't seem to be pure. Then, the two of them looked at it together. Siang Connors asked. Do you have any ideas? Connors. His giant lizard shook his head. I have already said that I am interested in biological genes, and it is a bit difficult to study this across fields. He sighed with his head buried in his chest. After all, he is only a second-tier scientist, not as good as geniuses like Tony and Banner. Okay, you and Peter come over here to help. Tony and Banner couldn't say much. Everyone started doing it enthusiastically. Being a scientist in Marvel seems to be the same as being a mage. You must not only have knowledge, but also have strong muscles. Obviously he could rely on various machines, but he chose to go into battle shirtless. I detected it. Finally, Banner built his receiver. He looked at the display results and was surprised. In fact, this armor contains huge energy. This energy is hidden in every piece of steel. But because he died, his activity seems to be very low. This is good news, isn't it? Tony also took out his propulsion device. Now, we just need to figure out how it works. It'll be fine. He connected the new element reactor to the device and called to Peter, let's do it, boy. Peter turned the wrench of the switch very unceremoniously. The huge energy output in an instant made Tony's face pale, but it was worth it. All this energy poured into the destroyer's body. As soon as the destroyer was stimulated by the new energy, the divine power on his body also began to flow, gathering upwards, and finally concentrated on the broken neck. Lower your head quickly. As Tony shouted, a huge energy beam came directly from the broken neck. It spurted out everywhere, blasting straight through the ceiling. The first floor, second floor, and the entire mansion were blasted by the beam. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. His house was demolished again. Tony looked excited. Anyway, it won't be demolished once or twice, just get used to it. The most important thing is the destroyer's beam. This has exceeded the output limit of his steel armor's light cannon at this time. It seems that magic is not useless, huh? At this moment, he completely understood that the so-called magic is just the use of higher-level energy. And although he is only a mortal, he has a reactor, and maybe he can use it as a ticket to gods. Banner also concluded, his destroyed head is the core of intelligent life, as well as the center for controlling and emitting energy beams. The poor destroyer not only had to be hammered during his lifetime, but his body was also played with by scientists after death. After that, several people made various summaries on the development and utilization of the destroyer's body and discussed better solutions. At this time, Jarvis suddenly appeared. Sir, the captain is outside the door. Steve. Tony frowned. The lower eyebrow has a rare and unnatural expression. A rare and subtle expression that is a little playful, sarcastic, and a little embarrassed. Everyone also noticed his expression and were a little curious. Tony also said, isn't he in the company? How did he find him here? Forget it, let him come in. Soon, Steve also came to the basement. Looking at the hole drilled in the ceiling, he was stunned for a moment. You guys seem to be doing something very exciting. But when he saw Tony, he immediately lost his temper. He rushed up, grabbed Tony's collar, and said, Stark, what do you mean? That night, although he failed to take down Kingpin, he also brought back a lot of information about the Black Superman shield. No one said anything about the captain's failure on his first mission after returning. After all, that was Black Superman. After that, Steve suddenly became free. After reading a lot of comics about Superman and Batman, he was still thinking about it and remembered that Black Superman once told him that he could go to Stark Tower. He really missed his old friend Howard, so he left quickly. However, when he arrived at Stark Tower, everything was different from what he imagined, a scene where contemporary heroes were working hard to better save the world. After a brief exchange of greetings with Tony, he was taken to a party with wine and meat. Generally speaking, Steve would not be tempted by tricks of this level, but the problem is that Tony found a woman who looked very similar to Carter from somewhere. It was already the second day of the party, you can think of what happened last night. After coming back to his senses, Steve came to the door angrily. Connors on the side also started whispering to Banner. I heard that the captain brought a lady back last night. Banner gossiped. You don't need to hear it, I saw it with my own eyes. Connors replied, I can't believe that the legendary captain is actually this kind of person. You know, I always thought he was a virgin. No, he is quite relaxed, and he is really popular with women. In fact, although Steve has a very dedicated personality, he himself is not always a man. When he was single, he would not refuse to have an affair with some ladies, especially the plump ones. Maybe it was because he was once skinny and he liked this. Physiologically speaking, you can't expect a Superman at the peak of human physical fitness to not have needs. Steve. He couldn't help but the veins on his head popped out. Stark, you'd better give me an explanation. You had a lot of fun, Captain. Tony broke it off indifferently. He broke Steve's hand. Without breaking it, he could only spread it and said, this was not my idea. Steve frowned. Whose is it? Who else could it be? Of course it's Black Superman. Recommending the book I invented at Hogwarts, Boss Vera's book is finally on the shelves. Black Superman. Steve couldn't help but frown. Yes, that's right. Tony looked at the crowd and revealed the Black Superman without integrity. Do you know, when he told me this plan, I felt that he was darker than ever before. Of course, having said that, Tony did not hesitate to implement the plan after learning about it. After all, it was fun, especially since this person was Steve, and he had no reason not to support it. When Steve heard the news, the expression on his face was one of astonishment, and his heart felt like a bolt from the blue. Although he has not yet joined the so-called Justice League, he still quite approves of this team whose goal is to save the world. Including the members of this alliance, he still has a good impression, except of course Tony Stark. When Gwen met him for the first time, she could sympathize with the loneliness and hesitation he felt in this era, which made him particularly kind to this little girl. As for the Black Cat, well, I have to say that humans are visual creatures. A girl with cat ears, even if it was a novelty for an old antique like him, he couldn't bear to feel any bad feelings towards her. But what Steve cares about most is actually what Black Superman said, the meaning of his coming to this era. He was full of expectations for this, and it became one of the pillars that kept him going these days. But now, this pillar has collapsed. Could it be that the reason he came to this world was to sleep with women? No, absolutely impossible. Steve looked up and looked around. Because he had seen S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence, he also recognized several other people present. The two green guys were standing aside and eating the melon with an attitude of watching the fun. Another particularly young boy, Peter Parker, rarely came up and said, Captain, I think maybe Black Superman just wants you to feel that you belong in this era. This sounded much better to me, Steve. I glanced at Peter and saw, a kid is more sensible than you guys in their 30s and 40s. But he shouldn't have done it this way, Steve replied, finally letting go of Tony's collar. Tony could only straighten his collar. At this time, Steve, who was walking to the basement door, turned around and said, I'm disappointed in you, and the Justice League. How could such a group of people save the world? After saying that, he left without looking back. Everyone in the basement looked at each other. Tony spread his hands indifferently and said, who does he think he is? When I was fighting for the people of New York and the people in the Middle East to protect their safety, he was still in the freezer. Connors glanced at him. He looked at Peter, as if he had seen through everything, and silently mourned for Steve in his heart. It's over, another superhero can't escape the clutches of Black Superman. Only Banner, who has a relatively simple and honest personality but knows nothing, is really worried. However, although he was worried about Steve, he was actually a bit insecure recently. After discussing with Tony and others the legacy of the Destroyer, that is, the various development counter cases of the corpse, he hesitated for a while and asked, Tony, can you contact Black Superman for me? Tony raised his eyebrows and asked, what do you want from him? I may need his help with some spiritual matters. Banner said frankly. In addition to some daily research, he has recently been learning various meditations from around the world. To this end, he also used the funds given by Tony to invite many meditation masters. As early as before, when he was hiding in Brazil to escape the pursuit of General Ross, he had learned meditation from a master there. But at that moment, his purpose was to calm down and control his anger. But in theory, meditation is a way of practice that highly concentrates the mind and purifies thoughts. It can not only keep people's emotions calm, but also make anger purer and more concentrated. And anger can enhance Hulk's strength. Extreme stillness and extreme movement correspond to the two states of Banner and Hulk. However, although this method was effective, Banner also encountered a huge problem that he could not avoid. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. It seems that because of his recent luxurious life, safe environment, sufficient research funds, and sweet and hot girlfriend Betty, he seems to be lying down and unable to get angry. I even gained some weight because the food was so good. It's like your body has been squeezed dry. No matter how good your skills are, you can't last long. At this time, Banner remembered the Black Superman who had woken him up. Maybe, let Black Superman beat Hulk again? Banner, you are a leader in nuclear physics and mechanical science. You even have more doctorates than me. After hearing Banner's words, Tony also habitually said, tell me now, are you tinkering with practice stuff lately? Banner glanced at the Destroyer beside him. Aren't you also tinkering with magic? This left Tony speechless and shrugged. Okay, whenever you encounter Black Superman, his style becomes strange. He is obviously so dark. Banner thought for a while, and it seemed to make sense, but he still asked consistently. So, do you have Black Superman? Contact information. Of course, it's actually quite simple, as long as you find an open place and shout his name. Tony replied. This made Banner stunned. He had thought that even if Tony had contact information, it must be something very personal or secret. I didn't expect the reality to be a bit. Don't you think it's low? The Batlights in Gotham look more stylish than this. Tony said. So I have never called him like this. He always came to me on his own. Sir, it seems that time you were in the Middle East. Shut up, Jarvis. Tony quickly interrupted Jarvis's interruption. For some reason, his once caring butler seemed to like to carry things on his back more and more recently. Stab him. Black Superman once told me that every move of everyone in New York is no secret in his eyes. He explained for Banner. He can see and hear, just like Clark in the comics. Of course, he is better at using his abilities than Clark. Hidden under the overly simple summoning method is a terrifying power that makes everyone's hair stand on end. Both of them were silent for a moment, and then they couldn't help but look at the sky at a 45-degree angle, sighing at the power of Black Superman. Connors on the side, rightward arrow _ rightward arrow. Guys, he is right next to you, how could you not know? He was really afraid that one day, he would be killed and silenced by Tony and the others who knew the truth. However, while everyone was here, he also made a request. Everyone, I have an idea about the recently launched gene serum. What? Tony asked. Tony, you should have seen the recent market report on gene serum. Maybe it's because of me, it's not objective. Actually, it's not just you. Osborn's previous scandals are enough for this project. It's enough to eat a pot. Tony said unconcernedly. But the effect of the serum is indeed real. We have been mentally prepared for long-term operation, right? Real gold always shines. Yes. Yes, Connors nodded and added, but I recently thought of a better idea. What? Tony's recent thoughts are not on gene serum. It is not his main field of research in the first place. It's a long-term preparation, so he doesn't need to worry about it at all. Felicia. Connors seemed a little excited when he mentioned the name. He said, have you noticed that Felicia has become very popular these days? Everyone is fascinated by her plush ears. Conquered with tails. Tony raised his eyebrows. He also understands this very well. Compared with Felicia, the cat-eared girl, the famous Black Widow has to stand aside. You mean? Yes, I hope she can also officially stand up to promote our gene serum, or be a spokesperson. Believe me, those guys will go crazy. What Connors did not expect was that after he spoke freely for a while, he was faced with dead silence and some astonished looks from everyone. This made him subconsciously feel embarrassed, wondering if he had said something wrong somewhere. What's wrong, guys? No, it's nothing. Tony held it in for 2 seconds, and could only barely manage to say, we just have some surprised. Surprised? Yes. Banner also said, if I remember correctly, I remember when I first came here, you shouldn't be like this, Connors. That's right. Tony agreed. I always thought he was a boring science guy, but now it seems that Connors is quite boring. Who doesn't love a cat-eared girl? Right, Banner? Don't think I don't know. You bought a cat-eared uniform for your girlfriend with the funds I gave you. Gwen. Maybe it's because the environment has improved after coming to Stark, and he also have you liberated your nature. I take this as your appreciation for Stark. Several people said one after another, and Connor's green face turned black when he heard it, and at the same time he suddenly realized in his heart. He does seem to have changed. It would have been impossible for the former Connors, the humorous but decent gentleman, to say the gentleman-like remarks he just made. When did it start? Connors questioned. The answer to this question couldn't be more obvious. Who could watch Peter, Black Superman, having fun all day long without his mentality changing? Of course, although everyone was surprised by Connor's speech, the problem was with him, not the idea itself, and the decision was quickly approved. The next step is to contact the partner Osborn and the client Felicia. What? Do you want Felicia to be the spokesperson for Adam? I have no objection. On the other end of the phone, Harry said. But Felicia is not technically affiliated with Osborn, and neither am I. I know very well where she is recently, and you still need to have a good talk with her. Yes, that's right, it would be nice if Connors continued to be responsible for this matter. I've been busy with other things recently and can't spare the time. It's settled. Just like that, one of the big boss and the second boss was doing magic, and the other was doing something unknown. The burden of life suddenly fell on Connors. After learning the news, he also looked at everyone. Okay, do any of you know the latest news about Felicia? Several middle-aged men looked at each other. It was obvious that they were not in the good game of the cat-eared girl zone until Peter raised his hand. Don't get me wrong, I mean, Gwen may know that she has the best relationship with Felicia. Peter explained. Then, please, Peter. Connors swallowed and said these words. Peter smiled slightly. No problem, Dr. Connors. So, you want to find Felicia now? Gwen asked. On a rare day on campus, the two sat in the audience on the football field chatting. Although he only sensed things that could be known at the outset, Peter still chose to talk to Gwen. Yes, Dr. Connors can't sleep because he misses her right now. Hey, your statement is so weird. Gwen complained and said. Felicia has not been in a good mood recently, she's in some trouble. Then let's prepare some dried fish for her. Hey, Peter, you've been getting worse and worse lately. Gwen couldn't help being amused. How could you treat Felicity like this? Yeah, just kidding, she is a cat-eared girl after all, her habits will be closer to cats. Peter smiled and said, invite her out to talk, maybe we can help her solve her problem. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Gwen heard this, narrowed his eyes, looked at Peter dangerously, and said, you seem to be very concerned about her appearance. This is a question that all girls can't help but ask. Even if she believed that Peter would never betray her, there was no way she would really be jealous of Felicia. But how can I put it? She just feels a little uncomfortable for no reason. What's wrong, are you jealous? Peter said. No, how could it be? It's so cute, my little spider girl. This pull successfully relieved Gwen's displeasure, and she rolled her eyes. Spiders are not fluffy. Ears and tail, only 8 sharp legs. This is even more exciting. Peter held Gwen in his arms and said, I heard that female spiders will eat their partners after mating. He was just aroused. For a moment, and now she was suddenly enveloped by Peter's breath. Gwen felt that her whole body was lazily limp, as if there was an electric current running through her, and she felt extremely comfortable. She took a breath, pursed her lips and said, I feel like I'm going to be eaten by you now. Which one do you want to be eaten first? Their faces were so close that they could feel each other's breath hitting hers. On her face, this made Gwen's face slightly red, and her whole person looked even more frail. Their eyes met, and Gwen just slightly pursed her cherry lips, her meaning self-evident. In the distance, a football flew towards the two of them from the field. Gwen caught it with one hand without looking at it, and then threw it back without giving a chance to disturb them. After a heated exchange of words, Gwen became even more dependent and lay in Peter's arms, very lazy. The two were chatting about each other, and suddenly they talked about a girl. Jessica from the next class hasn't come to school for a week. I heard that their family had a car accident when they went out to play. Gwen said, is she okay? No, she is still in a coma in the hospital. She will be okay, Gwen. That's all I can hope for. Gwen was very efficient. That night, she took the then Felicia came to Peter's bedroom again. Felicia sat down on the single sofa unceremoniously and said, I heard you were looking for me. Gwen also sat down by Peter's bed skillfully and looked at the two of them. It would be better if you could find a time during the day to sit down and have a cup of coffee. Peter got up and poured himself a glass of water. Hee. Gwen smiled sheepishly, we can only find Felicia at this time. Peter also poured Gwen a drink and said, it's none of your business, Gwen. It's a matter of Felicia's schedule. Felicia, this is the normal schedule of cats? Also, please give me a drink too. Peter handed her a glass of water and she held out her pink hand. He took a small lick with his tender tongue and then drank. You look like a big cat now, Felicia, said Peter. Maybe this is a side effect of my tube of gene serum. Felicia shrugged. Don't worry, Dr. Connors and I have confirmed that there won't be any further impact. This is best. It seems that she has indeed been in a low mood recently. Felicia, as you saw last time, Stark and Osborn jointly launched a castrated version of the gene serum, Peter said. Although it cannot give people various superpowers, it will not affect genes. It caused too much impact and resulted in mutation. Yes. Felicia looked over with some confusion. Does this have anything to do with me? Originally it didn't, but now it does. Peter said Connor's thoughts were expressed. In everyone's expectation, this should be a relatively smooth thing. After all, Felicia has been unemployed since she switched to Catwoman. There is no need for her to refuse a high-paying job, especially when the job is easy. But Felicia actually shook her head at this time and said, sorry, I can't accept this job. Gods fight, mortals suffer. On the day when Black Superman and Odin fought in New York, Gwen and others had to rush into disaster relief operations, which naturally included Felicia. That was also her first public appearance. Originally, Felicia had gradually adapted to her ears and tail as people around her accepted them, but this appearance put her back into a somewhat embarrassing situation once again. Everyone was just focusing on her ears and tail. Hey, are you the new superhero? Super cat ears. Are they real? Or are they just a pair of toys? How did they get attached to you? Oh my god, this is so sexy. Even some more gentle, perverted, people would directly say, can I touch you? This made Felicia feel uncomfortable. After finally getting through that day, she originally thought that the matter would end there. But she didn't expect that trouble was still to come. Her popularity skyrocketed, and people were paying attention to her wherever she went. Hell, she's not Tony Stark's type of character who likes to attract attention, and excessive attention will only make it difficult for her to move forward. Imagine that she now felt that everyone in the city suddenly wanted to pet cats like crazy, which scared her so much that she didn't dare to go out. It will break. I can't let my popularity go any higher. This has seriously affected my life, Felicia said. Even if this attention is what many people want, maybe if you miss it, you will never get it again. Peter glanced at her and asked. Yes. Felicia's attitude was very clear, and she said, what I want is a kind of freedom. Maybe it's the habit of felines. I prefer freedom now, like the night, and like being in the house, traveling around the city, jumping, and exploring instead of being an idol. In other words, you want to be a powerful person rather than a pet, right? Yes. That's what it means. Felicia nodded repeatedly and couldn't help complaining. Damn Black Superman, he actually said that I was his pet? That's too much. Peter thought for a moment and said, I just have an opportunity recently, maybe I can give you a recommendation. Felicia's ears perked up curiously. What opportunity? You can go see Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner? What are you doing with him? You're here, you will know when the time comes. In this way, Felicia left Peter's house with many doubts. Seeing Felicia leave, Gwen said worriedly, Felicia doesn't agree. What should Dr. Connors do? Peter spread his hands. We can only embarrass him and keep resisting the pressure. After all, the person involved does not agree. Isn't this not good? It's okay, have you forgotten? His current lizard body is very durable. Gwen couldn't help but laugh. Dr. Connors is so pitiful. So, Miss Gwen, can you please get out of my bed? I still want to sleep. Hey, I'm your girlfriend, Peter. Do you still want to sleep with me tonight? Sounds good. Gwen blinked, quite moved. Being able to be held by Peter all night, just thinking about it made her unable to help but squeeze her legs. But Peter's response was a bit cruel. Gwen, believe it or not, if you don't go back, Uncle George will call me right here. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Although he knew that his daughter had become Spider-Woman, George couldn't really let go completely. In spite of, at least he was keeping a close eye on what he considered one of the biggest sources of danger, Peter. Peter had received calls from George in the middle of the night several times. Gwen also felt a little speechless. Suddenly I feel that my father is so annoying. This morning, Felicia finally followed Peter's suggestion and time and came to Stark Tower to find Banner. Hello, Felicia, I've heard about you for a long time, and you've been very popular recently. Banner had long been fascinated by the cat-eared girl and greeted her. Hello, Dr. Banner. Felicia also said. It was Peter who asked me to come to you. I encountered some difficulties. He said that you might have a solution here. After hearing this, Felicia Banner was stunned for a moment, but soon showed a look of surprise. No problem, you come in with me. Felicia was a little strange, walking on the catwalk and asked, you didn't even ask what problem do I have. It doesn't matter, he will solve it. Him. Felicia suddenly had an ominous premonition in her heart. Sure enough, as the door opened, Felicia quickly saw the person she least wanted to see at this time. Why you again? Felicia's fluffy ears drooped and she looked at the changes in front of her. Black Superman with a new outfit. Is the opportunity Peter mentioned to push her into the clutches of Black Superman again? This guy is so cruel. Woohoo. Felicia, this time I mainly asked Black Superman to ask some questions, Banner quickly explained. Peter told you that I can solve your doubts, probably because of Black Superman. But Felicia has gone completely emo. Peter ignored her and just looked at Banner first. So, you want to find a way to make you angry so that Hulk can break the boundaries. Banner nodded and said, yes, Black Superman. In fact, as long as I have relatively large emotional fluctuations, nervousness, etc., it is enough to make Hulk come out, but if I want to make Hulk stronger, it seems that the only way is anger. Peter also gave his explanation for this. The first suggestion. In that case, you can go to Tony first. He should be busy studying the Destroyer now, and come back to me before sunset. Banner was a little confused, looking for Stark. Sorry, I don't understand the relationship. It doesn't matter, you'll find out when you go there. Okay. Banner left confused. Now only Peter and Felicia were left in the room. Peter finally looked at Felicia and said playfully, want to be a powerful person instead of a pet. Felicia was startled. How do you know? Have you forgotten? As long as I want, nothing in New York can escape my perception. Felicia couldn't help but say, it's too dark for you to do this. Who told me to be the Black Superman? Felicia fell into silence, seemed to be anticipating the next question, and some didn't know what to say. And Peter did indeed say something heavy as it expected. Actually, you are destined not to be a hero like Spider-Woman. You don't have the pure belief that she wants to help other people. I know that, so I have always admired her. Felicia nodded and replied. Peter continued. Including everything you want now, it is just a product of the side effects of the gene serum. Of course, I am not saying that they are not good, but that they are just a feeling of being an animal. Not specific enough, without thinking, lacking precipitation. You want to be free, but you don't know what kind of freedom you want. Felicia was a little dazed. She had thought that Black Superman might torture and train her severely, but she never thought Black Superman would know her so well. I don't know why, but I felt flattered in my heart. How do you know everything? Her fluffy ears twitched, she lowered her head slightly, and moved her eyes away from the Black Superman. I am really a little confused now. She flipped her hair and said, I can no longer go back to the life of an ordinary person. I once thought about becoming a hero like Spider-Woman, but later I found that it seemed a little inappropriate for me. Even freedom, I don't know what I want. Freedom. At least you know what you don't want, don't you? Said Peter. Yes. Felicia's eyes lit up. I don't want to be a vase just for people to watch. At this moment, she suddenly felt that Black Superman was pretty good. Although he was extremely powerful, he was also not lacking in strength, patience and wisdom. What should I do now? She asked expectantly. Then, Black Superman reminded her of the fear of being specially trained. Improve your strength. As the sun set, Banner finally came back with a constipated expression and found Black Superman in a forest on the outskirts. Superman. You could tell from his expression that he would definitely not be happy with Tony today. However, when he saw the scene in the forest at this time, he couldn't help but be stunned. The peaceful forest that had been peaceful for years was gone. It was devastated, with broken wood, disintegrated rocks, and pits everywhere. And these damages were only the effects caused by Peter during Felicia's agility training. As for what kind of training content can cause these damaging effects, the answer is also very simple. If you can't avoid it, you will die. With heat vision and various attacks, it can be said that Felicia has been training under huge pressure to survive all day long. In addition to training her agility, these are also training her very weak survival and fighting instincts. Only by training this aspect can she have the opportunity to stand alone. Of course, these trainings have ended today, and they are currently conducting another training. I saw Felicia lying on the grass, making movements like a sprinter taking off. The difference is that her hips are raised a little higher, and her buttocks are also twisting, as if she is accumulating strength. The knowledgeable Banner naturally quickly recognized that it was a kind of warm-up action similar to that of cats before hunting, but it was performed by Felicia at this time, and the visual effect was a bit explosive. Then, Felicia suddenly rushed out and rushed towards Peter in the forest. To be precise, it's the bellcat catching stick in Peter's hand. But Peter just fiddled with it casually, and the bell shook slightly, and just escaped from Felicia's attack range. Felicia turned around, pounced on her again without any pause, and was easily dodged by Peter again. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. This cycle goes on, and if you ignore Felicia's huge body, it's really just like teasing a cat. It's hard not to believe that Black Superman is really not teasing the cat. You're back? It seems like you've gained a lot today. Peter glanced at Banner, who was coming, and said. Seeing that he was discovered, Banner had no choice but to walk towards Black Superman and said, I don't know how to describe it. I never thought that Tony could be so annoying. Being alone with him for a long time is just a joke. Kind of mental torture. How about Hulk? If I hadn't tried hard to hold it back, he would have rushed out and tore Tony's hands off. Banner also had to sigh. Although the experience was a bit worse, the effect was still there. It seems that Black Superman's proposal is quite good. He had accumulated a whole day of dissatisfaction and anger. While they were talking, Felicia didn't stop, and continued to attack Peter in various ways, trying to catch the bell. She even enjoyed it a little bit. Her body was very active, opening and relaxing. This gave her a little sweetness. Peter dealt with her while talking to Banner. Then, we can start the second phase, Banner. What should I do? Peter finally stopped and continued to launch. Felicia, who was attacking, picked it up and threw it aside, saying, You take a rest first. Then she looked at Banner and said, Do you need to say more? Of course, let Hulk come out. When Felicia heard the break, although Felicia was relieved in her heart, her body still felt inexplicably disappointed. The final hunting training was so in line with her cat's habits that it made her feel uncomfortable all over, with a look of both resistance and desire. Woohoo, it's really going to break. Then she soon saw that the body of the gentle Dr. Banner suddenly began to change, becoming bigger and greener, and then burst his clothes and shoes. What happened? How come these pants are of such good quality that they can do this? Intact? Realizing the danger, she quickly meowed and hid further. Sure enough, a heavy tremor soon came from the ground, like an earthquake. The Hulk, who had just completed his transformation, faced the Black Superman with anger that had nowhere to vent, rushed forward, and as expected, the hacked Superman fell back to the ground. The sound hurt. Felicia couldn't help but clicked her tongue, and consciously wanted to find a small bench to watch. I have suffered for so long, and now I can finally watch others suffer, and my mentality immediately changes. But Felicia didn't have time to gloat about her misfortune for too long. After Peter hammered Hulk twice to make him angrier, he threw Hulk in front of Felicia and said, Next, your opponents will be each other. Felicia? She blinked and looked at Black Superman in disbelief, as if to say, Are you serious? If you don't look at his big body, and look at my small body, they are not at the same level? But Hulk couldn't control that much. His eyes were completely red with anger. He was already unhappy enough, and he was slapped twice for no apparent reason after he came out. There was a ferocious smile on his face. Black Superman couldn't beat him, so how could he beat the little cat in front of him? He rushed forward. Felicia could only start her escape again, shouting from time to time. You are not a human being, Black Superman? How can you be so cruel? Fortunately, she originally thought that Black Superman might be a very good guy. Sure enough, it's all an illusion. Peter was flying in the air, looking at the two figures chasing and escaping below, and was quite satisfied with the effect. Felicia is too comfortable and lacks an opponent who can push her to the limit, and Hulk just lacks a sparring partner, so the two complement each other. After all, the so-called fighting instinct is not that easy to train. It does not require years of various battles and experience to accumulate and transform, and quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. If you want to make it happen quickly, you will naturally have to use extreme methods. Although Felicia kept saying that Black Superman was not her son, after all, after a whole day of training, she quickly got into the state and concentrated on dealing with it. Hulk's attack is coming. She has no advantage in strength or speed. The only thing that allows her to operate is her dexterity and agility. This battle is a bit like when Gwen faced the gigantic Electro Man. She could only dance on the tightrope with extreme maneuvers to fight for a chance of survival. She used the various terrains in the forest to maneuver and dodge, and from time to time she tried to attack with the sharp claws on her hands, and found that the skin was not broken. Feeling even more resentful towards a certain figure in the sky, Felicia quickly retreated and could only change her mind and use the severed limbs of various trees in the forest to cause trouble to Hulk. And this was much more effective. Although it couldn't cause much damage to Hulk, it made Hulk a little upset and even more angry. In this way, Felicia immersed herself in the battle with great concentration, and her various experiences and consciousness grew rapidly. However, the gap in strength between the two sides was too great. No matter how hard Felicia tried, she soon reached her limit. In a flop, Hulk grabbed a broken tree trunk and smashed her away, unable to get up all at once. When Hulk saw this, he jumped up and slammed his whole body towards Felicia. For him, there was no way to stop. Felicia saw that the sky in her field of vision was suddenly obscured by the huge figure of the Hulk, and that it would soon hit her, and she closed her eyes in fear. She had no ability to resist at this time and could only wait to die, but the expected pain did not subside. She quickly opened her eyes and saw that Black Superman had appeared in front of her at some point and put down the Hulk's attack for her. After all, Peter couldn't really let Hulk hammer Felicia into a pile of cat cakes. Felicia breathed a sigh of relief, and then glared at Black Superman fiercely. You could almost think you were really going to die. She even found that her legs were weak now. Peter just threw the Hulk back and said, "You did pretty well and passed the test." Felicia snorted and didn't respond angrily. Peter didn't care either. The problem of the cat-eared girl has been solved for the time being, and next is the big head. Can Hulk break through the boundaries this time? He is also looking forward to it. I saw Hulk getting up from the ground and shaking his head. Naturally, he was even more upset when the last blow was interrupted, and he roared and ran towards Peter. Peter just floated on the spot quietly, blocking Felicia, whose legs were weak and had no strength to get up immediately, waiting for Hulk to punch him hard, and then unable to shake him at all. "You're still so weak, Hulk." Peter beat Hulk again as hard as last time. After so long, and Peter's rhythm of beating people is extremely scientific, Hulk has long since emerged from the shadow of the last time, and he is even eager to fight back and take revenge. So, he was very excited and then, with a bang, he was punched into the ground by Peter. However, it didn't matter. Hulk got up and charged again. The result was obvious. He was beaten down again and got up again and again. He didn't know what it was to be tired, but his fighting spirit was high. At the same time, his strength was constantly improving. Felicia's eyes widened and she looked quietly at the extremely shocking scene in front of her. Strictly speaking, she had never actually seen Black Superman take action. Even during the battle with Odin, she only saw two meteors suddenly flashing across the sky. This is the first time. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. It's still this kind of close range, punching to the flesh, full of primitive and brutal power, and extremely intuitive and shocking. The Hulk who had just tortured her to the point of fleeing was now in the hands of Black Superman, like a toy. This made her unable to recover for a long time, until Hulk's roar came over her. This roar was different from the previous ones. Felicia felt as if she was suppressing something, longing for something, and at the same time, she was extremely dangerous. The huge sound waves spread in all directions, and Felicia had to cover her foreears in pain and move away as quickly as possible. She didn't understand what happened to Hulk suddenly. Boom! Peter punched Hulk away again, but this time after Hulk got up, he did not rush up again, but hugged the ground in pain. He seemed to feel it too. As he fought stronger and stronger, he reached that boundary again. He remembered that last time, he stopped here. He accumulated strength and roared to break through this restriction. But no matter what, he still felt the same as before, seemingly a little bit worse. This made him extremely annoyed, and he punched Peter with all his strength. But Peter was just like that barrier, motionless, which made Hulk realize that Black Superman was stronger than last time, much stronger, but he was the only one who still couldn't break through that boundary. Boom! He was knocked down again, but this time he never got up. Bruce Banner lay disappointed on the messy ground. "I failed, right? It's not as simple as you think, Banner." Peter flew to his side and said. Banner closed his eyes and said, "I can feel that Hulk is a little lonely." "What's wrong?" "He is the one who can really feel the shackles on his body, but he can't break through. The most important thing is, he found that you seemed to be stronger than last time, but he was still so useless. He is a little autistic." "What about you, Banner?" "Me? I don't know." Banner closed. He raised his eyes and said, "I used to be extremely afraid of this power, hoping that it would never come out and hurt everything around me, so I ran away from everything I was familiar with. Now, as I gradually mature in meditation, I can gradually feel Hulk's emotions, and I should be satisfied, because most of the time, I can already ensure that Hulk doesn't mess around. But, I suddenly feel very unwilling. I am satisfied. But what about Hulk? He is still the same as before, and even became my victim. I should be able to do better, not only to be worthy of myself, to be worthy of Betty, but also to be worthy of Hulk." Felicia didn't know what time has come back, listening to Banner quietly finish everything. She didn't understand what was going on and why the atmosphere suddenly became so heavy. She asked, how can Hulk break through the boundaries? Peter didn't answer, but he already had the answer in his heart. Hulk alone is not enough. Banner needs to break through this boundary. As for how to break through, refer to a certain version of Hulk that destroys the world, loses something important, and shatters the reality he cherishes. This level of stimulation is almost enough. Peter quickly took the two back to Stark Tower. Both Banner and Felicia were very tired at this time. Felicia just wanted to go back and hide in her cat's nest. Banner was a little emotionally unstable and needed some rest to recover. At this moment, a communication suddenly came in. This was Banner's laboratory, and the incoming communication was naturally directed to him. Banner looked at the person he was looking at, and it turned out to be his old enemy and father-in-law, General Ross. Banner hasn't had direct communication with General Ross for a long time since he was brought back to Stark by Peter, and he also doesn't understand why General Ross suddenly came to visit. After the communication was connected, General Ross didn't talk nonsense. On the contrary, he was very urgent at this time. Betty has been kidnapped. Betty was kidnapped? What happened? In an instant, Banner couldn't help shouting, and anyone could see his anxiety at the moment. Just now, Banner. General Ross no longer cared about Banner's rudeness and said. A group of Hulks suddenly appeared. They kidnapped Betty and then quickly disappeared, leaving only a message. Named by name. I want you to save her alone. General Ross's words contained too much information, causing Banner's brain to shut down for a moment. Other Hulks? Is their target still me? That's right. Do you still remember that you have a friend named Dr. Lan? The murderer this time is him. He also left a video for you, and I have sent it to you? Banner was stunned for a moment. Dr. Lan? How could it be him? Dr. Blue's name is Samuel Stern, and he is an online friend Banner made when he was hiding in the past. He is very interested in the Hulk and wants to use the Hulk's blood to develop weapons, medicines, and the like. When he was desperate before, Banner also asked him to help solve Hulk's problem. However, the two ended up parting ways due to differences in ideas and the sudden intrusion of Blinsky, who was not yet hated at the time, and were never seen again. Unexpectedly, Dr. Lan suddenly appeared again at this moment and kidnapped Betty in one fell swoop. Banner felt a little ridiculous and quickly opened the video file sent by Ross Landing. Bruce Banner, we meet again. A freak with green skin and a raised head appeared in the video. If you look carefully, you can indeed see the shadow of Dr. Blue's appearance before. Are you surprised? What I look like now, Dr. Lan said in the video. This is all thanks to you, Banner. Your blood has mutated me and turned me into this different look. But please don't worry, I'm fine now. I have unprecedented power. You can call me now, the leader. The leader? It really goes well with the big head. Felicia complained. But Banner was staring at the video screen attentively, and it was impossible for Peter Black Superman's cold personality to respond to her, so she was bored and could only shut up quietly. The video continued to play, and Dr. Lan, or the leader, said excitedly. Let me just say, your blood full of gamma rays is a treasure trove. I even used them to create another batch of Hulks. Yes, it was successful. I think you should also know that they kidnapped your girlfriend Betty and those guys. He laughed twice weirdly. Don't try to apply for foreign aid, Banner. I know, you seem to know Black Superman. This a little time is enough for me to install a lot of bombs on Betty, and I can detonate them with a boom at any time. The leader made an explosive gesture. Under his bare forehead, his eyes were looking straight at the camera, as if he saw what was happening outside the screen. Banner, this is a personal grudge between us. You don't want Betty to be hurt unnecessarily, right, Banner? If you want to save her, come alone. You know where to go. The leader seems to have considered everything dead. Although his true intention is unclear, his meaning is very clear. He hopes that Banner will go to the meeting alone. Banner, I gave my daughter to you not to put her in danger. In the communication, General Ross also said, you must bring her back to me intact. Banner clenched his fists tightly. He didn't expect that Betty would be implicated because of him one day. Moreover, the leader managed to use his blood to do evil. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. No one knows better than Banner the dangers of the power contained in his blood, which he cannot tolerate. I will, he said. The communication was hung up, and Banner took a deep breath to control his anger. If it were him before, he might not be able to bear the urge to transform into the Hulk and cause a scene. So, what do you want to do, Dr. Banner? Felicia couldn't help but ask. You don't really want to solve this matter alone, do you? She was a little worried that Banner would be confused if he really cared about it. Going to the meeting alone, as the leader said, is really stupid. Black Superman is here too? Isn't it good to just hug such a powerful thigh? Unfortunately, she is not Banner and cannot understand Banner's mood at this moment. As a man, Banner could not put his girlfriend into a more dangerous situation. At the same time, this leader, to a certain extent, was also his trouble, and he had the responsibility to deal with it. However, during this period of time, Stark had heard that Banner was not a stubborn person. He glanced at Felicia and said gratefully, of course not, thank you Felicia for being willing to help me. What? Felicia was stunned for a moment. Shall I help you? Didn't you just say that because you wanted to help me? Banner asked strangely. No, I mean, Felicia looked at Black Superman and wanted to say that she meant to let Banner hug his thigh directly. She has thin arms and legs, but they don't have the fragrance of Black Superman's legs. But looking at Banner's grateful look, it was difficult to say these words at this time. Felicia sighed helplessly. Okay, I will help you. It's a pity that she has been tired all day and has not yet rest. Thank you, Felicia. Just like that, Banner got a helper in vain. He looked at Black Superman again. But before he finished speaking, Peter interrupted. He is very cunning. He is no longer in the city, and he did plant a lot of special bombs on Betty to guard against me. This is what Peter just saw with his super sense. Banner didn't expect Peter to answer and was stunned for a moment. I thought he would wait for me in Harlem. He did leave a batch of Hulk replicas in Harlem waiting for you to come to your door. So, what do you want to do? Peter also asked the same question as Felicia. However, compared to Felicia's inquiry, he just wanted to see Banner's choice. Banner was silent for a while and said, what he wants to find is me. I can't let Betty fall into such a dangerous situation, so I will go find him alone. No problem, what next? Banner said deeply. He took a breath and said, apart from that, I can only ask you, Black Superman. If that moment comes, please help me save Betty's life. I can't lose her. Unlike Felicia, in his eyes, Black Superman was only interested in Hulk and therefore helped him many times. Therefore, he never expected that Black Superman would help him for no reason, so he could only ask Black Superman at the minimum. Peter didn't answer him directly, but said inexplicably, Banner, don't you want Hulk to break through to a higher limit? Yes, Banner was stunned, not understanding why Black Superman suddenly said this. Nothing can arouse more anger in people's hearts than destroying beauty. In a manner, in the suburbs of New York, Dr. Lan, who has become the leader, successfully brought Betty back here. This is one of his strongholds. A few months ago, during the operation to capture Banner, he was forced by Blinsky to inject him with Banner's blood, turning him into an abomination. Although the crazed abomination jumped out and fought with Hulk, he also destroyed his laboratory and caused Banner's blood-containing gamma radiation to drip into the wound on his forehead. He felt the change in his head on the spot. He has become smarter. He will not forget anything once he sees it, and can easily understand it. His brain has computational thinking, information storage, logic, and philosophical structure far beyond ordinary people. He even discovered that he had some telepathic abilities and could mentally control some weak-willed or defective people. This made him ecstatic. The first thing he did was read crazily, a lot, and eagerly to accumulate a lot of knowledge. This allowed him to quickly complete the project that had troubled him for a long time and create a complete Hulk. At the same time, he used his telepathy ability to control many people privately, formed his own underground force, and quickly accumulated wealth. Under the command of his clever brain, everything went very smoothly, and the outside world was unaware of it. He even conceived how to occupy this country and even the whole world step by step. It wasn't until he met Black Superman during that live broadcast some time ago. He immediately judged that it was hopeless to occupy the country and the world, at least in the short term. Of course, he is a rational person, so if he can't, he can't. He can't get into trouble with such a powerful person for no reason because of this. He quickly changed direction and set his sights on his former friend, Bruce Banner. Just like biological genetic engineering, the Green Goblin will have an uncontrollable feeling of disgust in his heart because Spider-Woman becomes more perfect. The same goes for his being who was born because of the Hulk. At the same time, his gamma blood inventory was almost at its bottom. 80% of his inventory was destroyed by the hatred. If he wanted to conduct further research, he would have to have Banner's physical cooperation. For various reasons, he planned this kidnapping case in an attempt to capture Banner. At least, leave some research information behind. Stern, I didn't expect you to become like this. Betty, who was tied to the side, yelled. She had already recognized this guy with malicious intentions. Please call me the leader, Betty. The leader gave her a sarcastic look and said, don't worry, although there are many bombs planted on you, this is just a strategy to guard against the Black Superman. I promised you. Father, try not to hurt you. You are shameless. He is still evil. Betty said bitterly. This person has a much stronger character. He has already fallen out with his father Ross because of Banner, and he doesn't give him a good look at all. In fact, he once invited him to join the game, but he seemed to be a little too conservative. The leader said with some dissatisfaction, obviously, the technology in my hand to create the Hulk is what they dream of, but he is still unwilling to take action. At most, he is just acquiesced to my actions. Damn, these guys are so cowardly. Are they so afraid of Dark Superman? Oh, you're not afraid? You can't be Black Superman's opponent. Of course I'm not, but I just need to let him just don't take action. In fact, I haven't offended him, have I? The leader seemed to have everything under control, and said easily, he has no necessary reason to deal with me. At this moment, the alarm of the manor suddenly sounded. The leader frowned and called up the surveillance camera to check. On the screen, Banner had arrived outside his manor at some point. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Bruce. Betty shouted in surprise. Damn it, why did he come so fast? Normally, he should be in Harlem now. The leader was a little surprised, but still said, oh, forget it, it doesn't matter if you come early or late. After Banner obtained the true location of the leader from Black Superman, he kept going all the way to Huanglong, so he could arrive so quickly. However, at this moment, his mood was not at all relaxed, but extremely heavy. The last words of Black Superman kept echoing in his mind. Nothing can arouse anger in people's hearts more than destroying beauty. He always knew that Black Superman was interested in Hulk, and he also wanted to do his best to help him. Hulk does something. It can be said that the interests of the two people are highly consistent, so they have this special training. But at this moment, they had differences. Although Banner wanted to help Hulk, he never thought of sacrificing Betty, but Black Superman has no such concerns. With his style, he might actually do something or just let it go. This made Banner feel extremely depressed, and he and Felicia split into two groups. He would attract attention from the front, while Felicia sneaked in from the side to look for opportunities. Soon, the leader came out with a group of his Hulk servants. They are all controlled by the leader and then transformed using blood. The combat power of this miscellaneous soldier model is definitely not as abominable, or the genuine Hulk is as powerful, but the victory lies in quantity and replicability. Bruce Banner, we finally meet again, I mean, face to face. The leader said first. Stern, I'm already here, let Betty go. Do you think it's possible? Banner was silent for a while and said, what exactly do you want to do? What? The leader opened his arms and said, as you can see, I have also become a Hulk, and the most powerful one. At the same time, I also successfully mass-produced the Hulk. I have accomplished so much, so naturally I can't wait to meet my old friend. Shared. Old friends don't share in this way. The leader smiled slightly, his green forehead particularly conspicuous, and said, isn't it time for you to wake up the big guy in your body? Banner stared at it. The leader said harshly, if he comes out, he won't be as easy to talk to as me. I was waiting for this moment. Banner knew that it would be impossible if Hulk didn't come out at this moment, so he could only concentrate on awakening him. He has accumulated a lot of anger and emotions along the way, which is more than enough to wake up Hulk. And with Hulk's current power, it's not a problem to turn them upside down. But what surprised Banner was that Hulk, who was usually ready to make a move, had no response at this time. What happened? Banner suddenly panicked. Without Hulk, he would be just a scumbag. He concentrated more on awakening and sensed Hulk's presence, but Hulk seemed to have made up his mind and ignored him completely. What exactly is going on? He was obviously fine when he fought Black Superman just now. Wait, fighting Black Superman? Banner seemed to have found the reason, but his heart became even colder. The night wind blew by, and he just stood there, looking at the large group of mass-produced Hulks across the way. The expression on his face gradually stiffened, and he said, he seems to be in some inconvenience. And the other person on one side, Felicia, who was sneaking in from the side in two groups, also encountered an uninvited guest. A beautiful agent with long fiery red hair, Natasha. Woods. A lot of people quietly backed out. Although the leader's recent actions can be said to be unnoticed, they still attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Superhumans and superpowers have always been an important business of S.H.I.E.L.D. After a period of follow-up investigation, Fury decided to send the Black Widow, who had been idle since being fired by Tony, to conduct an infiltration investigation to obtain more intelligence. However, I don't know if they had the same idea, but Natasha and Felicia both chose the same infiltration point, and they inevitably collided. At first, when she noticed someone approaching, Natasha thought it was someone from the leader's side, and lamented that there were really no loopholes in the other party's security. She lurked more secretly, but when she found that the other party was walking straight towards her direction, she was shocked. Could it be that she has been discovered? It seems that the opponent this time will be very difficult. Natasha became excited, feeling that the opponent was also a master, and was ready to counterattack. As soon as the opponent stepped into the attack range, she rushed out and pulled out the short thorns on the back of her waist, trying to defeat the enemy with one move. This startled Felicia, who had just arrived. She looked confused. What's going on? I was ambushed as soon as I arrived. Moreover, she had just been trained by the Black Superman all day today, and her body was at its peak sensitivity. This time she was frightened, and her instinct was to slap him. During the close combat, the two of them saw each other's faces clearly. Why is it you, X2? But it was too late to withdraw the attack. Felicia only had time to retract her claws, and Natasha could only move the short thorns away. This resulted in Natasha being slapped inexplicably as soon as she appeared on the stage, and Felicia was also thrown to the ground. In fact, the picture of two beautiful beauties overlapping each other is quite pleasing to the eye, but Natasha's mood at this time is not very beautiful. She is a little doubtful about life. Did she just get slapped? Feeling the pain in her cheek, she looked at Felicia in disbelief, confusion in her eyes. Felicia was also a little embarrassed. She shrank her neck and said, I'm sorry. It's mainly because you scared me and I couldn't help it. Why did you show up here? She waited again and again. Afterwards, as a mature agent, Natasha decided to get down to business. But Felicia was not really stupid, and naturally she could not expose herself so easily. Instead, she asked, why are you here, Natasha? If I remember correctly, aren't you Tony's secretary? We still don't know Natasha's identity, but she is now dressed in black, and there seems to be a dense number of dangerous weapons hanging on her body, which looks very abnormal at first glance. I'm a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, so naturally I'm here for a mission. Natasha said. Based on her understanding of Felicia's intelligence, she determined that the other party was most likely not an enemy, so there was no problem in sharing some intelligence. So, you were in Stark before? Felicia asked curiously. Under the influence, she also had a certain understanding of S.H.I.E.L.D. She knew that it was an organization that managed and dealt with superhuman troubles. At the same time, she didn't seem to have a good relationship with them. At that time, Stark gathered so many superhumans, we couldn't ignore it. Okay, what about now? Hey, I started asking you. Okay, I'm doing it for the leader. Things, Felicia roughly told the story of Betty's kidnapping. So, at least we're not enemies now, right? Can you get off me first? Felicia still felt weird about being ridden by a woman. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Natasha could only get up, but fortunately, it was confirmed that there was no conflict in goals between the two parties, and there was even the possibility of cooperation. Well, it was not completely without conflict. She looked at Felicia, who was huddled with her, and said, "Can't you find a place by yourself? This is the place I picked. But I came first. Don't worry about these details." In desperation, the widowed sister could only tolerate this sudden extra roommate. After all, her place is indeed the best lurking place nearby. It is hidden enough and has a good view, enough to survey the leader's manor. She glanced at Felicia and found that she was concentrating on surveying the manor. Ever since she was killed by Felicia in Stark, she felt that her charm had been violated, and she cared about Felicia very much. When she had the chance, she couldn't help but look at her. The other party's slender figure and curvy figure were no less than her own, at least her legs were much longer than hers. Needless to say, the pink cat ears and fluffy tail. The most important thing is that innocent and a bit charming cat face, coupled with the identity of this cat-eared girl. The lethality is really too great. It's completely different from the others. She could completely understand why those men were crazy about Felicia. Not only because of the cat-eared girl, but also Felicia herself. The combination of the two parties produced an unparalleled chemical reaction, as if they came out of a comic. Even as a woman, she couldn't help being attracted and reached out to touch it. Cat petting is gender neutral. Felicia, what's wrong with you? She looked over with a strange look on her face. Ahem, Natasha quickly retracted her hand, cleared her throat to hide her embarrassment and said, "Nothing. You mean Hulk will cause a big noise in the front yard, and then you will sneak in immediately?" "Yes, what's the problem?" "Of course, look over there." Natasha handed the telescope to Felicia and said, "The leader seems to be back, and Banner, look, the one captured and surrounded by the Hulks is the one in the middle." "Not him." Felicia was speechless. He didn't expect that Dr. Banner was so incompetent that he suddenly withered. How about being extremely angry and having to harden up to show the enemy how powerful the Hulk is? Men are all big liars? Natasha also curled her lips at this time and said, "Kitten, it seems that the only one you can rely on now is me." Felicia glanced at her and said, "Did you know that your face is swollen? Is this expression a bit funny?" Natasha's face froze. The two insulted each other, but they also understood that the other person was the only one they could rely on. Especially Felicia, the real owner herself was caught, and she who helped out somehow became the main force. "Do you have any trump cards?" Natasha asked. "The trump card? Of course he has the trump card." Although Black Superman told Dr. Banner that if something happened to Betty, maybe the Hulk would go further, which scared Banner to the point of being extremely nervous, but he also told her that he would tell her the truth. But if she, Felicia, can't even solve this little problem, then there's no need to work hard and just be a pet. This battle was an important battle that determined Felicia's future life and status. It all depends on tonight's performance whether he will just eat and die and beg for touch every day, or he will become one of the 7 giants of the Justice League like Gwen. As for the trump card, it's just the two of us. Felicia said,